බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
So, wishing all our viewers a very good morning, and we're live here at the Royal College grounds for the limited over finals. It's St Thomas College taking up against Thurstan College for reserve their place in the finals of this under 19 Division 1 limited over encounter. It's a pleasant morning. Not a hint of rain anyway. We can expect these two teams to play out the full day's game.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන
පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
මේ දන්නවද?
මොකද්ද?
ඉතින් ඔය කැප්ටන් කරලා.
දන්නවා.
මේ අතුසිංහ ලංකාවට නෝට්.
දන්නවා.
කෙවින් ඩික්සන් දන්නවා.
දන්නවා. දන්නවා.
ඊයේ රග්බි මැච් එක. එතකොට සුරංග ලක්මල් කියපු දේ දන්නේ නැහැ නේද? ඕකනේ කියන්නේ පපරෙත් එක හිටියා නම් ඔහොම ස්ටක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
Welcome to the Royal College grounds at Reed Avenue. Demel batting on 25. He has lost his opener and captain for 8. And Thomas is getting to 50 in the 7th over for the loss of Sitara Hapuina. A very good morning to Maujud.
Very good. Haritha, interesting start for St. Thomas. 51. Yeah, to inform viewers that we had a slight fault. As a result, we weren't able to show you the at the start of play, but Thomas's for 1. They lost the early wicket of Sitara Hapun, a very crucial. The guy could have taken the game away. Thurstan, we know how well he bats, how aggressive he bats, but I think Ryan and Shalin have put a fantastic partnership and going on pretty smoothly, Haritha.
Shalin has been a he made 62 in his last outing. Ryan was having made half centuries. The other failed in the last game, so he's due to put some runs against his name. While St. Thomas has won the quarterfinal against Peter Peter quite convincingly, Thurstan had to struggle big time against Dix. One with the last wicket intact.
Yes, most certainly, Haritha. St. Thomas have been the formidable side this season in both. I must say, I think they've already reached the finals of two-day tournament, and having played finals here today, I'm sure their eyes on that final berth to face Richmond in the all final. It looks a wonderful wicket for batting, Haritha. The wickets, even I did the pitch report in the morning. There's a bit of grass, but I think with the sun bathing down so hard, it's only going to help to wicket. And the wicket is expected evenly for the day.
You're familiar with having played here for 5-6 years, or maybe more, with your junior intact, and you were spot on in predicting that the fact that the side fielding first will have to be in the hot sun right through the 50 overs. Side batting second will have some respite after 4:40 in the evening, where the shadows come in, and then there is a little bit more cooler atmosphere right round.
It's pretty well, Haritha. I think early in the day, not much of shadow with the sun directly on top of the ground. It's very hot, as you can see the board at Royal 51 for 1 as it reads for St. Thomas's. Yeah, coming back to your point, very important factor there. Actually, if batting second, it gives you that much more of a breathing space.
Yeah, Sandar Udaya spun the coin, and when Hapuhina called and the umpire in his favor, he knew, there I go again, winning one more. But I would like to be a contributor with the bat, not only contribute to loss.
Another fantastic there by Dimel. He is middling that ball beautifully. And 6. This is third 6. He's really going about his business, thrashing this wide ball all over the park, Haritha.
He's a wonderful striker of the ball, Shalin Demel. Opening bat bowler. He's not bowling these days. 8 overs gone. St. Thomas electing to bat 57 for 1. See, just 4 extras. You can just imagine the domination of the Tomian top order after the loss of their captain. Bhavant Jayasinghe picked up the wicket in his first over after conceding 2 boundaries.
Yes, it was very poor on the part of Sitara Hapuina after having scored those 2 boundaries, very fluent strokes. Just threw away his wicket, but I think these guys have done a far better job in terms of consolidating the inning. They had 57 runs, 8 overs gone, long way to go. 50 overs, mind you. It's a good 42 overs more. And a big score will be definitely on the cards if Thomas bats smart.
Yes, and Thomas has made 2 changes in second 11 players, Vikramathilaka and Gavin Botej. They left out Ranindra De Silva, who made a double in the last outing in the 2-day game because of an injury sustained during practices for Sri Lanka Youth 11, and left out Dil, the right arm leg spinner. Thurstan also made 1 change, bringing in Charlie into the side. They've left out Hit in doing so.
Bhavanta Jayasinghe has been of the 2 bowlers, I must say, this morning. The figures also show that he's been relatively better. Shalin Dimel has found it a bit difficult to score. Shalin seems very free-flowing batsman. He's hit some 3 wonderful sixes that we've witnessed thus far. Once again, you can see some good carry by Jayasinghe.
Tournament rules say that you need to bowl 8 with the bowlers. So Sandro Dias has the option of making a bowling change, but Jayasinghe, as you said, Harun, has been a little bit more effective on this track. Strong in giving him another over. Strong.
I'm told he's only 6 years of age. It's a punch when he releases that delivery. Another half-hearted there by Dimel.
That's Tilak Fernando together with Sanjeev Fernando, the officiating umpires.
A good bouncer. Just above the shoulder.
Difficult to imagine that he's able to that sort of bounce and sort of wickets, but that's a credit to the curator.
Yes, I think Galagi curated these wickets, done a decent job to season. Preparing some.
Aruna Pradeep Galage counts around 17 years this job, not as curator. He's been with PRC where you and I played. Then he to Thurstan. He's been with Prince Wales, Zaira, and now Royal.
Yes, I think he's done a fantastic job in giving some very competitive throughout the season, Haritha. That's what you want to see, strips or yards which will both the batsmen something to work out with.
Heady batting. That's what you need to do. Thompsons have got the start they want, and they want to be this after 9 overs. Thomia 58 for 1.
This is the St. Thomas's team. Skipper Sitara Hapuhinna, Kalina Pereira, Shalin Dimel, Shannon Fernando, Kishan Munasinghe, Delon Piris, Umayanga Suarez, Shamilka Vijay Tilaka, the new entrant to this side, Gavin Boteju, another new entrant. You have Johan Pereira and Ryan Fernando.
Yeah, Kishan Munasinghe made 150 not out against Mahinda at this ground. So he'll be licking his lips. 150 for Umayanga Suarez, who's had a dream run since he made that half century for St. Thomas's in the Royal Beach. Bimara Ranatunga. Pressure.
So the first bowling change coming in from the scoreboard end, or from the University of Colombo end for that matter. So interesting change as expected. Spin brought in. Wasn't aware of the rules that you have to had to bowl 8 overs initially, which is very good way, Haritha.
8 overs in the 1-day format, 2-day it's 10 overs.
Otherwise, I think in the day when we played, the spinners start off from ball number 1, which never actually resulted in good fast bowlers being developed from school cricket. And I think Sri Lanka realized and hence brought the rules in, which would favor the game.
You are listening to a royal captain who has played 5 years. Not that he was a selfish guy. Let me tell you that for the record.
Not the greatest of
But it's difficult. You know, logically, St. Thomas's are in front. They have 2 scores of over 300 in one-day format, 2 scores of 500 in the two-day format.
I think the last 3 innings that they have played, they've got close to 1,400 runs here. That's fantastic feat, I must say. And hats off to the team members plus the coach Dinesh Kumar Singh. I think he would have had some kind of an impact, especially on the mental side, Haritha. It's not easy to,
It's not easy. I'll tell you, managing the medical staff also played a massive part together with the coaching staff for St. Thomas's.
Mind you, you're playing at in of the year where it's so hot, it's humid, it's energy it takes for these players.
Yeah,
I'm ready for each and every
yeah,
game.
they are talking about heat waves and
Exactly.
simply be glued with your hydration.
Beautiful stroke there by Dimel. He caresses that
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
එක දවසක් ආ.
අද නම් කතා කරනවම.
හායි. සමහර නෙට්වර්ක් අන්ලිමිටඩ් කිව්වට කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇයි ලිමිටඩ්ද? ලක්ෂ 130කට වැඩි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ඩයලොග් පවුලට ලිමිට් නැතුව කතා කරන්න. ඩයලොග් බ්ලාස්ටර් අන්ලිමිටඩ්. රුපියල් 7 සිට දෛනික සති සහ මාසික ප්ලෑන්. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීමට #678# ඩයල් කරන්න.
ඔයත් මූවී එක බලන්න එනවද? සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Seventeen overs completed at the moment in this 19 Division 1 limited over tournament here at the Royal College grounds. All these pictures are brought to you live by joint production between batsman.com and ThePapare.com, bringing you all the live actions right here from Royal College grounds. Punch down the ground with just a single.
With this sort of partnership building up, the rest of the batting looks very confident. And it's going to take its toll on the Thurstan batting, which is going to have a problem when they come out to bat. If Thomians get to 300, they look likely of doing that. It's going to pose a lot of problems.
That's a full toss, bat straight into the hands of the fielder. As they're well in under control at the moment, St. Thomas College. These two batsmen, they're settling down there in the middle. So definitely they'll be aiming at around 300 plus runs for their first innings. Nicely punched down the ground. Once again from Ryan Fernando.
Sandro Dias has not brought himself on as yet. The Thurstan captain is their most experienced player in his 4th year.
It'll be interesting to see how these two batsmen will react to Sandro Dias. He's been a proven bowler for Thurstan College throughout this season. Picked up wickets in crucial moments. Able to control the sides, and that's good to see from the captain. He's leading from the front, but so far, as you mentioned, still haven't been able to get into the frame. Last 2 balls of the over coming up so far, just 2 runs from it.
Better line and length. It's up to the spinners to take control of the situation with their experience. And then Dias knows that probably he's preserving himself in case he will have to bowl during the latter stages should St. Thomas's keep their wickets intact.
Chip down to the 3rd man region, and that's a dot ball to end the over. So 18 overs completed. St. Thomas College 96 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Rate of scoring over 5 for the Tomians. Brilliant stuff. The high rises around Colombo 7, Reed Avenue venue, Royal College grounds.
So Aish will continue. It's the 4th over. And for 10 in his bowling spell so far, pretty good from him. Punch down on the back foot.
Aish Harshan so far has been very economical. Just 10 runs off his first 3 overs. Oh, that's Ravindu De Silva. Fresher for St. Thomas's with Vice Captain Kalana Pereira.
Well then.
Poor shot.
He's gone, Ryan. Trying to work that towards that fine leg region. Well then, he's gone. That was pretty straight from Aish Harshan. That's been crossed his marks. Trying to work that down to the fine leg region.
He could have used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Instead, he went right across. Exposed all 3 stumps and played a penalty. Very poor shot for the youngster after having a good start. Ryan Fernando out for 31.
එක දහසක්කා
අද නම් කතා කරනවා මම.
හායි
සමහර නෙට්වර්ක් අන්ලිමිටඩ් කිව්වට කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇයි ලිමිටඩ්ද? ලක්ෂ 130කට වැඩි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ඩයලොග් පවුලට ලිමිට් නැතුව කතා කරන්න. ඩයලොග් බ්ලාස්ටර් අන්ලිමිටඩ් රුපියල් 7 සිට දෛනික සති සහ මාසික ප්ලෑන්. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීමට #678# ඩයල් කරන්න.
ඔයත් මූවී එක බලන්න එනවද?
Next man in looks like Johan Pereira. Last outing 42 against Nalanda. All because of this. Very well bowled. Aish Harshan. Economical. Tried to score runs trying a fall stroke. Brian Fernando gone.
Much needed breakthrough for Thurstan College after a wonderful partnership, and Johan Pereira, right-handed batsman, he's out there in the middle as the new batsman for St. Thomas College.
Playing in his second year for the School by the Sea at Mount Lavinia. Heady all-rounder. Made 49 in the 3-day game too. So Shalin Dimel and Johan Pereira will probably maintain a healthy rate of scoring without taking too many risks.
Yes.
They bat for 15 overs. St. Thomas's will be in a very strong position.
Yes, that's got to be the plan between these two batsmen at the moment, because they are well in under control. Yes, they lost 2 wickets, but they got the runs that they need at the moment. 96 runs in 18.3 overs.
About that Ravindra De Silva incident, after making that double 100 against Nalanda, it was compulsory that he attended Sri Lanka schools practices. He was injured, hit on his elbow by a fast bowler, a net bowler. Unfortunately, he has to sit out. Bit of concern because he's one of the main batters for St. Thomas's. They have a very important one-day final against Richmond at Galle next Tuesday. Wonder whether there's ample time for him to recover.
Shalin Dimel, he's on 52 of 54 deliveries going and run a ball. He's been the key, or he's going to be the key for St. Thomas College if they want to go for a big total. So far, he picked up the wicket of Ryan Fernando.
This is Ravindra De Silva. Fresher, hopefully. He will be fit for the game in Galle. Yeah, he had made that wonderful double 100, and then Sri Lanka schools practices preparing for the tour with Pakistan under 19. Nice. Quality bowling from Ayush Harshana.
She has 19 overs completed. St. Thomas College 97 for the loss of 2 wickets. So 19 overs completed. Shalin Dimel and Johan out there in the middle for St. Thomas College. Lost 2 wickets. The first wicket fell down when the score was at 8. The captain Sitra Hapuhin was dismissed. He had a pretty good positive start. Struck the 2 boundaries, but then trying the same shot, one too many.
36 runs of the first 5 overs, then 33 of the next 5 overs. But the third 5-over spell brought them only 17 runs without losing a wicket. So into the last 5 overs, the fourth 5-over spell, they've added just 11 runs so far, having lost the wicket of Ryan Fernando. So Thurstan holding St. Thomas's back over the last 10 overs.
Yes, I think the main reason behind that is the spinnies coming into action for Thurstan College. Been able to take the control of this match, as you mentioned, in the last 9 overs. Restricted St. Thomas College runs. There is almost just 5 runs per over. For the 10th over, it was almost 6.5 runs per over, so they got the wicket and they restricted these St. Thomas College batsmen as well.
Johan Pereira is a slow starter, so Thurstan will probably bowl another 4-5 overs tight. That will help them going into the halfway mark.
So far this over from Shalaka has been pretty accurate. He's bowling his 5th over, none for 13. Once again wide outside the off stump. Johan just being sensible, leaving that ball away.
The bonus spell from Shalaka Bandara serves Thurstan very well at this stage of the game.
Short pitch delivery from Shalaka. And is he gone? Yes, he's gone. The finger goes up. And is the 3rd wicket down for St. Thomas College. And pretty attacking fielding from Thurstan College. Got them the breakthrough that they needed.
So that was very good smart work by the Thurstan captain, but not so smart from Shalin Dimel. Just look at this, off the back foot, Pereira forced it straight to the fielder. Shalin was down the track. Very good recovery, very good thinking on the part of Shalaka Bandara.
It's a very good reflexes from both the fielder and the bowlers. So Shalin Dimel, after a wonderful innings, he's gone for 52 or 56 deliveries, and St. Thomas College, they just lost their 3rd wicket. So Thurstan College is striking back. It was attacking bowling and attacking fielding as well, just to align with it.
Tight bowling resulted in this. See, Dimel was halfway down the track and had to turn back and return difficult. Very good thinking on the part of Sandro Dias. Clean pickup. Was not in a hurry to throw it to the bowler. Was not right behind the wicket though, but he had the presence of mind to break the stumps after a safe collection. The safe collection was the key there, and it was good. This man has been in prolific form. 2 day, 1 day, never mind. Umayanga Suarez has earned a promotion in the batting order too, especially without Ranidu De Silva in the lineup. His last innings was a monumental 150. With Ranidu, he had a 300 plus partnership against Nalanda in the 2 day semi-final.
Well, yes, he's the man for Thurstan College. If they want to get into this match, or to get into the driving seat, then he's the man to attack for Thurstan College. So 20 overs completed, and St. Thomas College, they're 97 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Momentarily the momentum has slowly swung towards the Thurstanites. 2 quick wickets in quick succession, for that matter. They've lost the wicket of the in-form batsman Shalin Dimel, and prior to that it was Ryan Fernando. Shalin Dimel, a very costly wicket, Ricky.
Yes, sir, certainly a big mix-up. The set batsman getting run out is very unfortunate. He looks in excellent touch. And 2 quick wickets, Harun, the 2 set batsmen are out, and that is certainly going to set back St. Thomas's at least for a few overs, because these 2 players will take some time to get in.
Yes, I thought the Thomians had their noses in front before they lost those 2 wickets, but I think the momentum has now slowly swung towards Thursdanites, because I think they've put enough pressure. The 2 bowlers from both ends, the off spinner and Aish, the left arm, the seasoned campaigner, they've kept it very tight. They've made run scoring that much more difficult for the 2 Thomian batsmen.
Yes, both Aish and Bandara, Shalika Bandara have bowled really well. And they have adjusted well. They have bowled the right lines, they have bowled the right pace, and certainly put on the breaks. At one time, St. Thomas's were around 6.8 runs per over, but now it has dropped down to 4.81. And remember that Sandro Das has still not bowled. He's their main bowler, the Thurstan captain.
Yes, the strike bowler for the Thurstanites. Their skipper Sandro Das is yet to bowl. So I think he's managing his players pretty well. He's bowling them in shorter spells. The off spinner has got a longer go. Nevertheless, they have done well to come back into this game. At one point, we just saw the game drifting away. They were just going about very freely. Shalin Demel really looked fantastic today. The stroke play was quite amazing.
Yes, to inform batsmen once again, Umayanga Suarez, of course, we have known what he's done since that big match. Has just continued piling on the runs, half centuries, 100 in the last game as well. He's in excellent form, the left hand. And Johan Pereira, he's got into the 40s. Even in the last game, went to make on 42 and got out. And he'll be hoping that he can make a half century here today.
Yes, Johan Pereira has been on the slower side, I must say. He consumes a lot of balls to get his runs. Umayanga Suarez on that hand is very free flowing and knows how to score the runs on a fast, in a very swift manner. So I think they easily cross over for a single, and Umayanga Suarez gets off the mark. So 2 new batsmen, Raki. It's going to be very difficult actually to go on the same momentum that they were going onwards.
Yes, and also we have to remember that today Ravindra De Silva is not playing in this 11. So St. Thomas's batting is slightly thinner as well, Harun, because he's been in excellent form. They have Gavin Boteju. He's a wicketkeeper as well, wicketkeeper batsman, I have been told. So he's just playing his second or third game for the first 11 this season.
Yes, a very important phase of play for the Thomians. They can't afford to lose themselves from this point. Yes, 2 wickets have gone down, so they're pretty much in a rebuilding phase. They have to look to weather the storm. These 2 bowlers are bowling well, so respecting the bowlers, playing the ball on its minute, but ensuring that they're there until the 25th to the 30th over. Get the eye in and keep the scoreboard ticking with the singles. So there's some pretty smart batting by Pereira, finding that gap. This is what, as I just mentioned, they'll have to rotate the strike. That brings the end of the 21st over. St. Thomas's 99 for 3 wickets.
සතුට බෙදන නම ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම සනසුම දෙන නම එය සිංහ නම මිහිර මවන නම පවස නිවන නම සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
99 for 3 St. Thomas's, 21 overs gone. Shalaka Bandara has been bowling quite fantastically. His economy rate speaks volumes of what he's done. And once again, good piece of running by Johan Pereira. I think they understand what they have to do. As I mentioned earlier, the rebuilding phase. They've got to the 100 run mark.
Yes, 21 overs, 100 runs. They'll be fairly satisfied. Just a touch below 5 runs per over. They'll be targeting at least 250, 30 overs almost remain in Harun. If they go at 5 runs per over, they'll probably get to around the 250 mark. Maybe that's what they need. They'll be looking at earlier on. I thought 300 was easily on the cards. But now with 3 wickets down, certainly 250 will be a very good score if St. Thomas's can get there.
Oh, ball taking the inside edge on that occasion. Not very comprehensive. Yes, I think any target between 250 to 275 is very competitive at this level, especially considering the fact that they are playing at the under 19 level. Very new to white ball cricket. Most of them actually play a lot of two-day cricket. So adaptability is another thing that has to that will be questioned here. So 250 to 275 is something that something that the Thomians can be happy with.
Yes, and St. Thomas's have a very good batting lineup, bowling lineup as well. Strong bowling lineup, spin and pace. So certainly they can defend that sort of a total. But Thurstan are very competitive. All you need is one or two players to get going, and things can change.
Yes, Shalaka Bandara making some adjustments to the field, knowing that Johan is looking to sort of place the ball to that vacant offside field. He's brought the sweeper cover in. Once again, fantastic piece of fielding. The pressure is on. The pressure is really on the Thomians. The runs is not coming thick and dry as it was.
Yes, certainly it has slowed down in the last 4 to 5 overs. I really like the way Shalaka Bandara is bowled, especially the pace is bowled. You know, he's not trying to bowl too fast to make it easier for the batsman. He's bowled a good line in particular, and he's bowled a very good pace, so it has not been easy either for Shalin Dimel, who was the set batsman out there, or these two batsmen to really get under him and hit him over the top.
Oh, there again, mixing up his pace beautifully. Not getting a lot of turn. He understands the fact that he's not getting a lot of turn because with there's a tinge of grass cover there. But then again, he's smart and he's mixed his pace very well, and he's bowling he's bowling on a length which is pretty difficult to get away with. Oh, very cheeky, and Johan gets that ball past the diving short third fielder and gets a boundary. So a pressure releasing shot.
Yes, was it intentional? Maybe it was intentional, but did he get it into the place he was looking for? Did he get an outside edge there? We'll have to take a look at that. But a welcome boundary for Johan Pereira. Yes, played it very late, isn't it, Harun?
Very smart shot, knowing the fact that there wasn't a slip fieldsman in place. That was a very fine shot. I think that was intentional, purely intentional, Ricky.
Probably the fielder, if he chased behind that, might have been able to cut it off. He tried to dive across and cut it off. Just could not get a hand at it, but probably if he chased it down, might have restricted the batsman to 2 runs. But that's a welcome boundary for Johan Pereira to get going.
Yes, the Thomians have got 12 boundaries and 4 sixes in this innings, which is a decent conversion, decent rate in terms of boundaries, and a poor or sloppy bit of work there by the short extra cover fielder, giving the batsman some room to easily cross over for a single, bringing the end of the 22nd over. St. Thomas 106 for 3.
Unanimous decision.
As we speak, there's a bowling change from the college end. It's going to be the skipper, Sandro Dias. So he's taken off Ayush Bandara, who had a fantastic spell and pretty smartly brought himself on. So I think he would want to keep Ayush to hold him to bowl in the latter part of the innings.
Yes, and also I think Harun, the heat, the conditions, it's so hot out there. Probably using his bowlers in 3-4 over spells to give them some rest as well. That is very, very important to keep all players fit and all players concentrating really hard. So this is a good change. Now he's a very good bowler, Sandro Dias. I've seen him over the last couple of years. He's picked up wickets at will, especially in the 2-day format. And he bowled well in the Thurstan Isipatana 1-day game as well. So he's led Thurstan to this semi-final. And I'm sure he'll be wanting to make an impression.
Yes, started off very well, bang on target, and the next ball is hit hard to the surface, which goes over Sandro's head. So the easy single for Johan. Johan is slowly but steadily finding his feet. He's got on to 9 of 16 deliveries. Umayanga yet to show his prowess. saw the stats where he had got 150 runs in the last game. So must be a guy full of confidence, but also a little bit tired.
Yes, sir, definitely. I think he sure is. The weather can get to you. Not easy.
Oh, it's
Oh,
another
another
mix-up, and he's gone.
He's gone by a long way.
Johan Pereira, I must say, is very poor between running between the wickets.
What really happened there? Suarez even doesn't look at his partner. Now this is unbelievable. A batsman who is in tremendous form, who has got 150 in the last game, is being run out here.
Two wickets in similar fashion. This is uncalled for from the Thomians.
Was there a single in it, Harun? We'll take a look. Suarez will have to take a look from the start. He was out by a long way. That was clearly out.
Had we got a side-on frame, he wouldn't have been in the picture.
Yeah, we would like to see that shot again if Rohanta, who is, can give us another replay of that coming up. But this is a big loss. Suarez is run out for 2. St. Thomas's are in a spot of bother at the moment with 4 wickets down.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
This is what pressure can do to you, Ricky. I think a good spell of bowling from the Thurstanites over the last 3 to 4 overs. They put the pressure, this odd boundary, but then again they have really pegged the scoring rates of the Thomians, and that has brought about 3 quick wickets.
And the fielding has been very sharp, Harun. They have been on the ball. Their ground field has been really good. Now this is Gavin Boteju, the right-hander. He's come into this game as he's a wicket keeper as well. Played a lot of second 11 cricket, but he'll be a bit tentative early on. He'll be nervous out there. He's not played much of a first 11 cricket, just the second or third game for St. Thomas's. Replacing Ravindra De Silva is out with injury now. That's big boots for him to fill a double centurion in the last game.
Most certainly, very big boots to fill, and Gavin Boteju is really exposed here. Not much of experience, as you said, so a lot of nerves, I'm sure, plenty of butterflies in his tummy as he comes on to bat in this very crucial game and a very crucial position that St. Thomas's are in currently at the moment.
Yes, so they badly need a partnership here. I mean, 3 quick wickets.
Johan Pereira has himself to blame in a couple of those wickets. Communication has been very poor. One would imagine that considering the fact that they have played so much within themselves and amongst themselves, communication would be some relatively swifter.
Yes,
but one wonders even whether the pressure has actually got into this Thomian batting unit.
Final ball of this over. Comes down the track using his feet. Pick up a single now to end the over. 23 completed, 109 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Thomians have lost 3 wickets for 11 runs over the span of 5 overs. So very crucial phase of play in this game.
Yes, I think Shalak Bandara in particular has put the brakes on. Ayush Harshan has supported him well, and a very good first over by Sandhu Dias. Now this is an interesting change. Vimara Ranatunga has come back into bowl. Probably they want to get a few overs away from him against the new batsman.
And also the fact that there are two right-handers batting, Ricky. So they've brought in the second left armer. So they have three left-arm spinners: Ayesh Bandara, Binar Rantunga, and Sandro Dias. As the first ball is not a great start, there's ample of room, and Johan Pereira does well to capitalize on it. So they're getting the runs. The runs are slowly but steadily ticking, but the fact that they're losing wickets is a big concern for the Thomians.
2 points here, I think. Now Johan Pereira has to forget what has happened, and now he has to get a big score, because he's the main batsman now from this top order with all the other run scorers gone. He has to ensure that his bats as long as possible, isn't it, Harun? He has to get to a half century, take St. Thomas's step by step to a good score, and he has to try to bat out these 50 overs. That is very important in the context of the game, and the rest have to support him. And when you look at it from the other angle, Thurstan, I think they should try to go for the kill here. They should try to pick up another wicket or two, keep the pressure, because they should know that Gavin is still nervous. He's new into this setup. Johan Pereira will be under pressure because of those two runouts, and they must try to pick up another wicket or two, and then it's down to the all-rounders.
Yeah, you have an interesting point. I was just wondering whether it would have been better for Ayesh to be bowling from the university end. Johan Pereira trying to do something cheeky there, but coming back to that point, yeah, Ayesh would have been a much more penetrative bowler that could have put a lot more pressure on the Thomian batsman.
Very right, Harun. I was thinking the same, because you cannot let the release of the pressure. Now straight away you could see in these first three deliveries, he's bowled a couple of loose deliveries, Bimsara, and you cannot let that pressure go, because another wide. So this is not good bowling at all, because 3-4 runs, just a few singles here and there, that's all St. Thomas's need per over to start rebuilding this innings. And then they have the likes of Kalana Pereira, Delon Pires, and Kishan Munasinghe to follow, and those they can score runs quickly. So St. Thomas's have batting depth, so keeping and building that pressure is very important for Thurstan College.
Yeah, I think the Thurstanites have done well to really bring back the game in their favour, really get the pendulum to swing towards their way. But then again, the tactics that Sandro Dias has used in terms of getting his bowlers around, it could work in favour actually. Bimara probably was bowling to Shalin Demel when he was actually playing very well at that time. Two new batsmen, so he would have thought that this guy could actually have some kind of an impact coming on to bowl at this stage after the Thomians having lost 4 wickets.
Once again with outside the off stump, that's a good shot. Oh, and a misfield. Probably the first real blemish we have seen in the field that has been costly for Thurstan. Got there, did the hard work, but just could not control it, and a welcome boundary again for Johan Pereira. It was hit hard, but should have been stopped.
Another poor delivery from Bimar Ranathunga. Dragged it down short, gave a lot of room for Pereira to get behind and smack that. But as you rightly mentioned, poor bit of fielding there. Oh, just to be fair by him, a bad bounce.
Yes, certainly outfield a bit bouncy. I think it is the pace, Harun, that Bimsara is bowling. You saw Ayesh bowling. I thought he bowled at a better pace, a touch quicker, not too quick, but he really controlled him. And Bimsara, I feel, is bowling very slow. There's lots of time for the batsman to either go back or come down the track.
A much better delivery, much better comeback delivery. Once again, poor bit of fielding there by the batsman, by the fielder at extra cover. Should have stopped that. That's the end of the 24th over. St. Thomas's 117 for 4.
Okay, she's ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Impressive CV. But why do you want to work here?
Is your unlimited package limiting you? Be really unlimited with the largest network. Talk unlimited with more than 13 million Sri Lankans with Dialog. Dialog Blaster Unlimited. A range of daily, weekly and monthly plans. Dial #678# to convert your package or get a new connection. It's always been my dream to be a part of a blue chip company.
Quite a well spread out field for Johan Pereira, so they feel that they don't mind giving the single for him and getting Govindu on strike. So that you don't see a slip. There's no attacking fielders, Ricky. Oh, that is
Yes,
not
I'm a touch surprised actually. I would have thought maybe a slip or somebody close by just to build up that pressure. You know, keep the batsman guessing, isn't it? Not give away those free singles. Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled. Beat him in the flight. He had to adjust quickly. Johan Barrera.
He got an inside edge there. The ball going on with the arm. Sandro Das has not shown signs of spinning the ball in an enormous way. He's been there and there about very tight line and length. That's why he's been hard to get away with.
Yes, so once again we'll take a look at the pace Sandro Das is bowling compared to what Bimsara did. You saw Bimsara bowling it much slower and giving it a bit more, yeah. And on this sort of a wicket, the batsman has a lot of time to rock back and play it into the gaps. But Sandro Das and even Aish Harshan earlier on is not letting the batsman do that. And if the fielders in the ring are really tight, it's very difficult to get the ball into the gaps. Once again, very well bowled. Very well bowled.
Good bowling here by Sandro Das. He's bowling at a very good pace. As I mentioned,
and
not getting a lot of turn, but curtailing the runs. That's what they want.
And another thing I've seen of Sandro Das when we cover these games, he bowls his over very quickly. Harun, you will see running through his overs before we could. Oh, was it an inside edge onto pad? I think it was.
There definitely seemed to be an inside edge, and the keeper did it was quite a fantastic effort to get his glove underneath that.
Certainly, if he got his hand or his glove underneath that, that would have been a fantastic catch. We'll take a look.
Yes, there's definitely an inside edge, but just falling underneath those gloves of the wicketkeeper. It's a good comeback by Sandro Das, ending that over very well. 25 gone, 118 for 4 St. Thomas's.
It's 25 overs completed at the moment. St. Thomas College, 118 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Thurstan College spinners, they've been able to get the full control of this game. That's lofted over that cover region for a boundary. So Johan, he's finding some momentum, which is very ideal for St. Thomas College at the moment. It was a tossed up delivery, a full length delivery. There we go. Good timing and all the way for a boundary. So I have Michael Adams with me. Michael?
Hi, Sada. Well, that was a good shot. I think trying to break the shackles a bit. Because when I was last on commentary, the run rate was more than 6. So now it has come down to 4.85.
Yes, the spinners, they've been able to get control of this game. They're almost just 5 runs per over, just below 5 runs per over, which tells you they got the wickets as well, most importantly. The spinners, they've added the pressure, and with the pressure, it is 2 batsmen, Johan and Gavin. They've been able to provide some resistance, but the previous batsmen, especially Umayanga Suarez and Ryan Fern and Shalin Dimel, were run out, and that's because of the immense amount of pressure that they're having at the moment, because of this attacking bowling from the spinners, Harshana, especially Harshana. Now Bimari is also out there in the middle, performing with the ball. 3 overs, none for 24.
We've got quite a lot of spinners in their attack, about 3 left-arm spinners and our spinners. So, I think the spinners have brought the run rate down.
Sandro Das still he didn't came into the action, he didn't came into the frame. So definitely they got some kind of a plan up with them to when to introduce Sandro Das, captain.
I'm a bit surprised that Bimar is still bowling. He has gone for a bit of runs. Bowling his 3rd over has gone for 28. but still getting him to bowl. You think there's a plan for this, or are they one bowler short or something like that?
Well, they got plenty of bowlers up in their sleeves. I think they're giving one or two more chances for Bimara to prove himself that he's worthy. So 26 overs completed, St. Thomas College, 123 for the loss of 4 wickets.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම.
So as we come back, start of the 27th over. Keeper continuing. Sadhu Dias bowled 2 overs for 4 runs. So he might be looking for a long ball from that end. Johan has moved on to 23 from 29, with Gavin just on 1 from 9 deliveries. I think St. Thomas was a bit unfortunate with that last run out. The man in form, and for me personally also, I think there was a run there, but Johan was ball watching.
Yes, Umangus Waris was the man who got run out. He was a stunning batsman, proven batsman for St. Thomas College throughout this season. Scored 153 against Nalanda College few days back.
Just 2 days back, actually.
So a little bit unfortunate for St. Thomas College. They lost their main man, and in the perspective of Thurstan College, as they will be overly elated about the result that so far they've been achieving in this match.
You can see their dugout there, a bit worried faces, I would say. Well, their main man Ravindra De Silva is also not playing in this game. The guy who got a 200 2 days back.
So after that good partnership between Shalin Dimel and Ryan Fernando, things started to fall apart. The run rate almost down, and they got the wickets, the Thurstonite spinners. And now with Sandro Dias coming into action, it'll be a good test for these two batsmen.
It won't be easy for them to get him away. So I think the best thing is if they can just rotate the strike 3-4 runs in against him, and then look to push from the other end. Because I'm sure they'll be looking at a score of in excess of 225 on this wicket.
Yes, that's what caused them to lose their 2 wickets, those run-outs, because they were trying to get the singles, but with the pressure coming off from the fielders and the bowlers, well, it's punched away for a boundary. One shot like that per over will get them to a very good total. That was
this is what they need to do. Just rotate the strike, and when it's in your zone, just go over the field.
It was wide outside the off stump. The width was offered by the bowler, and just one bounce down to the boundary. Johan seems like he's in a good touch. 28 of just 31 deliveries. He's taken up against Sandro Dias, the captain from Thurstan College. So far 4 sixes and 15 boundaries. So I think most of the sixes came from Shalin Dimel, who was dismissed for 52.
And most of the sixes came in within the first 15 overs. That's end of over number 27, 129 for 4.
So there we go after 27 overs. St. Thomas College 129 for the loss of 4 wickets. Shalin Dimel so far the standout performer, 52 of 56 deliveries, and Ryan Fernando gave him the ideal support, 31 of 52 deliveries, and the 2 batsmen out there in the middle, Johan Pereira and Gavin Botejo hanging out there in the middle. A wide signal by the umpire. Bimara will continue. Once again, interesting choice coming up for Bimara, as you mentioned. He was gone for plenty in the 2 overs that he bowled, in 3 overs that he bowled for 25 runs.
Well, maybe the captain has some faith in him. Just that going for some runs at the start. He was taken apart by Charlie Demel going over his head for 2 sixes, I think. But this is a decent score at the moment by St. Thomas's, 130 for 4. Even though the run rate has dipped at 4.7, they have big hitters in with Kalna Perra also ready to bat.
Yes, I think the platform is now set for the St. Thomas College tail enders or the middle order.
Now this is poor bowling. You can't be just bowling wides. If the batsman comes out and hits you, that's you have to give credit to the batsman, but you can't be just bowling wides and giving extra deliveries. At the end of the day, you have to bowl that delivery again.
This time a tossed up delivery, but straight into the hands of the fielder. So the partnership is now 24 between Johan and Gavin. Johan, 28 of 32 deliveries, is taking the charge. He's scoring those boundaries. By the other end, Gavin, 2 of 14, playing a sensible innings. Plenty of overs left for St. Thomas College. And for Thurstan College, their bowlers, they've been able to get the control, especially the spinners. And it is important for them to keep up this momentum throughout the rest of the overs. Just 2 runs from this over. Nicely bowled once again. Johan, a good comeback from this over. Bowling pretty much straight into the batsman. Johan, he's on 28.
Interestingly, I thought there were 2 wides in this over also there, but
the first ball was also a wide delivery. That was a pretty much close chance, but we'll get a single to end the over. It's 28 overs completed. Now it's 133 for the loss of 4 wickets.
so 29th over to begin with Sandro Dias bowling his 4th over as all 3 overs for 10. No wickets. Keeping it tight from one end.
Yes, Sandro Dias, as always, he's bowling in some good liner lengths, giving no chance for the batsman to free their arms. 3.1 overs done for just 10 runs, so he's building up pressure from one side, and from the other side, Bimara seems to be lacking the confidence up with him to apply the pressure they wanted. Much quicker from Sandro Dias that time. A short pitch delivery, good change of line and length and the pace from Sandro Dias. A good thinking from the captain, a very experienced player, 4th year player for Thurstan College. As the captain, he took his team all the way down to the semi-finals. 1 more hurdle to go and they're on the finals. So winner of this match will meet Richmond College. That's a good save from the fielder. And that was once again a pretty much close chance. But
I think the batsman was saved by the fielder throwing the ball on the bounce and the bounce going up. Sandro Dias had to go well over his head collect it and bring it down. So that took a bit of time, and that
Let's have a
saved
look at that
the
again.
batsman, I would say.
It was a
Now this
punch.
would have been the third run out.
As you were correct, the bounce is the lucky option for the batsman. Wide outside the off stump once again through the fielder, and will be a boundary. So Johan, he's paying the price. He moves up to now 33 of just 38 deliveries. It was wide. Sandro Dias, weak delivery outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump. Plenty of time for the batsman to go for that shot. It just pierced that fielder.
I thought there should have been a better effort by the field on the boundary. If he had put a dive out, may have even stopped a run for the team. So they got the boundary they needed. Now it's just a case of whether they can rotate and get a run or two. There is a no ball there now.
Well, that's a wicket and a no ball. Can you believe the luck?
That's a free hit signal by the umpire.
That was through the gates onto the stumps, and straight away the umpire calls it as a no ball. Wonder what happened at the moment. There we go. No ball, a clear no ball. It was straight into the wicket. So, little bit of a fortunate St. Thomas College Johan. That was a
very good delivery. Osha, the ball coming in with the arm, and then you see the batsman also trying to dance at the wicket before being bowled.
A free hit, and will be down the ground, and with just 2 runs. Good bowling from Sandra Dias once again.
So now they got the 6 runs in that over. It's actually 7 runs now.
But those kind of mistakes will pay you, Thurstan College. That was a good bowl, but it was a no bowl, so all the efforts went in vain.
It was a wicket-taking delivery, apart from the no ball. And now the extra ball. Let's see what is going to happen. That's a dot ball to end over number 29, 140 for 4. So Bimara to continue in his 5th over, none for 28. 30th over of this Tomian innings.
So Thurstan College, beg your pardon, St. Thomas College, they already reserved their positions in the 2-day finals. And Sebastian College and St. Joseph's College will fight each other to reserve their positions in the finals. That's the 2-day encounter. On the bounce, the uneven bounce, and
so this Royal Grounds, this Royal Grounds is going to have a lot of cricket within the next week. The 2-day semi-final and the final is going to be played here.
So Bimara once again will continue. 4.1 overs, none for 29. A decent last over from him. And he needs to continue that because from the other end, Sandro Dias he's bowling some pretty good line and lengths. From this end, Bimara should concentrate on bowling the same exact lines. Things may be different from this end, but it's important to keep up the nerves, to hold their nerves. Full toss and through the gap, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Down in the deep cover region.
Not being able to use that full toss, just gliding it for the single.
Wimbledon seems to be not having the full control of the ball at the moment. We've seen 2 or 3 wides coming into action. And some full tosses as well. He's keeping all the balls much fuller than Sandro Dyer's bowling in those right into that slot where the batsman can go for those lofted shots down the ground or maybe into that offside.
It'd be good if you can just keep bowling to Gavin, because Gavin has faced 18 balls for just 4 runs. Keep bowling a few dot balls to him. The bowling figures might be much better at the end of the day. This is all, you have to think of all this, try and keep the good batsman off strike. There you see.
So, much better way to end the over. So, 30 overs completed. St. Thomas College 142 for the loss of 4 wickets.
අදනම් කතා කරනවා මම.
හායි. සමහර නෙට්වර්ක් අන්ලිමිටඩ් කිව්වට කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇන්ලිමිටඩ්ද? ලක්ෂ 130කට වැඩි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ඩයලොග් පවුලට ලිමිට් නැතුව කතා කරන්න. ඩයලොග් බ්ලාස්ටර් අන්ලිමිටඩ්. රුපියල් 7 සිට දෛනික සති සහ මාසික ප්ලෑන්. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීමට #678# ඩයල් කරන්න.
ඔයත් මූවී එක බලන්න එනවද?
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Lost the wicket of Setara Hapuin, the captain, in the first over after hitting 2 boundaries. Then there was an 88-run partnership. Shalin Dimel run out for 52, quickly followed by Ryan Fernando for 31, playing a rash shot, and then Umayanga Suwaris for 2 run-outs in the space of adding 11 runs to the total in 4 overs. Put St. Thomas under pressure. But Johan Pereira, 36 of just 42 balls, and newcomer Gavin Boteju, 4, have added 35 runs so far for this 5th wicket, giving a little bit of respite for the Thomian batting.
Yes, in terms of the bowling card, you can see the left armers have done a fantastic job, including Shalika Bandara, who is the right arm offie. The card says it itself, they've been very economical. Shalika Bandara, Ayesh and Sandro Dias have barely given anything away. In the last 10 overs or so, they've been able to put the brakes on the Thomian scoring rate. At one point they were going at nearly 6 runs per over, but now it has drastically dropped, and the pressure is on St. Thomas's to rebuild from the platform that was created.
24 runs of the last 5 overs. They'll be a little bit happy bearing on that, but still 20 overs to go. Not that they don't have batting, they have the likes of Kishan Munasinghe. See the boundaries, earlier there were a clutter of boundaries and sixers, especially with Shalin Dimel in, but after that there has been a lot of singles and 2s.
It was an interesting picture there. You can see how all round in terms of the scoring St. Thomas's have been. It's going to be Dias to continue. And Johan Pereira doing the smart thing, He's playing a very pivotal role, I suppose, in both, playing the aggressive stroke as well as rotating the strike. And I think he holds the key if St. Thomas's are to get to 250 or 275, whatever the target they have set.
This is where it's important. Now, Gavin Boteju has played down 19 deliveries for his 4 runs. The experienced captain and vice captain, Sandaru Dias and Ayash Archana, together with Bimar Ranatunga, have worked around his inexperience.
Yes, he's barely been able to get them away, and they've bowled at very tight lines and length. He's not so tall enough, so it's very difficult for him to get the reach, unlike Johan Pereira does. So run scoring has not come far and easy, quick and easy for Botejo, as you can once again see. He seems to be struggling. He seems to be under pressure.
Yes, he really is, and this will probably play a part in what St. Thomas's finally make after 50 overs if they bat that long. No reason why they shouldn't.
Yeah, there's nothing much that Gavin Botejo can do, as Sandro Dias is bowling a fantastic spell from the college end. He's been very economical, as I mentioned earlier, yet to pick up a wicket. But I think he knows and he has his task cut out for this game, and he has a very big role to play. And this time, Gavin Botejo finally is able to rotate the strike and get Johan Pereira to take strike.
Probably he'll be the Thomian wicketkeeper next year. The wicketkeeper batsman has scored over 700 runs in second 11 cricket. But this is a different story altogether.
It's totally different, Haritha. Different ball game. The format is also changed. It's not the standard 2-day format. And a batsman who has the ability to rotate the strike would generally prevail, as that's the end of the 31st overs in Thomas's. 1-4-4 for 4. Bimara to continue from the university end, and he's bowling that line and length, Haritha, where he's targeting the crease, which is the margin for the wide call.
Yeah, obviously under instructions from consultant coach Saman Heva Vitarana. Tamara Aberatna is the Thurstan coach. Very lucky not to have been called wide.
Yeah, the tactic is very clear. No, that's a very good delivery by Bimara. Getting a little bit of turn. Gavin Botejo finding it very hot out there, very tough. Has been advised by the senior batsman, Johan.
The last 2 wickets both run out. Shalin Dimel and Umayanga Suwaris, both left-handers. And against 3 left-arm spinners, it's a huge loss for the Thomians.
Yes, the Thomians only have themselves to blame in terms of putting themselves into that position. You rightly mentioned that they could have taken the game away had those 2 left-handed batsmen been there, and it would have completely taken out the effect.
At least they would have eased the pressure which has been brought upon them.
Yeah.
They could still get to 250 from this position, but they'll have to play extremely well to do that.
Yes, wickets is the key aspect here, Haritha. They'll have to ensure they have wickets in hand, especially coming into that third power play. The last 10 overs, they have the likes of Kalina Pereira, Kishan Munasinghe to really come and turn things around. So this phase of play is very interesting and very important for the Thomians if they are to get to their desired target. Oh, very marginal call there, marginal call. Bimara if you can see our replays, oh yes, that just passes the margin that is there for divide. This time a wild heave, it's up in the air and easily taken by the fielder. Very poor shot by Johan Pereira, and we just spoke about it, Haritha, the importance of not losing a wicket in this phase of play.
Yeah, that pressure was brought upon because Gavin was not playing his part, and still he could have had his say. His 37 of just 46 balls, but this is very good cricket on the part of Sandaru Dias. After conceding a wide, he bowled this good one, played across the line. Comfortable catch, well judged in the end.
Mind you, Haritha, those aren't easy. When they go swirling up in the air, they come in different ways, and you hear different sounds. But that's the end of Johan Pereira. He played a decent innings, I must say, 37 or 46.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
We have the Sri Lanka under-19 cap Kalna Pereira, the star of this year's Royal Thomian. I think a lot would ride on his shoulders, Haritha.
Yes, I would have thought it would have been much better for him to come after the 40th over. But because the left arm spinner is operating, I don't think Dinesh Kumar Singh, the head coach, has any other options.
Correct. I think at this moment it's very difficult for the Thomians to demand a bowling change. And I'm not too disappointed with the fact that they've sent in Kalna Pereira.
That's the 10th wide. So Thurstan will bowl 10 extra deliveries. And in these very harsh conditions, sometimes it could be the difference. So Bimara making it happen.
That's a good comeback over by Bimara. That's 147 for 5 St. Thomas's after 32 overs.
Yeah, good practice session for Gavin Boteju. It's not helping himself at the moment, but the last thing that St. Thomas's wants is for him to throw his wicket away.
Yes, he's batting on a striker of... Oh, that's close. That has to be out. He shuffled across, and that's plumb in front. Gavin Boteju. I think this is a blessing in disguise for the Thomians, Haritha.
This option of bringing him in and promoting him in the batting order has failed miserably for St. Thomas's. Didn't make an impact at all. Gavin Boteju, you must spare a thought for him. Youngster came in at a very tight situation, played right across.
Oh, that would have crashed onto hit middle stump. Wasn't a difficult decision at all for the umpire. And young Gavin Boteju has to make that long walk. He's only got 6 after striking at 28 deliveries at striker of 21. So not the best of starts. A pressure game, a crunch game. One couldn't have expect too much from this young lad. But then again, not the expectations that the Thomians kept on him. Kishan Munasinghe, the new batsman. So two experienced campaigners yet again in the middle, but the fact that they are two new batsmen and it's a totally different game, Haritha, I think they'll have to take some time to rebuild this innings and to ensure St. Thomas is getting to a decent position.
Yeah, second year player Munasinghe.
Very confident start by Munasinghe. As I mentioned earlier, Haritha, I expected Munasinghe to come up before Gavin Bottage because he someone who has played the game at this level.
What Dinesh Kumarasinghe would have probably thought was they were losing wickets. They had lost 3 in a row. So to stem that fall of wickets, this was Bottage who caught from in front.
So interesting to see what's running on the mind of Kalina Pereira. Generally a very strong hitter, uses the long handle to good effect. Not seen him, defending too much. And he's bowled! Kalina Pereira is heading back to the pavilion only after 2 deliveries. He yorked himself there and completely missing that straight delivery, crashing onto middle and off.
I told you I would like to see him come to bat after 40 overs. In line with the stumps, right under his eyes, missed it completely. Well bowled, Sandaru Dias.
Fantastic effort by the captain, Sandaru Dias. As we just mentioned, he was bowling very tight, really pegged down the scoring rates, and Kalina Pereira making the long walk back to the pavilion for 0, facing 2 deliveries. St. Thomas's have lost 7, the 147.
The most experienced batsman comes out, Delon Peris, 4th year player, last year's captain. Now these two will have to rebuild the innings.
Yes, the most experienced player of this team also is playing his 4th year. He's had a very good season as well, mainly with the ball, but he's had a decent outing with the bat too. Didn't impress at the Royal Thomaian, but then again has done his part over the last 4 years as a Thomaian cricketer. So a tough task for St. Thomas's, an uphill task to be honest, with a good 17 overs to go after this. The pendulum has completely swung on the way of Thurstan. The Thurstanites are really pumped up. You can see they've brought in some degree of aggression into their fielding as well, with the last ball to be bowled by Sandaru Dias. Oh, good finish to the over. 2 wickets in that over. 148 for 7 St. Thomas's.
The strategy of bringing in the captain late has worked for Thurstan. So that's a good strategy on the part of Saman Heva Vitarna, the consultant coach, experienced hand, who's been with Thurstan first 11 cricket for a long time. And of course, Tamara Beratna, the head coach.
Thurstanites definitely the happy of the two sides at the moment with 7 wickets down. I'm sure they will want to make inroads to get these 3 as soon as possible. As Munasinghe neatly clips this delivery, I'm sure the batsman would easily cross over for 2 runs.
All they need to do now is bat sensibly. Just look for 4 runs and over, up to maybe 40. 150 up in the 34th.
Yes, 4 runs per over would still take them past 230 runs, Haritha. So that's still a very considerable or very formidable score considering the level that we are playing at under 19s, and defending totals is relatively easier as opposed to chasing. So often we know how teams crumble under pressure, especially when they chase. So St. Thomas's will have to just get themselves composed. play the situation. You know, as I mentioned, lot more overs to go. 16 to be specific after this, to consolidate, get to the third power play, and then think of what they want to do next.
Yeah, in the last outing here at this venue, both of them made runs. Delon made a half century, Kishan made 150. But although it can give you some confidence, all that is in the past. They have to bear the pressure now. And the Thurstan bowling attack is a very experienced one. They've kept the vice captain Ayesh Harshana, and this is a bonus. Bimar Ranatunga is giving them a massive bonus.
Yes, didn't start off well. He gave 13 runs in his first over, but then again he has come back very well to really support the two other bowlers, that is the captain and vice captain. Once again, we know the strategy of Bimar Ranatunga. He's been targeting that corridor, the corridor between the stumps and that wide margin.
Once again, inviting the batsman. Pires missed out on that one.
Yes, much better play from Delon Pires as he gets off the mark on the fifth delivery that he faces.
Yeah, he'll be comfortable to get onto the front foot. He's relatively tall, so he could get close to the ball very easily on the front foot. Watch out for Munasinghe. He is very strong square of the wicket.
Oh, beautiful shot by Munasinghe. You just said it, Haritha. You just said it, that he's very strong square of the wicket, and that ball was beautifully placed between that point and cover point fielder for 4. 34 overs gone. St. Thomas's 156 for 7. See the replay there. Rock back. Got himself beautifully positioned and stroked it between that gap for 4.
The fresher was bowling and it was expected.
Sandro Dash to continue. Oh, thought that he actually was a bit sloppy there, but there was decent cover up by the short extra fielder. So you think Sandro might bowl out, Haritha?
I think he will bowl his 10 overs together. He's picking up wickets and he's keeping the batsman quiet.
Once again, a flatter delivery, but once again, good sense of aggression shown in the field. The Thurstanites have really picked up on their fielding, especially with the wickets tumbling. It has only brought in much more
after
momentum.
the 39-run stand, St. Thomas's have lost their last 3 wickets for the addition of just 2 runs in 2 overs. Now the recovery once again.
It's an interesting stat you mentioned, Harit, because what I sense is they have lost wicket in clusters, because initially they lost 3 wickets
for the addition
11 runs.
11 runs.
11 runs, and there again you see that they've lost 3 wickets for just 2 runs. So the wickets have fallen in clusters. So it shows that how 1 wicket has resulted in others falling.
After a long time, their lower order has been exposed.
They are very fresh. Not got much of batting over the last 3 innings that they have played.
No. But the good thing is one of those batsmen is still at the wicket, at the non-striker's end.
Yes, the latest sensation was Ravindra De Silva and Umayanga Suarez with a 300+ run partnership at SSC to beat Nalanda.
I think the loss of Umayanga Suarez hurt St. Thomas's more than the wicket, the psychological part of it, the pressure that was brought in.
Very smart batting there by Delon Pires as he turns that to the vacant region. 1 run, 157 for 7 St. Thomas's.
So as we come back in the 36th over to begin, 157 for 7. So St. Thomas is losing their way here. Couple of wickets going down quickly. And welcome Ricky, my good friend.
Yes, sir, Michael, it's been a bit of a struggle. And we have to give credit to Thurstan College though. They have bowled really well. Their three left-arm spinners in particular has been very impressive. Bimsara has been the most expensive, but Ayesh Harshan and Sandru Dias, the captain, have bowled brilliantly. They put the brakes on St. Thomas's, frustrated them, made them play a few rash strokes, picked up wickets. And at the moment, Thurstan are in control.
Well, definitely. Ricky, last time both of us were on air, we were talking about a 300 run total.
Yes, and 300 seems far off now, but St. Thomas's, we thought probably we might get to a 250, but even that seems far off now, and they need these two to bat right till the end, because the next two are not recognized batsmen, Shamilka Vikramatilaka and Shannon Fernando, the two bowlers. So these two are the only hope for St. Thomas's to get them even over that 200 run mark. I feel that St. Thomas's missed a trick when they lost 3 quick wickets and they were 4 down. They sent in Gavin Boteju, the inexperienced fresher, into bat. I would have preferred to see Delon Pires bat at that position, because after losing 3 wickets, Michael, you needed a partnership. You needed 2 batsmen who could just bat on, just rotate the strike, push the singles and bat on till the 40th over. So then you can have the likes of Kishan Munasinghe and Kalana Pereira coming after the 40th over and looking for quick runs. So Delon Pires would have been the ideal foil. Now they went in with Gavin Boteju and that didn't work. He's faced almost 28 deliveries for his 7 runs. That really also put additional pressure on Johan Pereira, because Johan Pereira had to look for the runs, and you saw him going across the line and trying to sweep the left arm spinner and getting out. So a few small things, I feel the Thomians missed a trick there, and because of those quick wickets, they had to send Kalana Pereira up the order before the 40th over, and that too has not paid off. So it's now down to these two. They have to do a lot of work here and bat as long as possible.
Yeah, I think you got a point there, Ricky. Well, let's look at this. Going down to extra cover for a single, and that ends over number 36, 160 for 7.
Okay, she's ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Impressive CV, but why do you want to work here?
Is your unlimited package limiting you? Be really unlimited with the largest network. Talk unlimited with more than 13 million Sri Lankans with Dialog. Dialog Blaster Unlimited, a range of daily, weekly and monthly plans. Dial #678# to convert your package or get a new connection. It's always been my dream to be a part of a blue chip company.
So as we come back, 37th over, just getting back to what you were saying, Ricky. Well, look at it from St. Thomas's point. You're bringing in a batsman who has scored heavily in the second 11, right? So if you are not going to get him to go out there and bat at that position, because he was coming in for your most...
Yes, very true. I think he came in for Ravinder De Silva. Right choice. But the situation of the game, I feel, Michael, required something maybe, because I feel sometimes unlike a 2-day game, where you have lots of time. You don't mind, you play even dot balls or maiden overs, there's a pressure. But on a one-day game, what happens is when you see a lot of dot balls going, overs going by, that puts a lot of additional pressure on a youngster and also on the opposition batsman. And it makes the situation a bit tricky. If St. Thomas's were in a good position, Boteju coming out there and batting, maybe if he was batting earlier on with the Suarez or something like that, and especially like you mentioned, Shalin Ravindra De Silva is out with injury. The other set batsman Suarez was run out for a small score. Shalin Dimel, the set batsman, was run out for a small score. So there was a lot of pressure at that time. In the situation of the game, I feel there was a lot of pressure, and I think that pressure also fell on to the shoulders of Boteju, where he could not take it.
Yeah, the only thing I can see is Johan on the other side was the set batsman. There was plenty of overs. If you look at it, still there is
he could have batted a lot more. St. Thomas has needed him. Yes,
responsibility and guided the new guy and said, you give me the strike. Because when you're playing a batsman, Ricky, you have to get him to go out there and face. Because if you need him for the finals as well, he needs to get some runs in the semi-finals.
Yes, good point there, Michael. There is another single. East away on the offside, but credit to Thurstan as well, isn't it, Michael? Sanduru Das, he's been a wonderful servant for Thurstan cricket over the years. I think you would have seen him firsthand in the seasons gone by. He's picked up a lot of wickets. I think almost 100 wickets this season as well. And he came late into the attack. The good thing he did was he had faith in his other bowlers. He wore them up front. He kept himself back. And now he's delivered almost 8 overs, 2 for 24.
Well, I think he has led them pretty decently. Ricky, you have to give some credit to the Thurstan team, the bowlers as well, for bringing it back. If you look at the first 10 to 15 overs, they were going at 6 runs over. And now they have brought it down thanks to the spinners.
Yes, 37 overs completed. It's 163 for 7.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුල් පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Yes, a bowling change. Shalaka Bandara, none for 20 of 6 overs. He's the one who really started putting the brakes on. The off spinner, he bowled really well at that time to Shalin Dimel and Ryan Fernando. They were batting well, they were aggressive, but he bowled impressively. And he's come back into the attack here. I feel that Sandru Dias is holding back Aish Harshana, the other left arm spinner, for the last 10 overs. He has 5 remaining. He's bowled only 5. So he'll bowl in the last 10. And Shalaka Bandara and Sandru Dias may finish off here by the 40th or 42nd over. So Thurstan still have some of their main bowlers with the overs remaining, which is going to be very useful for them coming down to this final 12 overs.
The thing is this, Ricky, at the moment, they will be better off bringing their best bowlers and trying to get the wicket. Because if they can get this a wicket here, they are opening they're exposing the tail of St. Thomas's.
Definitely. Another wicket here, and I have my doubts that St. Thomas's will bat the 50 overs, Michael, because you cannot expect a lot from the other two. Shamilka Vikramatilaka can bat, though he's batting at number 10, but Shannon Fernando, but we saw him at the big bat. Shannon Fernando batted for a long while. Gave a lot of support to Suarez in that game. He was helping us out with the names, identifying the players here today, and he was not looking forward to bat. In fact, he was the way St. Thomas has batted in the last couple of games in the 2 days. He was not looking forward to bat at all, and suddenly said, "I have to go and get dressed. And he said, I will be back.
Well, I'm sure he must be waiting to get a
ball.
You'll never know. These boys like to bat.
Yeah, the bowlers love to bat, and you never know how they'll come good. In the last game, he was bowling in the nets, and he said, I'm not going to get a chance to bowl in the center, so I'll bowl in the nets.
That was the 2-day game you're referring to.
Yes.
Well, now these two guys, I think, should look to bat at least till the 46th over before they can do anything rash.
They have to bat as the longest possible. Take it deep, Michael.
See that they get to that magical 200 first, and then look to push to 225.
Definitely. And both are very capable. Delon Pires has done it before for St. Thomas's over the years. Kishan Munasinghe, remember he got 150 on this ground versus Mahinda College in the quarter-final of the 2-day. He got 150. So he's played here. He scored runs on this venue a few days back, and he knows the surroundings really well. So if he hangs in there for a few hours, I'm very sure that he will play some big hits and take St. Thomas's to that 200-run mark.
Definitely, he must be full of confidence, Ricky. Coming in to the same ground, he got 150.
Yes, St. Thomas's will be playing their 2-day final here as well. So a semi-final and a final here, a quarter-final, a semi-final and a final at this venue at Royal College grounds. So they'll be looking to use all this experience going into that 2-day final. 38 overs completed. It's 169 for 7.
So as we come by 38 overs gone, beginning of the 39th, and we see Aish coming on to bowl, Ricky, like you said.
Yes, Sadhudas has kept his 2 overs back. So Aish Harshana is back into the attack. He's just bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13. He's not given anything away. He's bowled really well. He bowled in a difficult phrase as well, a difficult situation when there was set batsman at the crease, and he's been outstanding.
So looks like they are targeting and trying to get one more wicket here.
So they have approximately, including this over, 11 overs between the spinners. That's Aish Harshana, Sanduru Das and Shalaka Bandar. So out of the 12 to go, they have 11 left between them. And I'm sure they're going to bowl most of it.
Yeah, with the big hitters, most of them back in the pavilion with only Kishan Munasinghe there. They might be looking to go with the spinners.
Yes, the 2 left-arm spinners will certainly operate with the right-handers in the center. So this is a very, very crucial period here for the game. Definitely on top at the moment. Thurstan College, they're controlling things.
Still, St. Thomas was having a healthy run rate of 4.4, Ricky. So
yes, that is because of that start, isn't it, Michael? The positive start that Shalin Dimel and Ryan Fernando gave them.
So well on course to finish past 225 if they go in this same rate. But the thing is, they don't have the batsman to do it.
The point is, will 225 be enough on this wicket? No, it's going to be a very, very tricky. It will be a par score, Michael. 225 will be par. I thought 250 to 270 would have been a safe score. 225 will be par. And Thurstan College, if they can restrict St. Thomas's 225, they will feel we have the chance of chasing this. We have the chance of chasing is the Jayavihan Mahividan. He scored 100 in the last game versus St. Benedict's.
Yeah, he is in good form.
To win that quarter final. He's in very good form. So they will always feel we can chase down this target, and they will be looking to restrict St. Thomas's lower score as possible.
Well, if they can get anything about 200, I think St. Thomas's also will know that it's a fighting chance. Put some pressure on the Thurstanites.
So finally we have a game which is in the balance, and both sides have an opportunity. 39 completed, it's 170 for 7.
So the start of the 40th over. St. Thomas is slowly moving on, 170 for 7 now. Shalaka will continue. Bowling is 8th over, none for 26. Has kept it very tight. There we see Delon Pires working it for a single on the leg side.
Now this is good batting, isn't it? Now this is all what Delon Pires has to do. Just knocking it into the gaps, picking up the singles. 11 of 28, that's a reasonable. And Kishan Munasinghe at the other end going under runner ball. He will score his runs quickly. So these two have to push 3-4 runs per over. Even if they score 4 runs per over from here onwards, they'll get another 40, which will take them to 210. But if both, especially Kishan Munasinghe, bats right till the end, I think they will get much more than that. But they should try to target 40 runs in the last 10 to get them to 210, which is sort of a safe score, isn't it, Michael?
I think from now on, anything about 200, 210, they will take it, Ricky. Just that depending a lot on these two. I'm sure if they bat till these two bat the 50 overs, they'll get more than 210. As we see, getting the gap there, cut straight to the boundary for 4.
Cracking shot with on off outside that off stump. This time Shalaka dragging it too short and slightly quicker. There was the pace for Kishan Munasinghe to work with. There you see the quicker one. And he split the gap to perfection. Point and cover right between them. That's an important boundary for St. Thomas's.
I'm sure you saw that coming with the action. You could have known that it was a faster delivery. So
I'm surprised he tried that out, because Shalaka has bowled at a very good speed. Especially his initial overs, he was bowling really well. It was difficult for the batsman. Oh, top edge. But once again into the gap. This time not controlled by Kishan Munasinghe. Very lucky. Once again bisected the two fielders. Split them in half. And 4 more valuable runs. These are all valuable runs for St. Thomas's.
Interestingly, there are 3 fielders behind the crease on the off in the cover region, but still managing to get that gap.
Quick outfield. Soon as you split the inner field, always runs on offer here. Hard ground, hard surface at the Royal College grounds. These are good runs. Kishan Munasinghe is quickly up to the 20s. Now this is what I said, if he bats there, he will score runs quickly. So it's very, very important that Delon Pires just rotates the strike, give Kishan Munasinghe as much as possible. And these two take it deep.
I think in this situation, Ricky, Delon Pires being here this time is also valuable for St. Thomas's.
Yes, certainly. I think his experience is crucial. Current partnership 31 of 43, Michael. So the runs come quickly. I think experience, no matter where you bat, is always helpful. And he can control the game. Dot ball to end the over. 40 completed. 179 for 7.
Twelve extras, 11 wides, which means there's a lot of bowling. The partnership is blossoming for the 8th wicket. They've added 31 runs, which is very important. And this is where St. Thomas's will have to bat sensibly in this last 10 overs. Make sure that there will be some respectability to the total. But so far, Thurstan have made a tremendous impact. The last batsman dismissed, Kalana Pereira, didn't open his account. Good bowling by Sandaru Dias. He's bowled 8. He has Ayesh Harshana to bowl with him in the last 10 overs. Shalaka Bandara, Bimar Ranatunga both have 2 overs each. So the spinners will probably take control of the situation. See, the experience of these two batsmen paying off for the moment.
Yeah, has really paid off, Haritha. I think as you wanted them to bat 40, they have batted 40. And getting to 240 from here is not a uphill task, to be honest.
Last 5 overs, St. Thomas has made 22 runs without losing a wicket.
A runner ball from here should quite comfortably take them to 240. So I'm sure if these two bat along up until the 50th, they would get much more.
Yeah, Ayesh Harshan, the vice captain, is bowling now. Sandaru Dias will have a little bit of pressure in trying to be very tactful in using his bowlers. Whom to bowl?
So Ayesh Harshan has had a fantastic outing. He's in his 7th over. He's only conceded 15 runs, Haritha.
That's why he was kept for the last. If they can get 30 runs in this last 10 overs, St. Thomas's will be happy.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Fantastic bowling by Ayesh Harshan. I think he's been, off the 3 left-arm spinners, he's been
So what happens now is that the wicket is keeping a little bit low. It's taking a little bit more spin. St. Thomas's have their option 2 with the spinners. Munasingh is one of them. Then Delon Peris and Shannon Fernando.
Yeah, they too will be licking their lips to have a crack at the Thurstan when they come into bat. But before that, they have a task in hand. And the next ball, a fabulous over this from Ayesh Harshan. He's barely giving anything away. Just a single run in the first ball of this over.
The good captaincy on the part of Sandaru Dias to bring in Ayesh Harshan into the last 10 straight away. He knows that a wicket here will put St. Thomas's in all sorts of trouble.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, a 41st over, you wouldn't ever expect anyone to just give a single run. That's 41 overs gone, 180 for 7.
Beautiful stuff. The semi-final of the Division 1 Under-19 Schools Limited Over Championship.
I think Richmond College have already booked a place in the finals. The winners of this would most certainly take Richmond.
That match will be played at the Goal International Stadium next Tuesday. St. Thomas's will be battling to book around. See the cluster of wickets.
I think we spoke about this in the previous stint, how they have lost wicket in clusters. Prior to that, you see a formidable partnership that has been built for that second wicket. And afterwards, a little bit of a phase from the fifth.
Yeah,
for the
39 runs added for the 5th wicket after those 3 wickets.
And you are seeing the next partnership is this, the current one between Kishan Munasingh and Delon. So I think it's been a ding-dong battle, to be honest, between the two schools. In different phases, you had both schools holding some degree of dominance. But currently, St. Thomas seem to have got themselves under control and composed.
After 8 overs, conceding 45 runs, I would have expected Sandaru Dias to bowl at this stage. But probably he's preserving himself should these two batsmen go into the last 5 overs.
The tactic is to clearly bowl out Bimara Ranatunga. Just one more over left after this. He's not done a bad job, to be honest. Pretty decent. Being the weak link of the left-arm trio, he's lived up to the expectations of his team.
Good bowling. He's teasing Munasinghe, who is fairly strong in that area. A lot of advice from the former captain.
He's really giving some technical advice as well. So very interesting to see how Kishan Munasinghe will adapt in terms of what was communicated to him by Dillon.
Yeah, cover the line and play the shot. That's what was imparted.
This gets good bat to it, but there is cover in that deep point region.
Now, if they opt to bowl in that area, other than a slip catch or a tip catch, there's no slip, Munasinghe can survive. What Thurstan need at this stage is wickets, I think.
But I think they have realized, Haritha, that these are the two most experienced batsmen left, and they don't mind actually giving them that space to get the single. And a very cheeky shot there by Pires. He's known for his little dabs and taps. They will easily cross over for 3 runs. Oh, beg your pardon, 2 runs.
Yeah, they are leaking runs at the moment. Partnership is now a very worthy 36 runs.
Good batting here by Dillon Pires. He's really been very busy today at the crease. That's the end of the 42nd over. St. Thomas's 185 for 7. .185 for 7. St. Thomas's with 8 more overs to go will definitely have their eyes on a score of 242.
Majestic Royal College on the background.
Oh yes, there's a lot that I can talk of, Farid, if you want me to go and dig deep into it, but I shall not. We'll stick to the game. Yes, indeed, glorious memories as a Royalist. Sandro Dias has bought himself on from this end.
I think that's a good move. So the captain and vice captain will have 6 overs, so 5 overs to go by. And if these two can survive that, St. Thomas's may have a chance. But it's a good move on the part of Sandro Dias.
And run scoring is not going to be very easy considering how they've been bowling. As you see once again, right on the money, but they cross over for a very quick single. They don't have an option, to be honest, Haritha. They have to be looking to rotate the strike every delivery.
They'll have to be careful. They've already had 2 run-outs, one after the other, that really curtailed the middle order. Oh, that's a bad miss.
But the intentions are very clear by the two Thomian batsmen. These two are very well experienced, Haritha, so I don't think they have any issue in terms of communication. And these two are the batsmen that the Thomians actually would, have their hopes on.
The only issue is that they're up against the best pair of spinners from their opponents.
Once again, there have been plenty of players playing and misses, especially on that particular length.
Yeah, after a couple of boundaries, Munasinghe probably has played and missed about at least 6 times in the last 3 overs.
They're running hard, but no chance of a second run.
Yeah, he can take up the pressure against a formidable opposition called Nomads in a Division 2 inter-club match for Old Thomians Cricket Club. Munasinghe scored a 70 that got St. Thomas's into the final, that Old Thomians Cricket Club into the final.
So I think one thing that would play in favour of St Thomas is the fact that they have played a bit of 50 over cricket, so they would know how to adapt. That's the end of the 43rd over, STC 190 for 7.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
That's a boundary. Delon Pires breaks the shackles by getting a boundary. That came after some time, Haritha. Something very positive for the Thomians. 194 for 7.
See, Ranatuka in his last over, he's gone a little bit expensive. Well struck. Almost a premeditated shot because the ball was being well flighted. But that's Pires' experience. Well done.
Yes, he definitely has had his eyes set up on that big gap between mid-wicket and deep square.
The partnership is now 46.
Oh, this time the ball completely going the other way around. Not where he intended to. The umpire clearly signaling that it went off the leg, so it's a leg bye.
He's trying to target that fine leg area which is unprotected. He's flirting with a little bit of danger if you try to play the ball pitched on middle stump.
But I think he's read the field very well. Delon has played a very mature innings.
You must understand the drift here. Otherwise, you will probably get into trouble.
Yes, as you rightly mentioned, the ball drifts towards the right-handed batsman, especially when you're bowling from the scoreboard or the campus end, because the wind blows across the turf.
3 balls. If they score another boundary, it will hurt the bowler's final figures.
Singles won't do too much harm for the Thurstanites. They wouldn't mind giving the singles. It's the boundaries that they would want to curtail and really control.
The second best partnership for the Thomians in this innings after the 88 between Shalin Fernando and Ryan Fernando. Shalin Dimel rather and Ryan Fernando.
Once again, smart batting by Delon Pires, covering the line, tucking it off his pads. Even though he's got 22 of 38, he's looked a very busy player. So that's very encouraging to see. And from outside, when you actually look at that, you know he has the game under control.
See, he's taken control of this situation. He's guiding young Kishan Munasinghe very well. So well done, Delon Pires. That's the team player you want to be.
So that's the end of a decent spell by Bimara Ranthong. He's bowled 10 overs, taken a solitary wicket for 55, 197 for 7 St Thomas's after 44 overs. That wagon wheel is very clear in terms of the ability of the Thomians to score right around the ground, Haritha. They have not. It doesn't show that they are only one-sided. Very holistic, and they've shown the fact that they can score runs in all parts of the grounds.
Yeah, they cleared the boundary on a few occasions earlier on, with Dimel in particular. Very big.
So the danger man, Aish, has brought himself back on. So he has a good 3 overs to go, or good 2 overs after this. So he'll definitely bowl out.
He'll get that opportunity provided St. Thomas's have these two batsmen. They're on the verge of a 50-run, very important partnership. This could be a match-winning partnership if it could be built up upon.
Delon Peris. Very crucial 6 overs remaining as he plays another cheeky shot. He really is reading the field very well, Delon Peris. And a very good effort by the Thurstan fielder there to run in all the way from cover point and dive and stop that. Those 3 runs give St. Thomas's, or takes St. Thomas's to 200. 200 for 7 in the 45th over.
A very important partnership.
See the replay.
Superb commitment, brilliant stuff.
That's what you want to see. Even at this level, the youngsters really throwing themselves.
That was Bimar after completing his spell of 10 overs. Well done, boy.
A very direct hit, but the batsman was comfortably in, and that results in another additional run as the ball ricocheted off the stumps. So 3 more runs to the score. The momentum once again swinging the Thomians' way as these two batsmen have consolidated well.
Avishka Kaushalya scored a direct hit. After all that brilliance, conceded a run. St. Thomas is lucky. Take a look at this. Good creasing. Good technical work on the part of Kishan Munasinghe.
He was comfortably in, Haritha. Didn't do too much damage, but it did harm the spirits of the Thurstanites with that additional single. Those kind of things can really add on to the frustration, Haritha.
So 6 runs, half the over gone.
He's exposing his stumps. Very brave little shot there as they try to cross over, which they do comfortably. I think it's a matter of running for every delivery from this point onwards.
It just shows the mentality where the mental fact of this game has shifted over to the Thomian batting side. These two players in particular. Munasinghe stifled on his favourite shot.
I think the ball going too quick to the field for them to cross over for a single.
No, it went straight to him.
Yeah.
And good call on the part of Delon Peris. He saw the danger.
Oh, good bowling by Aish. He really has tightened the screws. 45 gone, 204 for 7 St. Thomas's.
.45 overs completed, and St. Thomas College, they got to that 200-run mark that they needed so badly with this healthy partnership between Kishan and Delon. And I got Ricky Sims with me. Ricky?
Yes, Oshanda, the game is well set up now. Final 5 overs coming up. 2 set batsmen. Kishan is on 28, Delon on 27. So 2 set batsmen, 5 overs coming up. It's really set up. St. Thomas's will be looking for at least another 30 runs. Minimum to get them to around 235. Anything more is going to be a bonus from here onwards. And Thurstan will be looking to restrict them as much as possible. They're continuing with the spinners who have been successful. Shalaka Bandara, who is bowled 8 overs into his final 2 overs now.
Is St. Thomas College, I think they'll be overly elated about the situations that they're having at the moment, because they were once 140 odd runs for the loss of 7 wickets. And then this partnership came into action, and they all of a sudden 200.
Yes, certainly these two have batted intelligently. I would say they played some good, smart cricket. Oshanta, you could see they rotated the strike. Anything loose, they put to the boundary. they kept themselves busy, run between the wickets really hard, just work the ball into gaps and not played any rash strokes. So by picking up 4-5 runs and over, they have managed to get into a good position.
Yes, I think Delon took the lead in this partnership, which is ideal because he's the man with lots of experience up with him. So he's giving those ideas and those intentions for Kishan to get on to this match. And I think these two batsmen have done things quite correctly. So we're into the last 4 overs of these matches, as you mentioned.
Yes,
anything
and
about 225.
also I think Thurstan have done really well. They cannot let the game slip away from here. They have to keep fighting, and if they could restrict St. Thomas's to 225, I mentioned this earlier, Thurstan will be happy. They will feel 225 is gettable. Smart cricket. Kishan Munasinghe is in excellent form after that 150 versus Mind the College in the quarter-final in the 2-day game. Walking across his stumps, he knew where the field was and not afraid to play it in the air. Well executed, well thought of, and comes off really well at the end. Important boundary once again.
Yes, Kishan Munasinghe has been out there in the middle for quite a long time now. He has 36 deliveries to get his 33 runs. There we go, Delon Pires. He's giving all those tensions for this Kishan.
Yes, Kishan is the junior player. Delon Pires, the former Thomian captain St. Thomas's last year. So he's been around the blocks, he's been in these situations. And you could see Kishan is scoring the runs, but Delon is telling him what to do, and that's a fantastic cricket. Earlier walked across his stumps and paddled it away. Same ball, similar delivery. This time gives himself some room, opens up the offside field and powerfully struck. No stopping that. 4 more.
Yes, Kishan Munasinghe, wonderful batting once again. As you mentioned, it was wide outside the off stump and just hammered down to that square region. That's good batting. And already 11 runs coming off from this over.
Yes, and look at the partnership, 67 of 79. It has come in a very quick time, and we could even notice the way that partnership has grown. 46 overs completed, 215 for 7.
.46 overs completed now at the moment. St. Thomas College, they're 215 for the loss of 7 wickets with 2 set batsmen out there in the middle. And Aish will continue with 2 more overs left for him. He picked up 1 wicket. 1 wicket for just 22 runs in 8 overs. A decent spell, and he will be needed for the Thurstan College to end his spell in an effective way.
Yes, Aish has been impressive along with Sandro Dias. They have bowled really well, the 2 left-arm spinners in tandem. So he will bowl out, I feel. He'll bowl the 47th here, come back for the 49th. Sandro Dias has 2 overs, 1 over left. So he might bowl one of these overs, and I wonder who will bowl the final one. Interesting to see. You know, the speed is bowled. Harshana is controlled. He's not bowled too fast, not bowled too slow. Made the batsmen work for their runs. No short deliveries, no freebies. Bowled as straight as possible.
Yes, so from these 2 batsmen, with this partnership of 67 runs, that's hammered and through the gap will be a boundary. So Kishan, he's making this scoring pretty much easier for St. Thomas College, and he moves up to 40s in no time.
Fantastic shot once again, giving himself some room and appears in the offside field. What is good to see is that Kishan Munasinghe knows where the gaps are. You could see he saw it early. He knew if I get through the infield, it's 4 runs all the way here at this ground, fast outfield, and he's making maximum use of it. It has been a fantastic innings. This is one of the best innings I have seen so far, Kishan Munasinghe play, and just hope he continues until the 50th over.
He is up until the 15th, 16th overs. It was St. Thomas College who had the upper hand, But then Thurstan College spinners took the control. But right now, once again, it's St. Thomas College batsman tailenders doing the job for the team. Delon Peris and Kishan Munasinghe.
Yes, so we thought maybe 225 will be a good score, but now with the 3 overs remaining after this, seems like St. Thomas's have the opportunity to get to 240, maybe 250, the way Kishan Munasinghe is batting.
2 more balls remaining in this over. Once again gave himself some room. But this time will be straight into the hands of the fielder. Will be just a single.
Yes, I think a better field there this time. Dropping one back. Because Kishan Munasinghe likes to go through that cover region. So Sandhu is quickly reacting.
Last ball of the over coming up. 6 runs from this over from Mahesh. Once again that premeditating from this time from Delon Peris. A single to end the over. So 7 runs from that over. 47 overs completed. St. Thomas College 222 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Yes, double Nelson on the board at the moment, 222 for 7. You could see that even that last shot where Delon Peris batted, just pushed it on the offside, got to the non-strikers end. He will take charge now for this over. He's played a very good hand here. All he needs to do is give the strike back to Kishan Munasinghe, and he knows Munasinghe will get the boundaries. Fantastic effort by both these players. They have played real street smart cricket, I would say, especially Delon Peris, you know. The situation needed this. I thought he would have probably batted higher up the order when St. Thomas has lost quick wickets, because they needed his experience, his intelligence in the centre. Nevertheless, he's coming at number 9 and he still played that same role. It's worked in favour of St. Thomas's at the moment, and that is good to see. The batting depth that St. Thomas's have, I think this has been the key. You know, some of these school cricket sides probably have maybe 7 good batsmen, but the tail enders cannot do much damage with the bat. But St. Thomas's have the likes of Delon Peris batting at number 9, Munasinghe at 8, Kalna Perera today at 7. So it's a long batting lineup, and they are playing without Ravindu De Silva. So they have that batting depth that has been very, very useful. As we see the scorecard, Shalin Dibel 52 of 56 got the start. Ryan Fernando played well, played a very loose shot, gave his wicket away. Johan Pereira was involved in 2 runouts, but hung in there. He too played across the line and was out for 37. Then those 2 quick wickets. Unfortunately, Umayanga Suarez, the most prolific batsman for St. Thomas's in these last couple of weeks, was run out. The spinners have played their part really well. Shalaka Bandara 9 overs for 46. Ayesh Harsha 9 overs for 29. And Sandhu Dias have stood up.
His Bhavanta will continue. 6 overs he bowled in the first for his first spell. Before that, before the spinners took the charge, and now with 3 more overs to go,
it's interesting to see they're gone for pace. Sandhu Dias has 1 over left. I thought probably he will bowl this 48th over. Sandhu Dias, Ayesh Harsha on the 49th, and maybe bring in Bhavanta for the final over. But Bhavanta is one of the experienced players. He played last year as well, second year colorsman. So probably they are opting for a bit of a pace, because Kishan Munasinghe has batted against the spin really well and got a few boundaries.
Yes, a good tactic from the Thurstan College captain to bring up Bhavanta, experienced pacer. That's a cracking shot. That's gone all the way for a 6. It doesn't matter whether it's a spinner or a pacer, because Kishan Munasinghe, he's on the form of his life.
Stand and deliver. It was up to him. Just cleared his left leg, got that room he was looking for, and not afraid to take the aerial route. High and handsome over mid-on and into the boundary, over the boundary for 6 runs. Fantastic batting. Good power hit in there by Kishan Munasinghe, a young lad, and he's really showing what he's capable of.
Yes, this is very good in the perspective of St. Thomas's College. Kishan, he's on 48 of 43 deliveries, the ideal ending for this innings from St. Thomas College, up to 229 with 2 more overs to go, 2.4 overs to go.
5 sixes, 23 fours. That's a lot of runs, Oshanda, which have come from boundaries.
Short pitch really backed away, and will be yet another boundary, and Kishan gets to his half century in quite the style.
Fantastic innings, shots right around the ground. both sides of the wicket. Earlier one pitched up to him, he did for 6. This time the bowler went for the short delivery and Munasinghe was up to it. Just banged it over mid-wicket once again, picked his spot, and 4 runs. I feel that Sandro Dias missed the trick here. I think he should have bowled himself out. He was outstanding. He was good. The captain should have bowled this 48th over without going for Bhavanta and try to control things, try to drag back that run scoring. Probably missed one trick here. And now 2 consecutive boundaries, 6 and a 4, and Bhavanta is straight away under pressure.
Yes.
7 fours, 1 6, a strike rate of 118, Oshada.
Yes, Kishan Munasinghe has been outstanding today, 52 of 44 deliveries, and as you mentioned, Sandro Dias, well, I think he made kind of a mistake bringing up Bhavanta.
Yes, called the one short ball for the over. That was a good one though, good test in delivery. This was a much better bouncer because it was angling into the right hander. He had to sway away, get away from it. It was awkward height. So that's an important dot ball here. Bhavanta has to be on the spot in these next 2 deliveries.
His 11 runs from the first 4 deliveries with 2 more balls to go in this over. And Bhavanta, he's certainly under pressure.
Ah, beautifully bowled. Very, very lucky. Very lucky indeed. Kishan Munasinghe. But that's called a no ball, is it? Oshada?
2 bouncers in an over? Is it a no ball?
Was it a no ball? I saw the umpire making some signals.
Yes, it's a no ball.
Oh, it's a no ball, but that was very well bowled, isn't it? Kishan Munasinghe was in a tangle. He just managed to get his bat in it. It was in an awkward position. But unlucky for Bhavanta, that was the second short delivery. And now it's a no ball, so it's a free hit. Kishan Munasinghe, where is he going to hit this? I'm sure he's picked his spot.
His ideal chance for Kishan to make some big scores here. With 2.2 overs to go, with the free hit up in his sleeves at the moment. So here we go. Just the right man on strike.
Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. That's the end of the over. 48 completed, 233 for the loss of 7 wickets. So Kishan Munasinghe 52 of 47. He's played some very good shots in this innings. Started off slowly, but was very harsh on the off spinner. As soon as he dropped his shot on the left arm spinners and the off spinner, he pierced that offside field really well. Very good with the cut shot. Played some cheeky shots as well, walking across his stumps, and not afraid to go in the air, take the aerial route. He's played some very, very smart and effective cricket. He loves that offside, and threw extra cover inside out, and that was that last over. Big 6, and followed it up with a boundary to get to his half century.
Nice, wonderful batting from Kishan Munasinghe. He's up to 52.
He could be out, run out.
And he's gone.
Yes, as we come back, Delon Pires has to depart. He was out of his crease. Good work by Aishashana, picking it up and knocking the stumps down at the non-striker's end. But very well played by Delon Pires. I think he's played a real crucial innings here for St. Thomas's. A smart innings. He's used all his experience, the former Thomian captain, and he has helped Kishan Munasinghe to play a key role. St. Thomas's 234 for the loss of 8 wickets. We would love to see that run out again. If our producers can give that run out again, that was good work by Aishashana.
So a new batsman in the other end, which is ideal for Thurstan College at the moment, because with 2 set batsmen out there in the middle for these last few overs. That's hammered. but straight into the hands of the field once again.
Yes,
On
they
the
pick up a
bounce.
single. So Shamilka Vikramatilaka is the new batsman. He played the Royal Thomaian the 50-over game as well. He's more into the one-day format, replacing Dulmin Ratnaik, who played the last two-day game. He has to hang in there. His role is always to give the strike back to Kishan Munasinghe.
As that's going to be the key for St. Thomas's College to give the strike back off the edge.
Lucky runs, he won't mind how it comes, long as the runs come for St. Thomas's. Shamilka has picked up 2 more. All he needs is to give it back to Kishan Munasinghe, who will do the run scoring.
Kishan been the man for St. Thomas College in these last few overs. 52 runs of just 47 deliveries. And Shamilka, the new man out there in the middle, 3 of 2 deliveries. A wonderful ball from Mahesh. He's bowling his last over. Wonderful spell of bowling. 1 wicket for just 32 runs. He picked up the wicket of Ryan Fernando. Just 31 runs of 52 deliveries for Ryan. And Aish Harshan got the breakthrough that he needed. And it is important for him to end his bowling spell in a decent manner.
Yes, so across the line, makes a good contact. They'll cut it off, another 2 runs. That's why I was surprised that Sandru Dias didn't bowl the last over, because the left-arm spinners have done a great job. You could see Aish Harshana, he's been difficult to get a hold of it, just 6 runs in this over. So he's managed to control stuff.
So the last ball of this over from Aish Harshana is coming up.
Well bowled, a crucial delivery. It keeps Kishan Munasinghe off strike for the next over. Very well bowled by Aish Harshana. 49 completed, 240 for 8.
So the last over coming up, this St. Thomas innings, 240 for the loss of 8 wickets. They will be overly elated about how things worked out for them. 240 is a pass score in his Royal College grounds. With 1 more over to go, definitely they'll try to get more than 10 runs in this over. And Sandru Dias, as you mentioned, will
He's
bowl
come
the
back.
last over.
He's bowling the last over, his final over. So probably he wanted to bowl the last over. That was his plan.
Well, that was some cheeky shot once again. It was Shamilka trying to play that scoop shot.
Yes, I told that Shamilka Vikramatilaka can bat. Though he's batting at number 10, he's very capable. Maybe he spotted the gap there. He knew there was nobody at short. Fine, I'll try to paddle it away. But Sandru Dias, he's a tricky customer. He bowled it very slow. No pace on the ball at all. And you could see Shamilka could not get any bat onto it.
Once again, hammered down the ground, but will be just 2 runs. Good run in between the wickets. Run in between the wickets has been a very positive set for St. Thomas College.
But that's a crucial miss there. The fielder, a slight mistake, lets the batsman cross over for 2, but it's not the extra run that brings back Kishan Munasinghe to strike. Now that is crucial. What will he do with this next delivery? Oh, well bowled, very well bowled by the captain, well fielded. He's really led from the front smartly today, Sandru Dias. He has 3 more deliveries to go, but this is a very good total by St. Thomas's.
That's once again hammered down the ground, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Will be just a single. Very good over so far from the captain, Sandru Dias. Just 4 runs from it, with 2 more balls to go.
Yes, the last 2 overs have been really good for Thurstan. The 48th over from the fast bowler went for runs. But since then, the 2 left-arm spinners have managed to control things. It has been all singles and 2s at the moment. Again, 3, 4 runs. Oh, they're gone back for the second, isn't it?
Once again, very good run in between the wickets. A quick, very quick, especially Kishan. He's showing no tightness whatsoever.
Yeah, they're taking every run, but I would have thought maybe they would have taken 1 and given Kishan Munasinghe the last ball to face. But they're gone for the second. Shamilka is on strike. Every run counts. Every run is important.
Here we go, the last ball. And Sandra Dice is taking all of his time to bowl this last delivery.
Yes, the over rate has been good as well. You know, they have done a very good job keeping things in time. Thurstan College. Oh, floated up. And that's 4 runs. It's ballooned at the fielder. Shamilka Vikramatilaka gets into double figures with that boundary. 10 of 6. He's played an important hand. Floated up by Sandhu Rudayas that time, that last delivery. I wonder why he did that. He was bowling so well and just away from the fielder. He could not get hand to it. 4 runs to end the innings.
It is not the ideal bowl to bowl for the last delivery of the innings, but nevertheless, St. Thomas College got to that mark, 250 run mark in their 50 overs for the loss of just 8 wickets. And Ricky, I think it's a pretty good score. It's over the past score, and St. Thomas College will be all up on their confidence level will be rise. With
we thought once at one time they'll get 300 in the start, then they fell away. We thought they will not get to even 225, but they ended up at 255. Well played, Kishan Munasinghe. 59 of 52. Shamilka have supported him at the end, but that partnership with Delon Peris was really crucial. We'll take a look. Sitara Hapuina once again, 2 boundaries. He got out. But Shalin Dibel and Ryan Fernando, super partnership for the first wicket. Another half century to Shalin Dibel was unfortunately run out. Ryan Fernando played a poor shot, I thought, after getting to 31. Yuan Pereira tried hard once again, went across the line to Bimara. He was out for 37. Umayanga Suarez, that run out was crucial. And then Gavin Botejo, a fresher, he didn't get going. 6 of 28. That was a crucial period for St. Thomas's. They lost a bit of ground that time. Kalana Pereira came in before Kishan Munasinghe or Delon Peris. He failed to get going. But then that partnership between Delon Peris and Kishan Munasinghe, crucial runs have taken them to 250.
And the bowling lineup from Thurstan College, spinners Bimara Ranatunga and Ayesh Harshan and Sandruda as the captain, bowled pretty well, but they lost the grip in the last few overs. And the pacer Bhavanta Jayasinghe, 7 overs 38 for the loss of 1 wicket. So the first wicket fell down at 8, and then 96 and 97, and then the 4th wicket on 107, and then wickets started to fall in regular intervals.
Yes, then that crucial partnership of 85 runs for the 8th wicket between Delon and Kishan Munasinghe, and also Ryan Fernando and Shalin Dimel put on 84. Those 2 partnerships were really crucial to get St. Thomas's to this 250 run target. Thurstan will be a touch disappointed. They had things in control when they got those 7 wickets. We'll take a look at the highlights. Started off really well. Shalin Dimel and Sitara Hapuin, as always, going for the runs quickly. Looking to take the aerial route. Shalin Dimel in particular, he was in fantastic form. Hit a couple of big sixes and really set the tone with Ryan Fernando for this 250 target. 86 run partnership. He played a good half century. Ryan Fernando too, continuing his good form. He's been in excellent form since that big match where he scored a half century. He's been among the runs. And this was his dismissal. That was a poor shot though. Opened up his thumbs, walked across the line and missed a straight one. But then things started to fall for St. Thomas's. This is the run out of Shalin Dibel. He was caught wandering at the run striker's end. Not a good call by Johan Peris. He continued, though Johan Peris played a few good shots.
Yes, some good ground fieldings. Here we go. That's the run out. Miscommunication. That was Umayanga Suarez who was run out.
That was a big moment in the game. That was a game-changing moment. And at that time, Thurstan were really on top. Johan Pereira played well. He was joined by Gavin Botejo, who could not really get going. But Johan Pereira played some very nice shots until he played this rash shot going across the line, trying to hit Sandhu Rudayas and a top edge, and he was out.
Yes, the spinners took the control of the game in the middle overs. Wickets started to fall down in regular intervals.
Gavin Botejo and Kalana Pereira fell in quick session to the left arm spinners, and then there was Kishan Munasinghe, who was joined by Delon Peris, And these two players batted really well. They played some good shots, intelligent cricket. And what I liked about was the running between the wickets, knocking it into gaps, picking up the ones and twos, rattling the field. You could see Delon Peters just dead bat, pushing and running. And Kishan Munasinghe using all his skill. He played both sides of the wicket really well, knew where the field was. His range of shots were really good. You could see he's very strong on the offside, but equally good on the onside when he matters and when he wants to clear the boundary. It was a fantastic innings by him to end up. And after Delon Peters got a run out, Shamilka Vikramathilaka got 10 runs, the final 4 of the last ball, which can be very, very useful psychologically to get the St. Thomas's to 250. So that's the proceedings here at the Royal College grounds in the semi-final of the Singha Under-19 Limited Over Cricket Tournament. St. Thomas's batting first and made 250, and Thurstan will need 251 for victory when they come out to bat in their allotted 50 overs. We will be back in approximately 30 minutes from now for the Thurstan run chase from the Royal College grounds.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
හයි, අපි කවුරුත් කැමතිනේ අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න. ඉතින් මේ බිග් මැච් සීසන් එකේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන ඔයාට ThePapare.com වෙබ් අඩවියෙන් මගේ අත්සන තියෙන ලෙදර් බෝලයක් මතක සැමරුමක් විදියට තෑගි දෙන්න යන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔයාට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එකේදී ඔයාගේ යාළුවෝ ගන්න ෆොටෝ එකක් #MarchMadness කියන හැෂ්ටැග් එකත් එක්ක ඔයාගේ Facebook එකේ හරි Instagram එකේ හරි පබ්ලිෂ් කරන්න විතරයි.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
හයි අපි කවුරුත් කැමතිනේ අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න. ඉතින් මේ බිග් මැච් සීසන් එකේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන ඔයාට ThePapare.com වෙබ් අඩවියෙන් මගේ අත්සන තියෙන ලෙදර් බෝලයක් මතක සැමරුමක් විදියට තෑගි දෙන්න යන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔයාට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එකේදී ඔයාගේ යාළුවෝ ගන්න ෆොටෝ එකක් #MarchMadness කියන හැෂ්ටැග් එකත් එක්ක ඔයාගේ Facebook එකේ හරි Instagram එකේ හරි පබ්ලිෂ් කරන්න විතරයි.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
හයි අපි කවුරුත් කැමතිනේ අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න. ඉතින් මේ බිග් මැච් සීසන් එකේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන ඔයාට ThePapare.com වෙබ් අඩවියෙන් මගේ අත්සන තියෙන ලෙදර් බෝලයක් මතක සැමරුමක් විදියට තෑගි දෙන්න යන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔයාට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එකේදී ඔයාගේ යාළුවෝ ගන්න ෆොටෝ එකක් #MarchMadness කියන hashtag එකත් එක්ක ඔයාගේ Facebook එකේ හරි Instagram එකේ හරි පබ්ලිෂ් කරන්න විතරයි.
බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
හායි අපි කවුරුත් කැමතිනේ අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න. ඉතින් මේ බිග් මැච් සීසන් එකේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන ඔයාට ThePapare.com වෙබ් අඩවියෙන් මගේ අත්සන තියෙන ලෙදර් බෝලයක් මතක සැමරුමක් විදියට තෑගි දෙන්න යන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔයාට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එකේදී ඔයාගේ යාළුවෝ ගන්න ෆොටෝ එකක් #MarchMadness කියන hashtag එකත් එක්ක ඔයාගේ Facebook එකේ හරි Instagram එකේ හරි පබ්ලිෂ් කරන්න විතරයි.
අද බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
හයි අපි කවුරුත් කැමතිනේ අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න. ඉතින් මේ බිග් මැච් සීසන් එකේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන ඔයාට ThePapare.com වෙබ් අඩවියෙන් මගේ අත්සන තියෙන ලෙදර් බෝලයක් මතක සැමරුමක් විදියට තෑගි දෙන්න යන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔයාට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එකේදී ඔයාගේ යාළුවෝ ගන්න ෆොටෝ එකක් #MarchMadness කියන හැෂ්ටැග් එකත් එක්ක ඔයාගේ Facebook එකේ හරි Instagram එකේ හරි පබ්ලිෂ් කරන්න විතරයි.
First ball from Kalana Pereira. Picked through mid-wicket. Good start for Thurstan. We'll have to do very well as we welcome Harun Mawjood.
Yes, Haritha, thank you very much. It's going to be a very interesting chase for Thurstan. As I mentioned earlier, 250 is a very challenging score. They would rely heavily upon these two batsmen. They are very top-heavy. Not much of batting, to be honest. They don't bat too deep. So a lot of reliance and dependency on Johan Lienege and Jayavihan.
Jayavihan Mahavitana, centurion in the last game, saved them from certain defeat against St. Benedict's. Excellent player.
Oh, that's a very close one. Very clumsy shot by Lienege. No feet movement whatsoever. That was a straight ball. Quite amazing how that missed the leg stump.
Sometimes it happens.
Kalana Pereira bang on target from ball one. Johan Lienege can be a menacing force. I've seen him bat. Really took the Sipatan attack to the cleaners in the one-day game. But this is totally different. You're facing probably Sri Lanka's best schoolboy fast bowler. And the schoolboy fast bowler he can be. He's been taken to the cleaners on that occasion. That's a fantastic shot by Johan Lienege.
This is what I meant. You got to be very careful. Johan Lienege is second-year player. And Kalana Pereira in his third year, the Thomian vice-captain. a good shot. This is a good shot. You must be adventurous in your approach, not reckless in getting to 5 runs and over in the end. If you are thinking the commentators are Ricky Sims and Oshad Bandara, it's not.
I think that's taken the edge and he's gone. What a comeback by Pereira. He's showing his true colors by getting the wicket of Johan Lenege. What a way to reply, Harit, after getting spanked.
Yeah, I mean, dropped it short. We mentioned that you can be adventurous but not reckless. That's exactly what happened with Johan Lenege. Comfortable take for the Tomian captain with the gloves behind the stumps. Kalana Pereira strikes.
First wicket down for the Thurstanites. Johan Lenege just 6 runs in the third ball.
St. Thomas's, after winning the toss and batting, lost a wicket in the first over. Sitara Hapohin, after hitting 2 boundaries. So he is having a hand in the dismissal of the first Thurstan batsman in the first over. Must be a nice feeling for the Tomian captain. Usually does a good job leading the side.
Yes, he's aggressive by nature, Haritha Sitara Hapohin, knowing his tactics and how he did actually play that Royal Tomian. The whole team actually, they really pounce on any opposition given the chance. Avishka Kaushalya, the left-handed batsman, to take strike, but mind you, it was very reckless, as you rightly mentioned, from Johan Lenege to throw away his wicket after having hit Kalana Pereira and really, putting his confidence into a question. All he had to do was just duck underneath that ball and just let it go and sort of, play smart bit of cricket.
Avishka Kaushalya open bowling. He comes in at number 3, pivotal position to anchor the innings, because Jaivihan Mahavitana at the other end is their main hope. But if wickets start tumbling at the other end, even he will feel the pressure. Very harsh weather conditions. You must really appreciate the stamina of these young schoolboys. Some of them are just 16 to play under such pressure.
Oh, that sounded very good off the bat. It's a good start by Avishka Kaushalya, getting good bat to ball. The pace also helping Kalana Pereira. I'm sure a few kilometers faster than many fast bowlers around the school circuit.
Match Commissioner Kamal Indrajit, the Secretary of the Under-19 cricket tournament, Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association, umpires are Tilak Fernando and Sanjeeva Fernando.
Oh, steep bounce, steep delivery there by Kalana Pereira. Asking a few questions in this first over. Had a decent start. That's the end of over number 1. Thurstan 6 for 1.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුල් පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
So interesting tactics by Hapohina. He's brought on Johan Pereira. I was expecting Shamilka to take the ball, the other left arm fastball, but
more experience here. Second year player made a valuable 37. Probably he'll bowl 3, maybe 4 overs.
And someone who does not try to do too much, he bowls within himself, and especially when you start off with an uphill task, he can come into good effect. This time it's cut away, but there's protection in the deep. He's not expressed Johan Pereira, so ample time for the batsman to move his feet and play that stroke.
The battle between two second-year players. Avishka Kaushalya for Thurstan is taking the guard. The scorers today: Chanaka Krishanta for St. Thomas's. The official scorer for Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association is Vishwa Fernando Pulle, and both of them are at the scoreboard. Umesh Anjana is helping us here for the live streaming on papare.com and batsman.com.
Bit too short for my liking, Johan Pereira. He has to be much more fuller if he is to get any kind of assistance off this track. He's using the new ball. It's very important that he makes amends and try and get a breakthrough. Probably another wicket or so for St. Thomas to really sort of get total control of this game, because you can't have your expectations on 2-3 players, Haritha.
Yeah, it should be a support bowling.
That's much better on this occasion, fuller in length. He has protection in the deep.
St. Thomas's have started off on a defensive mode. Otherwise they would have probably had a couple of slips. It's not the case. Consultant coach Saman Hevavitarana would have given explicit instructions to Jayavihan Mahavitana in particular. Head coach Thamara Aberatna having his hands full. They'll have to have a very effective batting lineup to counter this Thomian bowling.
Yeah, we saw how deep the Thomians batted hard. Even after being 7 wickets down, they had two solid batsmen, two experienced batsmen for that matter, to really take them through that.
I think that was a smart move on the part of Dinesh Kumar Singh. He knew he had a gamble. It didn't work with Gavin Botheju in the middle, but it really worked with Delon Peris and Kishan Munasinghe at the death overs.
That was some fine display of batting we witnessed from Kishan Munasinghe and Delon Peris. Very mature knock, and this time gone. That's gone. Johan Pereira has done the trick for St. Thomas's. As we just spoke about it, he definitely has supported Kalna Pereira by getting the second wicket. Very crucial wicket, Haritha.
That's the Jayavihan Mahavitana prize wicket. Very good catch in the deep cover boundary.
What field placement.
See, he played away from his body, didn't use his feet. Hope for the best. It didn't come his way. Very good catch.
That's the end of Jayavihan Mahavitana. He's just got a single run.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Two batsmen already back in the pavilion. Haritha, it's going to be a tough ask for the Thursdanites to really get back, to really give a fight to the Thomians.
Yeah, the two Pereiras picking up wickets from either end. The 2 overs, 2 wickets. That's what the doctor ordered. to stay with the Thurstan backup team, Anuj Karunanayaka. He had a scare in the morning while having fielding practices. He crashed into one of the Singer advertising boards. Luckily, no big damage.
Seems to be in decent shape. A very important partnership on the part of Thurstan College if they are to make any kind of inroads into this game. 250 looks very daunting. It's more of a 350 target now, especially with two of their key batsmen in. Not much can be expected from Thurstan to make a comeback.
First extra. Thurstan bowled almost 2 extra overs because of the excessive wides they conceded. So Anju Karunanayaka pressure, but a good player. Good take by the Thomian captain behind the wickets. Leslie Harishchandra is master in charge for Thurstan. There we've got Atul Senanayaka, assistant principal, looking after the sports matters, and acting principal is Lakshman Das for Thurstan. Thomian Warden is watching the cricket. Reverend Father Mark Bilimoria, co-prefect of games Aruna Shant and Lakmal de Souza. Lakmal, of course, played cricket and rugby for St. Thomas's. Master in charge is Dylan Fox. Assistant coach Dilshan Mendes. Head coach Dinesh Kumarasinghe. A successful one at that.
Oh, the middle stump is uprooted. What a fantastic delivery by Kalna Perera. Bowled 2 deliveries that were short to the ribs. The batsman expecting another short delivery, but he surprised him with a wonderful in-swinging, good length ball to uproot the middle stump. Haritha, just take a look at this. What? Oh, that's a left-armer's dream wicket. Sam Curran recently enjoyed some success in that very manner. Kalna Perera, a rising star in Sri Lanka cricket, has sent back Anju Karunanayaka for 0. Thomians couldn't have asked for a better start. They've taken 3 wickets in no time. It's just the 3rd over that's in progress in the 2nd innings of the 2nd semi-final between St. Thomas's and Thurstan.
This will be a difficult task for Thurstan to survive.
Looking at this replay again, beautiful shape. Kalna Perera getting that ball to swing like a banana and hitting that middle stump right on the money.
Should not be celebrating too early. He did something like that, and we all remember what happened in the Royal Thomian one-day game.
Yes, one wonders whether the Thurstanites do have players of that caliber or someone that can really take the game away from St. Thomas's, considering the position they are in. Oh, there again, fantastic bowling. Kalna Perera very smart up here on that occasion, not getting the ball to move away, bringing that ball back into the left-hander.
See, he was out 2nd ball for a duck, so he wants
to take some revenge.
He wants to make his presence felt. Nimesh Pereira is the new batsman. He is a 2nd-year player. So is Avishka Kaushalya at the non-striker's end.
Delivery is beautifully driven. That gap running hard. They should easily cross over for 2. The batsmen do not, or they decide against the 3rd run. So decent bit of confidence for Nimesh to get out the mark of Kalna Perera. Good bit of teamwork there. Thomian fielders those are little bits and pieces that have improved in the game, Haritha, that is something that is very pivotal in the modern game. Fielding, especially relay throwing, going in packs and...
yeah, after the exit of Delon Pires, Thomians added 16 runs more in less than 12 balls.
Oh, beautiful shape once again. Kalna Pereira is making that ball talk. It's just
Interesting to
so
see.
intimidating.
Sorry.
It's just been so intimidating, Haritha. Throughout the season, I just wonder what other batsmen feel when they come to face him. You know, knowing that a person of Kalna Pereira's stature and caliber will be bowling at you. You know, so many nerves, butterflies.
You know, the only way you could probably counter him is be positive on him. Like that.
Yes, that's come off the bat, and that's 4 runs to the Thurstan score. Thurstan 15 for 3 in the third over.
Years of covering various sports. School cricket has been from the inception for ThePapare.com. They would have been covering when you were playing, Harun?
They pretty much started as I was finishing off my cricketing career at college. So didn't get too much of attention from the ThePapare crew at the time. And it was relatively small before they actually invested heavily on a lot of equipment and infrastructure to take the coverage that it is at that what you see at the current level, Haritha. Previously, it was only online streaming and, you know, relatively low coverage.
This is huge. Easily Sri Lanka's leading sports hub, together with the Sri Lanka Schools stats hub, batsman.com.
Most certainly, this is something very positive that's happened for Sri Lankan sports. The mileage these boys get, Haritha, which is a very plus. It's a big plus point in terms of their personal confidence, the self-respect that they gain, and the respect from the public as well as a whole.
Because it will put a lot of things into perspective. Just not playing a match, it has to be properly organized. It should be decent venue, decent facilities for the players and spectators. All that is visible with live streaming.
Good bowling, good supportive bowling from Johan Pereira. I think that's the role, as you rightly mentioned previously. That is the role he'll have to play. He'll have to keep it there and thereabout, not give too much of room. You know, peck the batsman, slow down the scoring rate as much as possible, and let the other bowler or the strike bowler do the talking and get the wickets from the other end.
I wonder whether he would bowl 5 or 7 overs on the trot. Kalana Pereira.
Looking at how things have gone, or how things are going, if he's not actually licking away too many runs, they might continue with him just to keep things tight and let Kalana really take the attack on these Thursday nights. To get a couple of more wickets, to really push them out of the
against a weaker opposition. I saw him pick up 8 wickets. Against a much stronger opposition, he took 7 in a row. Now the Thomian captain coming to the wicket will add a lot more muscle to the bowler. That will keep the batsman rooted in his crease.
Yes, that much more confidence for Johan Pereira just to bowl the ball up, knowing very well that there's no chance of the batsman coming out of his crease.
St. Thomas is on the defensive. There's no slip now. They'll probably just concentrate on bowling in line with the wickets and let the batsman do the mistake. Just take a look at that. No close in field. Four overs gone. Thurstan 16 for 3 in reply.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
ThePapare to continue from the college end. Avishka once again beautifully placing that between mid-off and extra cover. Valiant attempt once again. The ball is stopped. It's once again a fantastic piece of fielding there. Not too sure exactly who the Thomian fielder was. By the looks of it, it looks like Umayanga Suarez chasing that delivery. Great bit of fielding to save a run for the Thomians.
Suarez doing a lot of running.
Nimesh has shown a bit of confidence. He's driven ThePapare twice now. Seems to be holding a good bat, very straight bat, and we see Umayanga Suarez finding it very difficult. He would have probably injured himself in that attempt to save the boundary.
Suarez needs to be fit.
It's not easy, Haritha. The weather is very, very hot and humid. Energy sapping conditions. I think it's best that the medical team gives some attention to Umayanga Suarez, because mind you, you have a 2
he should actually call for it.
Yeah, they have a 2 days final to be played.
Before that, they have the one-day final.
So the one day will be played before the 2-day final.
2-day final, yeah, because the 2-day semi-final has to be played.
Yeah. So still a lot of cricket for St. Thomas's to go.
Oh yes, a lot.
Considering the fact that they're playing in both types of formats.
That's why Harun, I said that the medical team also plays a very vital role in keeping these boys fit, just as much as the coaching staff. Match is being played at the Royal Grounds at Reed Avenue, Colombo 7.
For those Thurstanites and Thomians passing by, it'll be an interesting game to come and watch, Haritha. We have a decent crowd in, I must say. I saw a few old present and past Thurstanites and Thomians.
One of the reasons why there are not many people is that you got the Dads tournament semi-finals being played. Tomorrow finals will be shown on ThePapare.com.
That's a very interesting tournament, Haritha.
Yeah, I know.
To see the dads taking part.
You're not eligible because of the age. You're not that...
unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's a wide, very wide delivery by ThePapare.
I would like to see him bowl some tight overs, just as a practice now. See, into the third over, going for 17, that's too much.
He's leaked a bit of runs. He's a little bit more than that he would have liked to. But he's more importantly got 2 wickets for the team. And I think wickets is something that the Thomians really rely
because
upon.
They've been hardly tested so far, so it's nice.
This time once again rising delivery.
Intention is good to get onto the back foot and play it to the ground rather than play it in the air.
Proceeding seems to be a bit slow. There's not much of a go into this particular innings from Thurstan. mainly due to the fact that they've lost 3 wickets. And,
I have a feeling he'll bowl 4 overs and stop. He'll probably come and bowl in three spells if he has to complete 10. Not altogether convincing. Pereira gets the single. It was a marvellous recovery. The 88-run partnership for the second wicket and the 86-run partnership for the 9th wicket.
I thought that was the #1 partnership that really helped St. Thomas's to get to 250. The partnership between Kishan Munasinghe and Delon Peer is really lifting the spirits of the Thomians, which at one point they were down and out.
Vikramatilaka is a safe fielder. They wouldn't take a chance with him. First 5 overs completed. Thurstan are 21 for 3 in reply.
So as we come back, Thurstan 21 for 3 after 5 overs. Johan has 1 for 3 of his 2 overs and Kalana taking 2 wickets. And joining me is my good friend Ricky after a good lunch. He looks sleepy.
Yes, Michael, of course. Good to have a nap if possible, as it's hot, of course, out here.
So you enjoyed your lunch, Ricky?
Definitely. The lunch is always good, our colleague.
That's a boundary there. Short ball pulled along the ground to the boundary.
That's a welcome boundary. Getting back to cricket for Thurstan College. They have struggled a bit here. 3 top order batsmen been dismissed in the first 5 overs. They need to build up a partnership, put some runs on the board. It has not been easy against Kalana Pereira and Johan Pires. They bowled with a bit of pace. Kalana Pereira, of course, has the pace in him. Johan Pereira has bowled in the right areas. He's swung the ball around. The Thomian fielding has been good. And Thurstan, scoreboard pressure. 250 on the board is always not easy, isn't it?
This is the case, Ricky. It's the way you look at it. If you look at 250 and think, trying to get the 250, 30, 40 overs, that's not the way to go. But if you look at it, it's just 5 runs over. And if you can just not lose wickets at the start, I'm sure that is always a gettable total, especially on these grounds.
So you have to take it in short stints, isn't it, Michael? Probably just target the first 10 overs. Maybe take it 10 overs at a time and see where you get there. If you look at it overall, it can be a daunting task, and that is what has happened for Thurstan so far. But that's a good hit with outside the off stump, and Nimesh not afraid to go after it. Played it in the air intentionally. And another very, very important boundary.
This is important that they keep the scoreboard moving, Ricky, because they need, even though they have lost 3 wickets, the main thing is to get the scoreboard moving and keep that run rate intact so that you're always within touching distance.
Yes, Nimesh Pereira and Avishka Kaushalya are the two in the centre. The last wicket to fall, that was the Vanju Karunanayaka. So 4 boundaries so far in this innings.
2 coming in this over, Ricky. That's another wide. So now,
yes, he's strayed a bit in this over, bowled both sides of the wicket and has bowled a bit short. So far, he's been very disciplined this afternoon, Johan Pereira.
Consider 9 runs in this over, Ricky.
Yes, probably there might be a bowling change. Maybe Johan Pereira will be taken off. They have a few options in Thomas's. They have Shalin Dimil, can bowl some medium pace, and Vikramatilaka. He's a very good left-arm seamer. Vikramatilaka, we haven't seen him bowl as yet. I'm sure he's going to come in to the attack very soon. This is good batting. He's got the boundary. Now he's got the single. Intelligent batting by Nimesh Pereira. That's all you have to do. I mean, the required run rate would have gone up a touch, but initially it was 5 runs per over. So once you get that boundary in the over, all you have to do is just keep rotating the strike without trying to do too many things.
Well, they have achieved the run rate at the moment, Rick. If you look at this is the 6th over and they've already come to 31. So, that's the main thing. Just keep ticking within touching distance.
You're very right, Michael. They are on par with the required run rate, isn't it? Just that the 3 wickets were crucial. But a good 22-run partnership here of just 21 balls. So they were 9 for 3 at one stage. And these two have fought back hard.
All they need to do is just rotate the strike and not lose any wickets. A good partnership here will also bring them back into the game. So that's end of over number 6, 31 for 3.
හායි ඔන්න හැම අවුරුද්දක වගේම මේ පාරත් බිග් මැච් සීසන් එක පටන් ගන්නවා. කවුරුත් ඉතින් බිග් මැච් එක මිස් කරගන්න කැමති නෑනේ. ඒත් මොන හරි හේතුවක් නිසා ඔයාට මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් ThePapare.com එකෙන් ඔයාට ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක ලයිව් බලන්න පුළුවන් වගේම ෆොටෝස් රිවිව්ස් වගේ දේවලුත් බලා ගන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවා. ඉතින් බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න වෙන්නේ නැති එක ගැන තවත් කරදර වෙන්නේ නැතුව ලංකාවේ වගේම ලෝකේ ඕනෑම තැනක ඉඳන් ThePapare.com වෙබ්සයිට් එකෙන් මැච් එක ලයිව් බලන්න පුළුවන්.
So just a small hold up in play. Batsman getting a small repair job done.
Yes, Kalana Pereira will continue. He's into his 4th over. Not easy bowling in this heat as we see the umpires. Yes, a small repair work, some small repair work to the gloves of the batsman. I'm sure Kalana Pereira will bowl in this short burst. Maybe he'll bowl one here and come back later on. St. Thomas is probably looking for another wicket. Not easy. He's very fit though. Kalana Pereira is very strong, very fit, and always raring to go.
He has been bowling long spells, Ricky. So I don't think he'll want to take a break. He's on a roll, 2 for 18 in just 3 overs.
He won't want to take a break. Definitely sure. He'll want to bowl all these 10 overs on the trot, knowing Kalana Pereira. But I'm sure Sitara Hapuin is much wiser, and he'll need his main fast bowler later on in the innings as well.
Another close call there, Ricky. Just going
almost had his stud. Almost had his stud. Almost dragged it on. Very tentative Avishka Kaushalya. Sort of beaten for pace.
Interestingly, Ricky, I've noticed something. Most of these schoolboys with the name Avishka, you'll always see them as a batsman, mostly. I've not heard of very many main bowlers as Avishka.
Yes,
starting from Avishka Gunawardena played a long time back for the school for Anand.
Yes, there's Avishka Pereira who's playing for Nalanda as well, who's the opening batsman.
Then there's Avishka Fernando playing for Sri Lanka in the one days for St. Sebastian's.
Yes.
There's another Avishka here. Most Avishkas are batsmen.
Isn't it? Yeah, very true. So the run rate is 5.21. They are still going well. Just that wickets column of 3 wickets that has set Thurstan College back. They have fought really hard with the ball. They have to do it with the bat. That will be very wide, very wide. Trying a little bit too hard there, Kalana Pereira. More effort.
I think the main wicket of Javier, the main stay coming off 100, that wicket was very crucial for Thurstan.
Definitely. I think they needed him to play bat long. The Thurstan batting has been probably their weaker side. Their bowling has carried them through. They've been really good. Oh, what was he trying to do there? He was wondering whether to pull, whether to just defend. At the end, in 2 minds. Very, very lucky that didn't go onto the stumps. Nimesh Pereira. We'll take a look at that. There you go. I think initially wanted to pull it.
He almost
Then
played it on.
Yes, then he thought, okay, I'll defend this. And almost played it on. Half-hearted effort is very lucky. The pace of Kalana Pereira is certainly troubling both batsmen.
It looked like he was trying to place it onto his stumps at one time. Another wide.
Another short delivery could be called a wide. Yes, it is. Kalana Pereira going for the quicker one. Quite a long over. 2 wides in this over so far.
Trying to go for extra pace, I think, Ricky. Yeah, that was way over his head, and he's a bit of a shortish batsman. Not very tall.
Oh, he's lost it this time, the ball. Kalana Pereira. Probably a bit slippery. It's quite hot out there. Sweat as well. Probably had to clean his palms a bit.
Tried to change it at the last minute, and that's what happened. Had it in his... Oh no, just...
Yeah.
No, just slipping out.
Slipping out of his fingers. Certainly not easy conditions to bowl at.
Just placed to that extra cover fielder.
That was a foolish delivery. Probably should have got a bit more runs off that one. It was in the slot. Nimesh Pereira missed out there. A very long over indeed. One more to go. Yes, one more delivery to go. Or is it 2 more deliveries to go?
2 deliveries.
Two
There
more,
were 2.
isn't it?
There were 2 wides in it.
So he's running there 7 times already.
Play and a miss.
One. Play and a miss. Very well bowled this time. Nimesh Pereira playing all over it.
Ball going underneath the bat. Slight bit of movement after it pitched. His bowling is 8th ball of this over.
Oh, well bowled once again. Very tentative batting by Nimesh Pereira. 7 overs completed, 36 for 3.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So Johan will continue his 4th over.
He's going to continue into his 4th over. It's interesting. With a touch expensive in the last one. A bit of a misfield. He slipped there, the fielder. They'll pick up a single.
Manages to stop the ball, but not cleanly. Considered a single.
Yes, I think that was Suarez.
not a great deal of pace, Ricky. So the batsman has time just going on the back foot and placing it. Also, you can see the wicket keep up to the stumps. Much better in this over, just keeping it very calm and quiet.
Yes, he's come around the wicket, now changed his angle after he went for a few runs in the last over. Good thinking by Johan Pereira. Not giving the left hander any room at all outside that off stump.
They're again going for a flashy shot. Well, apart from that last over that he bowled, is pretty decent.
Yes,
bowling his fourth over.
Yes, he was a touch too short in the last over. I think that's why he went for runs. He's gone fuller this time. But I thought Avishka missed out an opportunity there. There was width outside the off stump, and he should have put it away for some runs.
Well, if not for that last over, 10 runs, he's still given only 5 runs, Ricky.
Tries the slower delivery. Oh, overthrows. Now the batsman was not ball watching, he was daydreaming there. Avishka.
Well, that was a direct hit.
Yes, he was direct, and he was not watching the ball for them to take that overthrow. You could have seen the batsman Nimesh had to go halfway through to call him through for that single.
Like to see that again.
There you go, he plays it. Oh, he went for the run. Then the direct hit, and he was not interested at all in going for the second. I was wondering what Nimesh was doing there. Look at him. Avishka had to call him, say, go, go. He was wandering out there. Good batting. This is much better. Push and run. They need to keep doing this. Keep rotating the strike. 8 overs completed, 40 for 3.
So 40 for 3 after 8 overs. New bowler coming in, Shannon Fernando. Another medium pacey. No, he goes as a left-arm spinner, sorry. So just after the 8 overs are completed, we see left-arm spin coming on. And I think it's from the correct end,
yes,
because that
our good friend Shannon Fernando into the attack. He's been wanting to bowl for quite a while now. 2 days of cricket, he didn't get to bowl. He's been waiting for this opportunity. He's a very good bowler, especially in this format, because he can tighten up one end. Bowls a lot of dot balls.
It's not easy to score off him.
Not easy to score off him. Keeps probing, bowling good lines, good lengths.
Ricky, you know he's known as SO within the teammates. He's known as SO.
Interesting, isn't it?
Maybe a nickname or a pet name.
Yes, I wonder how he got that.
Or maybe his initials.
Yes, that's his initials, tells us Harith Pereira. Shannon Ovil Fernando.
Ah, right.
So,
that's
SO. Interesting, isn't it?
Another close one.
His younger brother is a part of this team as well, or part of this squad. Leon Fernando played a lot of games in the start of the season as a batsman, but unfortunately didn't get a chance in the big match. Was left out, but he's a part, and we'll see a lot of him in the next year, probably with the bat. Contrasting, isn't it? Your brother is a left-arm bowler, you're a batsman. Probably at home, Leon Fernando did all the batting and Shannon Fernando did all the bowling in the backyard, isn't it?
Maybe. That's how they improve as well. There you see a bad bounce, a misfield. That brings up another boundary.
That's a welcome boundary. Just releases the pressure a bit. They needed that. And Nimesh Pereira taking it from outside off stump. He had to drag it right across the line. Poor fielding though, right through him. Bit of a bad bounce, but you have to stop those. Get your body behind it. Welcome boundary.
On the matting area, he was.
Oh, once again goes across the line, but this time better execution over the fielder's head. Played it intentionally in the air, and he's picked up 2 boundaries. Expensive first over for Shannon Fernando. 9 completed, 49 for 3.
එක දවසක්කා
අද නම් කතා කරනවා මම.
හායි
සමහර නෙට්වර්ක් අන්ලිමිටඩ් කිව්වට කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇන්ලිමිටඩ්ද? ලක්ෂ 130කට වැඩි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ඩයලොග් පවුලට ලිමිට් නැතුව කතා කරන්න. ඩයලොග් බ්ලාස්ටර් අන්ලිමිටඩ් රුපියල් 7 සිට දෛනික සති සහ මාසික ප්ලෑන්. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීමට #678# ඩයල් කරන්න.
ඔයත් මූවී එක බලන්න එනවද?
The two batsmen are having a discussion in the centre. Avishka Kaushalya and Nimesh Pereira. They've got 9 runs off that last over. That was a good hit. This time he had to clear the fielder, did it well.
Feel sorry for that fielder because he had to go right down there to fetch that delivery. Slight delay in the play after that. So it's Yuan to continue. Bowling his 5th over.
Johan Pereira has been steady. He's into his 5th over. So probably this will be his last as well for a while. We might see Vikramathilaka coming to bowl from the opposite end. Maybe Dillon Peavis. We saw the left arm or the spinners overall from Thurstan doing a very good job. Yes, 2 left-handers out there. Maybe they'll have Kishan Munasinghe.
Come in.
Kishan Munasinghe to bowl a few overs. Showing a lot of patience, solid defense. They're on course, yet they're on course with the run rate, so that is good for Thurstan.
Well, sometimes Johan might just continue for another over or two, Ricky, just to keep it going. Get a few overs out of the equation. Run cut powerfully, but very well fielded at point region.
Yes, excellent fielding there at backward point. Width again on offer. Avishka unable to put it into the gap, but very good fielding. Full stretch dive towards his left. Shalin Dimel, I think it was.
Yet another single taken. 50 up for Thurstan. 50 for 3 now. In the 10th over. So still there in the touching distance, Ricky.
Yes, it has been a good fight back by these two After being a 9 for 3, 41-run partnership has been excellent. And they have really done well. Nimesh in particular is look good, but Avishka not far behind. Oh, intentionally played. He'll pick up one more. Just running it down towards the third man. Quite a few parents, family, friends have come to watch this game, or watching the game from the sidelines next to the scoreboard as well.
And some closer to the Reed Avenue grounds, to the road. So the last ball of the 10th over. And that's a dot ball to end that over. 10 overs gone, 51 for 3.
So 10 overs completed, and Thurstan College 51 for the loss of 3 wickets at the moment. The two batsmen Avishka and Nimesh, they're settling down there in the middle. And I got Harun Maujood to discuss with me. Harun?
Yes, Shudha, I think decent recovery by the Thurstanites. They have understood the fact that they have lost 3 wickets, and as a result, proceedings have been a bit slow, but over the last 4-5 overs they have gone about their business pretty decently. I think Avishka seems to be a bit more on the accomplished side, whereas Nimesh has been taking the risk. So I think the message to the Thurstan batsman would be for Avishka to anchor one in and let Nimesh go about his business and try and accumulate as much runs as possible, so that they can give a fight to the Tomi.
Yes, they're chasing a target of 250, and they lost 3 wickets when the score was at 9. But since then, as you mentioned, in the last 4-5 overs, they've been able to accumulate some runs, and they've been doing it in a decent manner. And a bowling change, Kishan. Manas Singh will continue the bowling, right arm off spinner.
So interesting change, Shada. They had Shannon Fernando bowling from this very end. He got hit for 2 boundaries, and that has immediately brought about a change in bowling from the Tomian skipper. Kishan Munasingh has this time bowled short and wide and beautifully cut away by Nimesh. As I rightly mentioned, Nimesh has been given the license to go after the bowling. He's moved very fast to 31. He's scoring more than or faster than a runner ball. As you can see the replay, short, very bad delivery, ample width given by the bowler, and Nimesh making maximum use of it and being rewarded with a boundary.
Is once again Kishan, the bowling change, and in the second ball of this over he's gone for a boundary. It was wide outside the off stump. Easy pickings for Nimesh. He's on 31 of 27 deliveries off the edge, but straight into the hands of the short third man fielder.
That's another element that has surprised me, Oshan, the fact that they haven't utilized an aggressive field setting. There's no slip in place, no fielder catching in the short. So that shows a sense of negativity from the Tomian skipper.
Yes, a few shots have been played by these two batsmen that dragged the fieldsmen back into the 30-yard circle or beyond that. And I guess with those kind of shots implemented by these two batsmen,
yes, there can be a tactic behind the field set by the Tomian skipper. But then again, with the 250 runs and having had Thurstan 3 down for 9 runs, they could have put a bit more pressure on the Thurstan batsmen.
As it was Kalana Pereira and Johan who picked up 3 wickets so far. The pace bowlers was charged, and we expected that from Kalana Pereira to start off with some wickets in the first few overs, and he delivered that.
Nimesh certainly seems to be going about his merry way. He's moved on to 32. He's taken Thurstan to 56, the 3 down in the 11th over.
Unanimous decision. A new world record.
So 11 overs completed now, 56 for the loss of 3 wickets with the partnership of 46 between Avishka and Nimesh. They're building up quite well here. Avishka, he's in 12 of 25 deliveries, playing a sensible innings, and Nimesh 32 of 31, more than runner ball. So a good partnership, and they've identified their roles in this partnership really well. Yeah, Avishka, he's playing sensible. He's keeping his end securely, while the other end, Nimesh, is going after bowling. It's a good tactic, and they got to keep up this momentum up till another 10-15 overs.
You're very right, Oshad. I think the fact that you mentioned that they've identified their roles, that is very clear in terms of how we've seen them going about this innings. Nimesh has been relatively on the tentative side, especially most of his strokes against Kalna Pereira looked a bit half-hearted. He wasn't too sure as to how to go about, especially those short deliveries, whether to cut or pull or duck. Was caught in no man's land on quite a few occasions, but he's looked very much more comfortable against Johan Pereira and the rest. So Kalna Pereira has been a threat, and he's only one bowler, Oshad, and he only has 10 overs in his spell. So if they actually bat a bit smart, they can really give a good fight to the Thomians.
He's talking about Kalna Pereira. He's been a headache for many teams in this season. Good ace for St. Thomas College throughout this season. Picked up wickets, especially in the Battle of Blues as well. A lot to expect from Kalna Pereira, is, as you mentioned, just 10 overs for him. And it'll be interesting to see how St. Thomas College captain Sitara Hapuhin use those 10 overs.
No, a very close chance for a run out. There again, a lapse of communication between the two batsmen. Nimesh running almost more than half of the pitch, but did very well to run back and make his ground.
Let's have a look at that again.
You can see Nimesh has quite easily come more than halfway down the pitch, but Shalin Dimel gave a fantastic throw, but he looked in, I think. Oshad, he looked in. Few seconds here and there could have, few seconds here to be honest, could have had the end of Nimesh.
Yes, once again, as you mentioned, the lack of communication between the two batsmen. We've seen plenty of run-outs today, some chances as well. There we go, that was the incident in the last delivery.
So direct hit would have been business, would have got the Thomian fielder into business. Would have smelled. This time batting a bit more smartly, working those gaps. That's what they've got to do. The ground has immense, a lot of gaps to be honest, and that's how they should be batting. If you consider after the end of this over, they'll have a good 42 overs.
42.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
locked
sorry,
in.
beg your pardon. 38 overs after this over. So
Plenty of overs left, and that's a beautiful shot down the ground. It was a full-length delivery, and picked it up by Nimesh, as you mentioned. Mawjood, Nimesh, he's taking after bowling. It was there to hit, and right over the fielder's head.
yes, we clearly know what his role is. Nimesh is going up with bowling, leaving Avishka to play their anchor role, which is a smart thing that they're doing. They really know their strengths. It's not too big, to be honest. Nimesh, small in stature, but showing a very big heart, holding a very mature head on that shoulder. Has taken Thurstan to a decent position, to be honest, considering that they were 3 for next to nothing. 62 for 3 is something they would take. The fact that they don't have a lot of wickets in hand is the biggest concern for Thurstan if they to give a fight and get to 251, which is the target set by St. Thomas's.
Yes, but Johan, he's bowling brilliantly now, 5.5 overs. There we go, the 50 partnership. Is up 53 or 57 deliveries between Nimesh and Avishka.
Yeah, Nimesh having the significant contribution, or bringing the significant contribution to this particular partnership. He's looked very formidable, very streaky at the start, as I mentioned, but he's found the rest of the bowlers pretty comfortable to face.
Yes, at the moment he's the key for Thurstan College if they're going to make a change in this procedure. So 12 overs completed, Thurstan College 62 for the loss of 3 wickets.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
Kishan Munasinghe to operate from the Royal College main building end. So he definitely played his part when they were batting. That 59 he got was so crucial. It really helped St. Thomas to get a 250. They were down and out at one point, and that partnership, that 89 run partnership between Kishan Munasinghe and Delon Peris, it shifted the momentum drastically towards St. Thomas's, and it helped them end the innings on a high.
Yes, they lost 7 wickets for just 148. But then that partnership that you mentioned between Delon and Kishan changed the whole perspective of this game. Brought them to 250 at the end of their 50 overs, which is a very challengeable total in this venue.
Oh, that's gone. That was a suicidal dismissal. There was no run whatsoever. That was hit straight to the fielder. Just wonder what Avishka was doing. When they follow the wicket, the umpires have called for the drinks trolley, but fantastic bit of fielding by Shamilka Vijayatilaka. He's known to be a live wire on the field. We've seen him displaying some great bit of fielding, even at the Royal Thomin Limited Open encounter.
Frustrations all around for Thurstan College. This was the wicket. Straight into the hands of the fielder.
Oh, there was no chance for a run there. He's not even in the picture. He's not even in the frame. Had we had a side-on view, he was gone for all money. 62 for 4, Thurstan College. Avishka Kaushali losing his wicket for 13.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Yes, as we see the drinks trolley being pushed off the field, Kishan Munasinghe has been involved in the third wicket. The wicket does not fall to him. It was in the form of a run out that we saw at the end of Nimesh. It was a suicidal run, Oshida. There was no run whatsoever. The ball was hit straight to the fielder.
The fielder was so quickly onto that ball. Spot on. So Ranesh Silva is the new batsman out there in the middle. Right-handed batsman for Thurstan College.
He too is a very busy player. I think I've seen a little bit of him, especially in the Thurstan Isipathana one-day encounter. He got a very quick fire, 60. A very busy player on the crease, moves about very well, very swift. As the first ball, he gets an inside edge. It goes towards short fine leg. The batsmen do not run on the misfield.
That's
They
interesting
said
because
golden
there was
rule
a run there.
There was, but the golden rule in cricket is they say never run on a misfield. So probably those were the tips that were given to these young lads from Thurstan. 63 for 4, one more delivery to go to finish the 13th over. Kishan Munasinghe having a decent go with the ball as well after having scored a very important 59 runs to take St. Thomas to 250.
Yes, Kishan Munasinghe. He's been a standout performer so far for Thurstan College, for St. Thomas College, beg your pardon. So 13 overs completed, 64 for the loss of 4 wickets. So 13 overs completed. Now Thurstan College is 64 for the loss of 4 wickets. It's a pretty hot day out there in the middle. It's
I'm sure the wicket is going to do a little bit, as I mentioned in the pitch report, towards the end of the day. The bowlers can, especially the spin bowlers, would come into play. There would be a bit of turn on offer. The wicket also would start to get a bit slow and lower. We did see some signs of it during the first innings when St. Thomas was batting, but it would start to take more effect in terms of those things happening during the second innings when Thurstan is batting. Considering the fact that they are a lot spin heavy also, their spinners will come into play very early on this game.
Yes, Thurstan College, they got the control of this game when they're bowling with the spin bowling. Just after that, spin bowlers came into action. So I think St. Thomas College, they got to follow that same mechanism. Is they got Kalana Pereira with the bowling, with the pace bowling, but with these conditions, they got to use their spinners effectively.
Shannon Fernando is a bowler that any limited over team would like having, because he's someone that can keep one end tight, does not give too much width or room. As you can see, beautiful delivery by Shannon Fernando, does not get too much turn. The ball generally tends to go on with the arm, but he's very tight, nothing loose. Was one of the key bowlers for St. Thomas's in the Royal Tournament encounter, as this ball also a bit way, but he's not been able to find his line. The length seems to be okay. It's a very probing length, but the line has been the issue for Shannon Fernando. On his day, he's very difficult to get away, mind you. There again.
Nicely bowled. Just keeping it low from wide outside the off stump. This good tactic by Shannon. He's gone for 2 wides, but it's coming very effectively. So 1.3 overs, none for 11. This time the batsman will cross the ends for a single.
He's not the conventional type of left-arm spinner who generally goes tall, gets tall, and releases the ball at a very high end point and gets that flight, loop, and all those nice things. He's someone who bowls it very flat and looks to curtail the runs, which just helps St. Thomas's in a very big way. Because once the runs dry up from one end, the batsmen tend to look for runs from the other. The tendency of relaxing, losing concentration is very high, especially when you put a lot of pressure in this manner.
Yes, once again, as you were telling, Shannon Fernando, the previous delivery was right on the spot. Just 2 runs from this over, 1 run coming off from wide delivery. And a nice way to end another decent over from Shannon Fernando. So 14 overs completed. Thurstan College 67 for the loss of 4 wickets. Avishka, 15 of 35 deliveries. He lost his partner few overs back, and Ranesh is the new batsman out there in the middle. And now it's the spinners controlling this Thurstan College innings. Kishan Munasinghe, and from the other end, Shannon Fernando. Once again, hammered down. Will be just a single though.
He's been on the shorter side, Kishan Munasinghe, though he has given air. The batsmen have had ample time to get back on the back foot and play those cross-batted shots. Ideally, he would want to get the batsman playing forward, inviting the batsman to drive, to get those close-in fielders into action.
Nicely bowled from Kishan. He's been spot on in this short spell of his, just 2.3 overs. 8 runs conceded, so he's been pretty disciplined with his line and length so far. Nicely bowled once again off the edge this time.
He's indeed a utility player, a guy who can bat at any position. He can come in, really put the brakes on the scoring. The way he's bowling now, it's not very easy to go after. With the wicket of Nimesh, we've really seen the scoring rate gone down for Thurstan. And with these two spinners bowling, the over rate also has picked up. They're bowling it very fast, which is something positive that can work on the fielding side.
Just 1 run from this over, and we will remain as 1. So 15 overs completed at Thurstan College, 69 for the last 4 wickets.
So as we come back, Shannon continuing, as we welcome Haritha to the commentary box. Good afternoon, Haritha.
Good afternoon, Michael.
So
bad miss.
68 for 4. A small recovery there from 9 for 3. Unfortunate run out after good partnership.
Take a look at this. Kaushalya played it, and then brilliant effort. Not good enough. We don't have a Thomian substitute, so we can't identify these players. Sorry about that.
Shalin. Shannon going for a few runs in his first over. Haritha went for about 10 runs in that first over of his.
Yeah, watch out for the right hand. Ranesh Silva made a brilliant 100 in the big match.
He's the wicket keeper of the side. So 73 for 4 at the moment in the 16th over.
Despite being a fresher, he's had tremendous impact on the team. St. Thomas's will need to pick up wickets to keep Thurstan at bay, because their rate of scoring is good despite the 4 wickets lost.
Yeah, definitely they have been keeping up to that 5-run mark, just falling below the 5-run mark at the moment.
$16 gone, 74 for 4 Thurstan in reply. softball tournament in the background. Some old royalists, present royalists may be involved. Yeah, there was a steady partnership for the fourth wicket. You can see Kalana Pereira and Johan Pereira shared the wickets. The last wicket was a run out. That was the fourth wicket for Thurstan and the fourth run out of the match.
Incidentally, Haritha, look at Kalana's figures. He's gone for 5.5. So being a bit expensive as well.
Yeah, he bowled a few wides too. But it was important, the couple of wickets that he took that pegged Thurstan back. Johan Pereira chipped in with the important wicket of Jayavihan Mahavithana, caught at the cover boundary.
I think that was a big wicket for St. Thomas's to grab. And
yeah, that catch was taken by Kishan Munasinghe, who is bowling now. His 59 not out helped St. Thomas's get to 250.
Yeah, they were in a spot of bother at 148 for 7 at that time.
Yes, that was a tight call. 148 for 7 and then an 86 run partnership with Delon Paris.
He has been pretty decent with the ball as well. Not picking up.
I've been impressed with Avishka Kaushalya's batting, Michael. He's kept that head well above his shoulders under the pressure situation.
Well, I think they'll look for him to bat right along and the others bat round him because he has already batted 44 balls for his 22.
Yeah, his 53 run partnership with Nimesh Pereira, who was run out for 37, was a redeeming factor for the Thurstan supporters on the background.
So for that time cut for 1 run. And that's the end of over number 17, 77 for 4. So at the start of over number 18, 77 for 4. It's going to be Shannon to continue bowling his 4th over. Has none for 18.
Thurstan and St. Thomas's battling it out for a place in the final against Richmond at Gaul on next Tuesday. See what I mean? Nice looking shot from Ranesh. He plays those shots very confidently.
That was swept from wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, he played some glorious shots all around the SSC grounds on his way to that wonderful century, debut big match 100.
So Thurstan must be looking to him to do the bulk of the scoring. There we can see a legend on the screen.
Was he your classmate?
Yes. During the O-levels for 2 years, we were classmates and we played together for St. Joseph's as well.
The junior fast bowlers are under his watchful eyes.
Just had a chat to him, Harit, and he said he was just playing the dad's cricket. We have St. Joseph batted and got some 120 odd, and he'll be going back for the fielding session now.
See what I mentioned, that the shadows start lengthening, and in the second session the fielders get some respite. Not a lot.
That's a wide delivery there.
Sanjeev Fernando is the umpire, together with Tilak Fernando.
But I'm sure it's much cooler now than the morning session, Haritha. That's well driven down the ground. Just for a single. So that's the end of over number 18, 82 for 4. Kishan Monasinghe continuing, bowling his 5th over, has none for 11.
St. Thomas is after winning to the toss to bat, 250 for 8 in the 50 overs. Top score from Kishan Monasinghe, who is bowling now 59 not out. The other half century was Shamlin Dimel, 52. Good partnership slowly being strewn once again. Johan Pereira 37, Delon Pires 32. Interesting contributions together with Ryan Fernando's 31 at the top of the order. Bowling on stayed with Santun Dias, who bowled his 10 overs for 33 and picked up 2 wickets. His vice captain Ayush Harchana bowled 10 overs, picked up 1 for 35.
I think the Delon and Kishan, that partnership took them to a very decent total. Thanks to those two, or else St. Thomas's would have been in a bit of trouble at the moment.
They would have been in great trouble if not for that heady partnership. And then Shalaka Bandara held on to 2 catches for Thurstan. Effortless sweep shot, beautifully played. With the spin, Ranesh Ferreira has announced himself very well.
He seems to be in good form and sweeping from outside the off stump, so not a dangerous shot. Can't be given out LBW. Get in that gap there.
Good cricket. See, he's got to double figures very quickly. The partnership looking good, 27 already.
So they've got 7 runs in this over, Haritha. So, you know, that run rate is still within touch and go. Just that the 4 wickets has put St. Thomas's on top. So that's end of over number 19, 89 for 4.
Few boundaries around the park. Look for another massive contribution from the middle order to make it happen. The rate of scoring is just 6 runs behind what is on par, which means that Thurstan have done very well.
Yeah, after being 9 for 3, I think this is excellent batting.
Yeah, they lost 3 wickets pretty early to be 9 for 3 down, but then getting a little bit more workmanlike after that 50 partnership for the 4th wicket. And even this partnership now nearing 30 is giving Thurstan a fair bit of hope. So they'll probably use Johan Pereira for the next 4 overs.
And then bowl him out, you mean? You think he's going to...
I've been impressed with Avishka Kaushalya's batting off the front foot. He's looked very solid indeed.
I think one thing that he can do, Haritha, is maybe just rotate the strike a bit more. Get Ranesh on strike. So that, you know, you still keep that run rate going.
He heard you.
that's exactly what they need. Just keep rotating it and, you know, keep the scoreboard moving.
Shame Thurstan is not too far away from here. Not many Thurstan supporters at the venue.
And it being a holiday.
But I'm sure a lot of them following the match, the live streaming on ThePapare.com and batsman.com.
Like you said, being a Saturday, you'd expect a bigger crowd, and this is a semi-final.
This is a very good game of cricket. The Tomian captain is doing a yeoman service, standing up to the stumps. It's not easy.
I was very impressed with his captaincy, Haritha, because with Ricky in the earlier stint, we were just discussing where he has not been scoring runs the way he would like to. But generally, it can affect your captaincy as well. But this doesn't seem to be affecting his captain.
No, it's not affecting his captaincy because the batting has been awesome. See, playing and missing repeatedly. The dot balls will eventually tell on Thurstan. Now the pass score is 10 behind. Ooh, good take.
No major rush. There's no sign of any rain or stuff like that way, so I'm sure we'll get most of the overs in.
Heady spell. Pereira doing very well. Into his 7th over. Is not gone at 4 runs and over.
Interesting still to see Delon Pereira coming to the Pires coming into the.
Yeah, he'll come to the equation eventually. See, Kalana Pereira encouraging Johan Pereira, which is very nice to see. That's a very heady over. Just 1 run off it, and at 20 overs, Thurstan are 10 runs behind the pass score at 90 for 4.
So 20 overs now completed. Thurstan College 90 for the loss of 4 wickets. New batsman Ranesh, it's not new rather, faced 24 deliveries, and Avishka is the key now, 26 of 50 deliveries, and I got Ricky Sims with me. Ricky, very good afternoon.
They're batting quite well, Oshada. I think the important part is that they maintain the required run rate. You know, they are not far behind. The required run rate was 5 runs per over. They're just a touch short of it, so they have done well even they lost 4 wickets. They have not let the run rate really stagnate, and they have been building these small partnerships. Avishka has hung in there. Ranesh has supported him well. So St. Thomas's will need another wicket here, try to break this partnership and get into the yellow order.
Yes, a bowling change, interesting. Shamilka Vikrama Tilaka will continue now to start off his bowling spell in the semi-finals. A full toss to start off the proceedings. Straight into the hands of the mid-on fielder.
Yes, the left arm seamer. Now he will be the one who's trying to fill in the boots of Kalana Pereira for St. Thomas's next year. Shamilka Vikramathilaka has been around this setup, didn't play the big match, played the 50-over game. Can swing the ball. Just interesting to see how he's going to bowl with the older ball.
That's a wide ball signaled by the umpire.
Yes, I've seen him bowl with the new ball a couple of times, and he certainly can swing it. But now he's come after the ball is old, he's lost its shine. 21st over in play. Thurstan have hung in there. This has been the good part of it.
As they lost,
have a good bowling lineup, so it's a credit to them the way they are batted.
Thurstan College, they lost 3 wickets when the score was at just 9 runs, but then Nimesh Pereira and Avishka made sure that they're going for a better total, they're going for a better score, so they added up a good partnership. But then with a silly run out, things started to change. That was really unnecessary. There was no single whatsoever, but the lack of communication made them to go for that single.
Yes, it will be good to see if these two players can bat somewhere till at least the 30th over. If these two can put up a partnership, get around 3-4 runs and over, bat till the 30th over. We'll say 10 overs, if they can get to another 40 runs, they'll be 130 at that time. So it will be a good challenge for them with wickets in hand. But they have to keep building up partnerships and bet as long as possible. Take the game deep, and you never know what happens after that.
Yes, there's no doubt that this game is going to be an epic encounter between these two teams. They're battling to reserve their names in the finals, which will be played against Richmond College in goal. That's a good
mix up
save.
in the centre. Slight hesitation. Yes, no call. Yes, so Richmond are already in the finals. They are the defending champions. Will they play St. Thomas's or will they play Thurstan? St. Thomas's trying to make the double final. They are already in the 2-day final. Interesting to see St. Joseph's play St. Sebastian's in the next semi-final for the 2-day, and St. Joseph's are the defending champions in the 2-day.
Is that right here at Royal College grounds?
Yes, and even I've been told the final of the 2-day also is going to be played here. So Royal College grounds have a lot of cricket in this next coming week.
Another single added up to the tally. So far, Shamilka is bowling pretty well despite those 2 wide deliveries. So this partnership is once again building up 30 or 49 deliveries, and it's important.
So it's coming at a reasonable pace, isn't it? 30 or 49 is good going.
Now it's important for Thurstan College to keep up this momentum, because they're going for 4-5 runs per over, which is very ideal at this stage. They only got 6 wickets in hand. And these two batsmen, they need some kind of a partnership to get to that target of 251 in 50 overs.
There's been a steady over. He bowled wide, but since then it's come back well.
So they will get a single off the last delivery of the over. So 21 overs completed, and Thurstan College then 93 for the loss of 4 wickets.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So 21 overs completed, now 93 for the loss of 4 wickets, and Johan will continue bowling. Johan Pereira.
So it's back in to the attack. 7 overs. Seems like Hapuina is going to use him for all 10 overs. He's bowled very tightly. Very good economy rate, 1 for 27 of 7 overs. He's had a good game overall. 30 odd with the bat.
Off the edge, but straight into the hands of the deep third man fielder.
It's interesting to see where Thurstan opted for much more spin. St. Thomas's opting for much more pace or medium pace in this innings, holding back their spinners.
I think St. Thomas College, they've identified their strength as the pace bowlers, under the likes of Kalana Pereira. and to continue to apply the pressure from the other end while he is bowling. That's a boundary. That's a much needed boundary for Avishka. He moves up to 31. And straight away under pressure. Now that's a perfect shot once again from Avishka. He's been out there in the middle for quite a long time now.
Well, that's a welcome boundary, isn't it, Oshanda? Every run counts for Thurstan College. Avishka Fernando, he's hanging in there. Avishka Kaushalya, beg your pardon.
Plenty of changes in the field after that boundary from Avishka. So the bowler, he's straight away under pressure because boundary per over will get them to a good total, or will get them to that total of 251 runs. So St. Thomas College, they got to make sure that they're doing everything that they can. Nicely punched, but straight into the hands of the mid-off fielder, or the catching mid-off. Is placed in there to cut off that single that these two batsmen have taken effectively.
Yes, they have not just thrown their wickets away. Thurstan College, they batted. They come out with a plan, batted sensibly so far. Though they lost 4 wickets, they have fought it out there. They are not willing to just let it go. It's not easy, hot out there. But against a good Thombian attack, they are doing well, and they need to just keep batting this way.
Yes, it was Kalana Pereira who set up the momentum early today with the ball in hand. He picked up 2 wickets, and then Johan picked up 1 wicket. And there's not much spin attack from St. Thomas College. So far, they haven't used much of a spin attack. As they used Shannon Fernando. That's whacked away through the gap. Will be yet another boundary. So that was pierced through the gap.
Yes, fantastic shot, Oshanda, isn't it? Waited for it, didn't try to hit it too hard. There was a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket and right between them. Very good cricketing shot indeed. This wicket is a good batting track. As soon as you bowl short, you will be punished, and that's exactly what the batsman has done.
This is what Thurstan College needs. Boundaries often, but more importantly, those singles and rotating the strikes. That's what these Thurstanites batsmen should do at the moment, because there's no need of taking any risks now. Because there's plenty of overs left for them to get to that total. 6 wickets in hand with 2 set batsmen. That's a wonderful shot once again. Bit more of a score shot. Once again, the non-striker came halfway through. Now the score is 102, 103 for the loss of 4 wickets now. We're in the 21st over.
Hi, අපි කවුරුත් කැමතිනේ අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන්න. ඉතින් මේ බිග් මැච් සීසන් එකේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එක බලන්න යන ඔයාට ThePapare.com වෙබ් අඩවියෙන් මගේ අත්සන තියෙන ලෙදර් බෝලයක් මතක සැමරුමක් විදියට තෑගි දෙන්නයි යන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔයාට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ ඔයාගේ ඉස්කෝලේ බිග් මැච් එකේදී ඔයාගේ යාළුවෝ ගන්න ෆොටෝ එකක් #marchmadness කියන hashtag එකත් එක්ක ඔයාගේ Facebook එකේ හරි Instagram එකේ හරි පබ්ලිෂ් කරන්න විතරයි.
Nicely punched once again, back straight into the hands of the bowler. So 22 overs now completed, 103 at the moment for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, so Shamilka Vikramatilaka continuing. The left arm seamer. Well spread out field.
Avishka, he's on strike. He's on 36. He's taking some good shots played. 2 boundaries in the previous over. Will get a single. Good cricket all round from Thurstan College. They're getting those boundaries. They're getting those singles. They're rotating the strike. That is good to see from Thurstan College batsmen. Is they lost 4 wickets at the moment, but still plenty of batting to come for Thurstan College, and they're chasing down a target of 251. Now we're in the 23rd over.
Yes, Avishka has batted very sensibly, isn't it? He's got a good measure of the wicket now, good measure of the bowling. He's hit the odd boundary and he's rotated the strike really well. And taken them over this 100 mark. Still a long way to go.
Nice.
Ranesh has to give him that support. Ranesh Silva is the wicket keeper of Thurstan. They need to keep batting this way, build up a partnership.
It's 2 singles in this over, so they're rotating the strike, which is good in the perspective of Thurstan College. The 100 came up in the previous over. The 105 for the loss of 4 wickets at the moment.
Yes, I feel Shamilka has been slightly too short. You can see the length he's bowled. He's been very short, and on this wicket it just sits up. Easy for the batsman, a lot of time. He has to try to bowl it fuller, make the batsman drive, come on to the front foot.
So plenty of runouts today in this match, especially in the St. Thomas innings as well. There were 2-3 run-out and more than 5 run-out chances. Now was
that
a
a quickish delivery. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Well, he's given it as a run, so that was a drop chance, isn't it?
Yes, the body language of the players revealed that it touched the glove or maybe a slight edge.
Yes, we could take a look at that replay. Hapu in. There you go.
The slight deflection of the edge of the bat.
Got his gloves to it, hit the fingertips and ballooned out. He tried hard, he was off the ground, but just could not hang on to that Sitara Hapuin, the captain. So that's the opportunity. Gone, and Thurstan need to capitalize now.
Sitara Hapuin had a good tournament, so 23 overs completed. Thurstan College 108 for the loss of 4 wickets. So 23 overs completed, 108 for the loss of 4 wickets at the moment, Thurstan College. They'll come back strongly into this match, which is expected out of Thurstan College. They came out, or they got selected for the semi-finals after beating Benedict's College in the quarterfinals. And
once again, St. Thomas has opted for pace. Medium pace has Shalin Dimel into the attack. Now this is in contrast to where Thurstan bowled more spin. Very interesting how the Thomians are going. The fourth seamer, Kalana Pereira, Vikramatilaka. We had Johan Pereira and now Shalin Dimel. So they feel that this wicket has some assistance for the fast bowlers. or maybe Thurstan play the spinners much better, so they are not bowling their spinners and going for a pace.
Yes, they certainly must have got a good plan up in their minds, but at the moment the plans are going in vain as Avishka Perera, he's playing valuable innings here. That was wide outside the off stump. The width was there for Avishka to go for that shot, and he makes no mistake. He moves up to 40s in style.
Loose delivery to start off a short loosener, and there's no chance for the sweeper cover to cut that off. So there is a bit of a chat there. Keep Hapoina, the captain, going up to Shalin Dimel, telling him to keep it straight, bowl fuller, do the basics, that's all they need.
Is now once again that boundary, that crucial boundary per over is coming from Thurstan
the
College.
run rate 4.83. So they are about, isn't it? They have continued in that manner right throughout these 23 overs. And when you get a boundary off the first ball of the over, that eases the pressure. So now all the two batsmen have to do is just knock it into the gaps, so pick up another 2 to 3 singles, and you'll get 7 to 8 runs from the over.
And was that a drop catch? The body language said so.
Well, we'll take a look at that. Who was the fielder? Was it a drop chance?
Was that a drop
Trying
chance?
to go up and over. Oh, in and out. Simple chance gonna begin into his hands, and he's dropped that catch.
You should take those catches, Shalindi Silva. You should have been pretty disappointed about how things went. Shalindi Mel, beg your pardon.
Yes, he'll be disappointed. I would like to know who the fielder was. Is that Kishan Munasingh, I think, who dropped that catch. Well, he'll be disappointed indeed. Should have hung on to it.
That was easy as you like,
But
right into the hands.
That was not a wicket-taking delivery. It should have gone for 4. The batsman made a mistake, but St. Thomas's haven't taken the opportunity.
Another single added up to the tally. This is good cricket from Thurstan Colleges. They had pretty good chances, but they're making the most out of it. Started to going after the bowling.
There you go again, in and out. Probably hitting the top of his palms, the hard part, and ballooning it out, jumping out. Just could not get his fingers over it. A costly mistake, can be costly, big one, because it's the set batsman, Avishka.
So 2 more deliveries to go in this over so fast, 5 runs from it. So now the fielders are backing up. This is good to see.
Yes, after being hit for 4, he's come back strongly, just given away a single. So this is much better by Shalin Demel. He needs to finish this over very well. And in the process, a 51-run partnership now of just 67 deliveries. So there's been very good batting by these two for Thurstan. 24 overs completed, 113 for 4.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුල් පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So 24 overs completed, 113 for the loss of 4 wickets at the moment to Thurstan College. And interesting bowling change, Kalana Pereira back into the bowling.
Yes, I think St. Thomas's feel that they need a wicket here. They need a breakthrough. They brought back their strike bowler, 2 for 22 of 4 overs. Easily their best bowler, so they want a wicket, and they have gone to Kalana Pereira. He probably bowl a couple of overs here, maybe in the middle part, and then come back later on. So this is a crucial period. Thurstan have to make sure they just milk him for about 3-4 runs and over and not lose a wicket. Because if they lose a wicket, they're going on to the back foot. All they need is 3-4 runs and over and see Kalana Pereira through.
That was in the air for a moment, but we'll get a single. That's very important, Ricky, as you mentioned, not to give away any more wickets for Kalana Pereira because they're already 4 wickets down.
So two drop chances in the last 3 overs. First a difficult one to Hapu in at the wicket keeper, and then a fairly simple forward one into that cover region. I think it was Kishan Munasinghe. So it has been costly for St. Thomas's. They need to hang on to their catches.
The run rate, it's almost 5 runs per over, which is very healthy for Thurstan College at the moment. And Ranesh, he's on strike, facing Kalana Pereira for the first time over the day. Nicely bowled once again. So all these pictures brought to you live by joint production, batsman.com and ThePapare.com, live here from the Royal College grounds. It's St. Thomas's College taking up against Thurstan College to book their place in the finals against Richmond College in the coming week. And so far it's going to be that's a beautiful shot. It was a short pitch delivery into the leg stump area, and Ranesh Silva just making that slight touch off the bat, and it's got the pace to go for that boundary.
Yes, wasn't in control, was it? But he got it into the gap. Nevertheless, the intention was good, and finally picks up a boundary. So Ranesh moves into the 20s. As we said, a boundary almost every over, which is very, very useful to keep up that required run rate. They are doing well. Another 131 runs are needed in 25 overs. So that is most gettable at most times with 6 wickets in hand.
Now these two batsmen, they're doing it just nicely. This is what Thurstan College needs if they want to win this match. They're chasing down a target of 251. With this rate, they're well above the past score after 24.4 overs. Yes, they've got lost wickets, but with some batsmen yet to come for Thurstan College, they will feel some kind of a confidence up with them. But things will change if they lose a wicket or two in this. That's gone.
This time he picked up his man, beaten for pace. Is it?
This is what we were talking about, giving out a wicket for Kalana Pereira.
Yes, certainly. That was quick on to Ranesh. He played away from his body, and that is the pace. So this is what they wanted. They brought their strike bowler back to pick up a wicket. Kalana Pereira has delivered for Hapu in a simple catch this time. But that was a very good half-century stand. Ranesh batted well for his 20 of 34 deliveries, 2 fours in that innings, and another wicket down for Thurstan.
Just we were talking about not losing any wickets for Kalana Pereira, but right after that they lost their wicket. Ranesh Silva, that was wide outside the off stump. A good bowling from Kalana Pereira once again.
Yes, it was the pace, isn't it? The pace and a bit of a bounce. he could not control it, could not ride the bounce, and the intention was okay, trying to run it down towards third man. But Kalana Pereira hits a wicket taking bowler once again, 3 wickets.
Shalaka Bandar is the new batsman out there in the middle for Thurstan College, a right-handed batsman. And yeah, one more delivery left from Kalana Pereira to face off. A perfect delivery for the newcomer. So that's the end of the 25th over at Thurstan College. 118 for the loss of 5 wickets.
What a crucial breakthrough for the Thomians. Managed to get a very important wicket. Avishka has really played that role, holding on one end. He's played the anchor role from one end, whilst the right-hand batsman.
Overs gone. St. Thomas's were 118 for 4. Thurstan 118 for 5.
So in terms of the score, it's pretty much even Stevens, but wickets is a major concern for the Thurstanites, Harita. And to my knowledge, I don't think they bat very deep.
Yeah, they're
unlike
not.
The Thomians.
For the little bit of cricket that I've seen of Thurstan, they have not been very competitive at the lower order.
Seems to be going down the leg side as the non-striker almost coming down halfway. So
This is a smart move on the part of Dinesh Kumarasinghe to use the slow medium bowlers, because the ball that they are using when it's old has very little on offer for the spinners to really turn.
But in a way, I feel that he's trying to buy some overs in the middle, especially approaching the 30-over mark.
See, he's not yet bought Delon Pires.
Yes, I was going to actually make mention of that. So he's used Shalin Dimel and brought in Kalana Pereira for probably for about a couple of overs, just to buy some overs and then bring in the 2 spinners.
Because he would have wanted Johan Pereira to bowl 10. He's bowled 8. He went for a few runs. After missing the 2 batsmen in consecutive overs, I thought Thurstan would make a tremendous impact. But a smart move on the part of Sitara Hapuhina to bring back Kalana Pereira for his second spell paid immediate dividends.
Ranesh Silva was seriously looking very compact. He was timing the ball very well.
Brilliant. I saw his 100 in the big match against Sisipatana. He batted so well for a fresher.
There again, it's going down the leg side. Half-hearted appeal by the Thomians. Now they're trying to put the pressure on the Thurstanites. 5 wickets have gone. I'm sure they want to make inroads and really put that added sense of pressure so that they can bring in the spinners back into the equation to finish things off. I think a wicket here or 2. It's just a matter of time in terms of when.
Yeah, Ayesh Harshana can bat a little bit. I am not too sure about the others. Shalaka made it to double figures in the big match against Sisipatana.
So good over there by Shalin Dimel. A maiden over to finish the 26th. 118 for 5, Thurstan College. $118 for 5, Thurstan College, 26 overs gone. Avishka, I think a lot of hope is on Avishka to see Thurstan through. Another uphill, quite an uphill task to get them to 251. And as we speak, we see the leader of the spin attack coming on board, Delon Pires. Certainly really showed a lot of commitment. I was very impressed by his commitment when he came into bat. He looked very dedicated, looked very busy, and he ensured the other batsman was in the game at any given point in time.
Yeah, he led St. Thomas's to become the best team in the Dialogue Awards, and now he's playing his part in no small way to make them into a second final. With all his experience, that's being a team man.
I think, yeah, you hit the nail on the head on that one. He's definitely a team man. You can see the way he approaches the game, the way he communicates amongst other players, and the encouragement he gives to his team members is really a standout in terms of what I have seen compared to the other players.
You don't see that with Sitara Hapuin, although he's a very good leader. He's not. He's a very almost introvert sort of character.
Because at times, Haritha, when you have a very strong team, you actually don't have to do much. It's a matter of autopiloting your team.
Oh, yeah, I know.
The real challenge comes when you have a bunch of youngsters, inexperienced guys. That is when you really see the potential of your leadership. Yes, when you're under pressure, coming out of such situations, then you can really see what kind of a leader you are.
Yeah, when Sitara Hapuin came into the Thomian side in the limited overs encounter, he smashed his way to a Thomian victory from a seemingly losing situation. And now he can finish off his school cricket career in a very, very promising manner if the side plays to form in the next 2.5 innings.
Oh yes, the perfect end for him would be to win, to get into the finals of this and winning both versions of this.
It'll be a very tough ask because Richmond are defending champions and they are on virtual home turf for the third consecutive one-day victory. That's not a mean task.
Yes, over the recent past, they've definitely been one of the formidable sides in the school circuit, especially coming from the southern province, and they've got a very good structure in place, Haritha.
They are still a very strong team against Prince of Wales. They made something just over 200 and absolutely fought very well with both fielding and bowling. They have some really wonderful cricketers. And even St. Joseph's, should they get into the final, will be defending champions in the two-day tournament. That'll be a crack affair against St. Sebastian's.
Not too far away, that game, just day after tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. At the same venue. Right now, Thurstan are just 12 runs behind the par total. But that's okay. Should they bat comfortably. 123 for 5 after 27. There's another big match being played at the Pisara Oval between Dharumpala Pannipitiya, who are hosting Rahul College Mathara. High scoring affair there. Dharumpala made something like 378 for 6 or so. And the reply for Mathara Rahul is also promising. 273 for 5 or 6.
Interesting bit of information.
Yeah, 2 centurions for the 2 schools.
So it's very interesting fact that there are 2 schools from 2 different provinces playing a big match. So do they take turns and play in
Yes,
different venues?
yes. The two schools play in the all-court tournament too.
The wicket of Ranesh Silva has certainly pegged down the scoring, Haritha. The Thomians have been able to put...
Shalin Dimel is not 100% fit, so they're not trying to bowl him too much. But he looks like being comfortable enough now.
Oh, that's heading down to the boundary. That's 4 runs. That's a very loose delivery by Dimel. As you rightly mentioned,
I think
doesn't
that's 50 for Avishka. Brilliant
compiled
knock from
half
him under pressure. Very well played.
Well compiled half century for Avishka. Really has shown a very composed head on those shoulders. When the chips were down, especially when they had lost 3 wickets for next to nothing, he's really come up and put his hand and taken Thurstan to a commendable position.
5 fours in his half century. More than that, I've been impressed with the way he has handled the pressure.
Yeah, most certainly. It's one of the best bowling sides in the circuit as well. A spin-heavy side, barring the exception of Kalna Pereira. The spinners are on song if you take the Thomian lineup. Around Piri, Shannon, Fernando, Kishan, Munasinghe. They also have the likes of Umayanga Suarez, who has not been tested here at all. So you just know how the depth in both batting and bowling that the Thomians are equipped with.
Bandara should help Avishka with as much strike as possible. The loss of Ranesh Silva for 20 was a big wicket for the Thomians.
Yeah, at one point it did seem as if those two were taking the game away from the Thomians. They looked very comfortable facing even Kalana Pereira for that matter. Ranesh looked more of the smarter batsman.
He's driven once again. Beautiful shot. Quality stuff this.
He's slowly but steadily letting himself loose, Avishka. Look at that fantastic drive. They say that's the best place to hit Haritha. Not much of protection, right behind the bowler. Couldn't have asked for any better shot. Avishka taking himself to 55, 134 for 5. One more delivery left in this 28th over.
They're getting back to that pass score.
So that's a decent end to the over by Shalin Dimel. 134 for 5. So very interesting bowling change. Haritha, once again, Kalana Pereira has come on to the attack. So we understand what the Thomian skipper is trying to do here, give him to bowl in shorter spells. He bowled just the 2 overs in the previous spell, probably another 2, and to get, most importantly, the wicket of Avishka.
Even otherwise, if he can stifle the batsman at the other end, Shalaka Bandara, that will put pressure on the other batsman to keep the rate going. This is Shalaka Bandara's wonderful innings, started with 5 boundaries to get to 50 on either side of the wicket.
Yes, he's looked very strong, especially square of the wicket, like Kishan Munasinghe did. Certain balls were pretty much gifts which he really reaped maximum benefit out of. Oh, beautiful shot there by Shalaka. Confident drive. There's protection at the deep. 135.
Still a good looking shot. That's what he should be doing.
It's not about taking the mental pressure just because of the fact that you have a Kalina Pereira bowling at you. As you rightly mentioned in the previous stint, it's being optimistic and trusting yourself.
If you're confident on him, I mean, he's human. He'll pick up a wicket, that's fine. But it's just that how you can confront him.
Yes, we did see, especially at that Royal Tomian limited over encounter, how even Kalina Pereira was completely baffled.
That was a tremendous innings from Lahiri Madhushankar.
As you said, it can happen to anyone.
It can happen to anyone.
It's all to do with the mindset, the intent that you go with.
Nobody told Lahiri Madhushankar to play that way. Nobody told.
I think the situation demanded.
Yeah, demanded, and he rose to the occasion. All credit to him. He surprised everybody, I think, including himself. It's not easy to hit 6 sixers at the SCC.
Definitely a boy who packs a punch, a very strong lad. But this guy is definitely not going to go without giving an effort. Kalina Pereira, we've all seen his prowess. He's definitely a bowler who has massive prospects in representing the national
left
side.
to be seen if Kishan Munasinghe's dropped chance of his bowling is going to put St. Thomas's under undue pressure after all what he did with the bat. To get them into this position. So far, I think St. Thomas's are nose in front. They're a fairly decent fielding outfit.
Decent. I think you're not doing justice to the word. See the supporters. Some of the supporters that have come to witness the game carrying their chairs, probably looking for some shade, Haritha.
Yeah, exactly.
With the sun setting down from this end, they're making that walk all the way back towards where we are, where there's some degree of shade.
From the Reed Avenue end to the pavilion end.
Yes.
Must give credit to Anura Kirthiratna, who is the manager of the venue. Been having a lot of cricket these days over the last 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, and with another week to go.
Oh yeah.
The plenty of action to come up next week.
Most of them are Thurstan supporters. Heat wave situation, so look for whatever shade or comfort areas.
And liquids as well to hydrate themselves. So hot. Oh, that's a fantastic ball. It brushed
To the credit
shoulder
of Shalaka Bandara, he was half expecting it. 29 overs completed. It's 136 for 5 for Thurstan in their reply.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
136 for 5, 29 overs completed. A very daunting task for the Thursdanites to get to the to get to 251 as we speak. There's a bowling change from the University end. So Delon Pires has been brought from a different end. Sitara Hapun probably seeing that there are certain areas that could assist Pires. They have a mix of right hand and left hand.
Yeah, captain will play a major role in making this run chase difficult for the opponents.
gone. He's gone. What a fantastic catch there by Kishan Munasinghe. This time he holds on to one, and that's the crucial wicket of Avishka. And I'm sure that he'll breathe a massive sigh of relief after dropping him not too long ago.
Batted his way into the match. He had to go for something big. He was not quite to the shot. Well judged by Kishan Munasinghe. Important bowling change there from the captain. You are a captain.
Rightly mentioned. So, Haritha, I think we'll
56 of 83 with 6 fours. Well played, Avishka Kaushalya.
බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
There it is, after a wonderful half century. Avishka Kaushalya just dismissed. Second catch for Kishan Munasinghe. Sitra Hapunna also has held 2 catches.
Haritha Khalna has taken 3 wickets. Could we expect more from him? Probably, I think with the tail coming through, I'm sure he'll be licking his lips to have a crack at them.
Yeah, if he bowls fast and straight, I think he will be up for something. Now, Bhavant Jasinghe can strike the ball well. He's a good utility player. Cloudless sky.
Oh, that's a beautiful sight. Oh, something ideal that any cricket match would want.
For the kite season.
Yes.
Ideal for the kite season.
It's a good one, Haritha. So Dylan Peris, the wicket taker to get to Bhavant Jasinghe. The challenge is just got more difficult for the Thurstanites. Another 115 runs to get. 120 balls still remaining.
Never mind. Bhavant Jasinghe was dismissed first ball for not in the big match. But he's a much better striker of the ball. He's a genuine all-rounder.
Another youngster, I believe. Not too old. Has a good couple of years left.
If he can get the next 2 balls without conceding a run, Delon Peris, then Thurstan would be something like 14 runs behind the required rate at the 30 over mark. St. Thomas's were 142 for 4 after 30 overs. So the 2 extra wickets will hurt Thurstan at this stage. So 30 completed. It's 136 to 6. Thurstan needing 251 to beat St. Thomas's.
So as we come back after 30 overs, Thurstan 136 for 6. New bowler is Shannon Fernando coming in for his 5th over. Has none for 23. Bowled 1 over from this end, then had a change of ends, and now coming back here. And good evening, Ricky.
Yes, interesting to see. Good evening, Michael, and a very good evening to all our viewers. Whichever part of the world, yeah. Maybe it's afternoon, maybe it's morning. Welcome to ThePapare.com, batsman.com. Interesting to see that Apohina held his spinners back. He concentrated on the medium pacers, 4 medium pacers. Kalana Pereira, Shalin Dimel, Vikrama Tilaka, and Johan Pereira did the most of the bowling. Shannon Pereira, we see, only into his 5th over. Delon Peters has bowled just 2 overs so far. He picked up a wicket. Kishan Pudasinghe, I think 4 overs. So it has been a majority with the pace, and probably one of the reasons is Thurstan have a lot of spinners and they play a lot of spin. So maybe St. Thomas thought that Thurstan are better players of spin, so we'll go with the pace, and that's the way they have gone at the moment.
Maybe trying to get some, give some bowling practice to his fast bowlers as well, with the final coming up in the one-day match as well as a 2-day final.
Yes, they'll have to do a lot of bowling in goal, down in goal, the finals of this limited over competition. That's if St. Thomas win. Still 4 wickets to get.
But they
never
are
know cricket.
They are in the 2-day final, so
yes,
definitely have a look at his bowling. Well, they have not bowled much in the pre-quarter final and the quarter in the semi-final.
31 overs completed. It's 138 for 6.
That's wicket number 2 there. Well flighted, slowish there. And Delon picks his 2nd wicket.
Yes,
good diving catch there, Ricky.
Yes, after the wicket of Avishka, it seems like Thurstan are losing a few wickets here. Avishka was the set batsman. He built up that partnership. Coming down the track, or just popping it up into that short extra. Good catch. Very good catch, but very well bowled by Delon Peters. Beat the batsman in the air, slowed it up, invited him to come forward. He was not to the pitch of that delivery. Just scooped it to that shortish extra cover field. Good catch by Shalin Dimel. He has very good hands. Bhavanta Jayasinghe is out for 1.
Delon Peters doing the job, coming in late in the innings with all his experience. Track is a bit slow, Ricky, and he's slowing it down, not letting the batsman drive. So it's Ayesh Harshana, the new batsman.
Yes, the experience of Delon Peters coming into play in this game. First the runs he scored with the bat and that valuable partnership Now 2 wickets of 2 overs. Suddenly, Thurstan look very vulnerable. They lost their top order, they lost their set batsman. And it seems a long way off now for Thurstan.
It's not impossible, Ricky. It's not impossible. I just you need someone to bat really well.
It's not impossible because you have enough overs left. But the problem is I don't think they have any real quality batsman or top order batsman to hang in there and play that long innings. Michael, it's down to the tail. If they had at least one batsman, a set player, probably then you had some hope. Same position, similar position St. Thomas's were at one time. But then they had Delon Pires and Kishan Munasinghe are very capable players, and this is what Thurstan don't possess at the moment.
Yeah, even St. Thomas's were 140 or 148 for 7 at one time. And that's a drop chance there.
He's dropped it. Well, was that Munasinghe again? Delon Pires should have got another one. That's the end of the over.
So 138 for 7 after 32 overs. Look at that chance going down there in that last ball.
Yes, so we'll take a look at that drop chance again. Delon Pires really deserved that wicket, played away from his body. Yes, I think it's Kishan Munasinghe once again. He's held on to one good catch, but he's dropped two straightforward chances. And what surprises me, Michael, is that Shalin Dimel was not in that slip cordon. He held a record 7 catches in the big match in the slips and took some fantastic catches, game-changing catches. And he was not there, and another chance gone. Again, Thurstan should have been 8 down at the moment.
Well, I see a change in field, so is it Shalin Dimel coming to slips now? Yeah, it looks like Dimel is in slips now.
If he has, the horse has already bolted. The horse has gone a long, long way. Yes, Shalin Dimel is back in the slips now. Probably one delivery, 2 deliveries too late, Michael.
Let's see whether it's never too late.
Much better. That's all they need to be doing right now. Bat like this, singles, ones, twos. Keep just knocking it around. Just 110 runs are required. The run rate has been good. They've got the runs. It's just that the number of wickets they have lost.
So now we see no slips in place. And he swept. So Shannon going still wicketless in his 6th over. None for 28. Quick delivery. That's a wide.
It's going to touch too wide at that time. 4 runs off the over so far. Well bowled.
Play.
Beats the bat, 33 completed, 142 for 7.
Unanimous decision. A new world record.
So Kalana Pereira 3 for 29, once again outstanding. Well supported by Johan Pereira, who is bowled well. Delon Pires 2 for 5. He's come into the game really strongly. Kishan Munasinghe has bowled 5 overs. So has Shannon Fernando now completed his 6 overs. So a lot of bowling options still available for Hapuin to go with. So Shalaka is on 8. He's probably the only recognized batsman really for Thurstan.
Strangely, Ricky, they're not attacking the batsman. No slips, no one in front. Everyone well spread.
Yes, and the way Delon Peters has bowled his last couple of overs, you could afford to have another slip there for both batsmen. The slip will come in for the left-hander. Deville is now coming in to slip. They'll be ruining that fact that he wasn't there when that chance went. He was in the wrong position, he was not at slip, and the catcher went down.
Well, you can't blame anyone. The bowler and the captain should know better. The bowler should know who he wants in the field. Which fielders in which position.
Missed the trick there. 108 of 99 balls, still very gettable. The problem is the wickets, isn't it? Just 3 wickets. They don't have a top order batsman to try to take them through. Never know cricket until the last ball is bowled, but certainly St. Thomas's are in control of the game.
Playing and missing a lot of deliveries. Aish would do good if you could just rotate the strike. Just can't find. Just can't get bat on ball.
The only time he found the bat, and that was an opportunity, a chance gone away. Since then, he's missed everything he's played.
Yeah, finally gets bat on ball.
Defense one. Even the dressing room applauds him for that. 34 was completed. 143 for 7.
So start of the 35th over. 143 for 7. Shannon continuing.
One thing is for sure, Michael, these two bowlers, Shannon Fernando and Delon Peters, will go through their overs very, very quickly. And that is good that they are bowling in tandem when we are on commentary as well.
Your stint is getting shorter.
The time goes very quickly.
Ricky, you seem a bit sleepy. Feeling sleepy a bit, is it?
Yes, sir, certainly. Very warm here at the Royal College grounds. And this is a Saturday afternoon. Remember, Michael?
Normally you have your naps, is it? That one is swept in the air. Could this be another wicket? Yes.
So there you go. Shalaka trying to take on Shannon Fernando and holds out to that deep mid-wicket region. Didn't get hold of it. The intention was clear to try to get some runs, but got a big top edge and a good catch from the fielder. Coming under it in the shadows. Holds on well. Was that Kalana Pereira, isn't it? Who took that catch. Shalaka Bandara out for 9 and 8 down Thurstan.
So Shannon finally getting a wicket. I think that was off the bat tricky.
Yes, appeal, polite appeal. Yes, he deserves the wicket. He's been a pro bit, bowling in good areas, very enthusiastic. Sandru Das, the captain. He was quite positive when Avishka was batting out there. Had a chat with him. He had a lot of hope, but things have changed around. 35 overs completed, 143 for 8.
Going into the last 15 overs, St. Thomas's were 157 for 7. And Thurstan at 143 for 8 in that same position.
As they lost 8 wickets, and it's the spinners who came back strongly for St. Thomas's College.
So the Thurstan captain at the non-strikers end, the vice captain is on strike.
Off the edge, a thick inside edge, down to the third man region, will get a single.
It's just a matter of time before St. Thomas's gets into their second final in the Singer Schools Under-19 Division 1 Championships. Already into the two-day final. Win here will take them to Gaul against Richmond on Tuesday.
There's 2 new batsmen out there. Ideal conditions for St. Thomas's College. This is what they needed. So 8 wickets already down, 2 new batsmen in the middle, and the equation, it's simple as that. 106 runs needed of 87 balls. But that rate is gettable. But the problem for Thurstan College is they got only 2 wickets remaining.
Tremendous contribution from Delon Pires.
On the bounce for the fielder down there in the deep, and we'll get a single. Nice Harshan trying to go for that big shot down the ground.
What these two can do is bat through the overs. Sandru Das in his 4th year, Ayush Harshan in his 3rd.
Last ball of the over coming up. That's a perfect delivery to end the over. So 36 overs completed. Thurstan College 146 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Two catches for Sitra Hapuina, 2 catches for Kishan Munasinghe.
Well, then once again, Ayush trying to go for that big shot. And Shannon, who's continuing his bowling. But that was not timed up to the perfection, not at all from Ayush. Faced 17 balls to get his 3 runs. Once again off the edge, but this time
Hats off to Dinesh Kumarasinghe, who's completed 30 years in coaching. Taking St. Thomas's into 2 competitive finals. The only blemish for him has been losing the limited overs encounter to traditional rivals Royal in a cliffhanger match.
As that was indeed an epic encounter between St. Thomas College and Royal College.
Apart from that, St. Thomas's trailed St. Joseph's on the first innings in a traditional encounter. Other than those two, they've been in front of all their opponents.
This time flicked away down to the fine leg region for a single. So far, Shannon Fernando has been pretty much disciplined with his line and length, bowled in some good areas. He picked up the wicket of Shalaka.
Some satisfaction for the Cricket Advisory Committee at St. Thomas's College.
Once again, a perfect delivery to end the over. So just 2 runs from that over coming up from Shannon Fernando. And 37 overs completed at Thurstan College. 148 for the loss of 8 wickets.
You were talking about the Thomian Cricket Advisory Committee. The likes of Michael Teixeira, Kumar Burles, Naresh Adhikaram, Jeevan Mendis in that lot.
A quick single this time from Sanduru. Good run in between the wickets. At Thurstan College, they lost wickets in regular intervals. They lost 3 wickets when the score was at 9. And then a healthy partnership brought them up to 62. But since then, they haven't been able to get any kind of a momentum up with them as they lost wickets in regular intervals. And courtesy of some perfect bowling from the Thomas College bowlers. Once again.
Yeah, their first 3 wickets fell for 9 runs, and their last 3 wickets have gone down for the addition of just 7 runs. In between, they had 2 half-century partnerships. Thurstan falling apart.
This time he's successful in that shot, but a misfield will get them a boundary. I haven't seen much of misfields from St. Thomas's College this afternoon.
That was Kalana Pereira misfielding. It was firmly struck, but he should have just picked it up. Ayush Harshana can hold his own with the bat.
That's perfect.
Brilliant stuff.
That's 6 for Ayush Harshana. He moves up to double figures of just 23 deliveries, and there we go, down on one knee. That was a perfect shot, perfect resemblance from the batsman.
Told you he could hold his own with the bat. That was well struck. Lion-hearted effort from the vice captain.
Punched on the ground firmly for a single. This is good cricket all round from these 2 batsmen. Yes, they lost already 8 wickets.
Nothing to lose situation for Thurstan. 160 for 8, 38 completed.
Overs completed, 160 for the loss of 8 wickets. They need 91 more runs to win from just 72 deliveries. So 12 overs remaining for the day. And Thurstan College, they just got only 2 wickets left up in their sleeves. A lot to do, and lot will depend on these 2 batsmen. Sandruda is very experienced 4th-year player, and Ayush Harshana as well. Had a wonderful day with the ball, and now it's up to him to get his team over the line in the semi-finals.
They'll have to get 90 runs in 12 overs. That's more than 7.5 runs an over with the last 2 wickets standing.
Now Ayesh Harshana, he struck a 6 and a boundary in the previous over. So he got the momentum that he needs. It's important to get out and play your shots and get some runs on the board, because only need 91 more runs to win this match. That's a bit wayward delivery. And a wide signal by the umpire.
St. Thomas's have conceded more than 13 wides. That was a very poor start.
And followed by a perfect delivery. Good comeback from the bowler. So the run rate is now just 4 runs per over, which is not ideal for Thurstan College. As you mentioned, they need 7.5 runs per over from this point onwards, which means they got to take that boundary option. Through the gap, and
Brilliantly played.
That's gone all the way for a boundary.
Ayesh Harshana making his presence felt. I like this response from the Thurstan vice captain.
That was just a
very
flick.
fast outfield.
Just a little flick and it's gone all the way for a boundary. Good cricket all round.
Shamilka Vikramathilaka bowled slow medium before this.
Easy decision for the umpire, as the impact was probably outside the off stump. Maybe the height might be the issue at the moment.
He's bowling his 3rd over in his 2nd spell.
Another quick single added up to the tally. This is good cricket. Yes, they got the boundary in this over and they got the single as well. Last ball of the over coming up. 5 runs from this over.
Both of them may be playing their last innings at school cricket for Thurstan, probably.
A good way to end the over. So 39 overs completed. Thurstan College, 166 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Coming into the last 10 overs, St. Thomas's were 179 for 7. Not a lot as far as difference, with 6 balls remaining for Thurstan.
That was dragged outside the off stump. That will be just a single. Worked it down to the mid-wicket region for a single. This is good cricket from Thurstan College. Not from Thurstan College at the moment. It's from Ayesh Harshana.
So the left-hand, right-hand combination in this 9th wicket partnership is going to make a difference, probably. Whereas St. Thomas's were helped by an 8th wicket stand of 86. Let's see what Thurstan can do with this 9th wicket pair.
Down to the leg side. We'll get another single added up to the tally. So Ayesh and Sandharu. Sandharu is a very experienced player, and it's important for him to give the strike as much as possible for Ayesh Harshana, because he seems to be the batsman who's having any kind of momentum between these two pair. 21 of 30. beautifully struck round the ground. Will be just a single once again.
Lionhearted effort from Ayesh Harshan. I like his approach. Probably Sitara Hapuina will have to fall back to Kalana Pereira.
He's bringing Kalana Pereira will be a good option for St. Thomas College at the moment. Just 2 wickets left in this Thurstan College innings, and bringing up your star bowler.
Sensible batting from Sandar Udayas to rotate the strike. Get his vice captain to do the bulk of the scoring. Oh, he's got it again. Brilliant stuff. Are we going to see another Lairu Madhushanka effort from another left-hander?
Once again, it's Ayesh. Came into the frame. It was a tossed up delivery. And down on one knee, dragged from outside the off stump, and just effortless onto boundaries. And Ayesh moves up to 28. And already they got 10 runs from this over with one more ball to go.
Cleared the venue, forcing the umpires to call for yet another used ball. So the partnership very valuable 33 runs, out of which Ayesh Harshana has contributed 27. That is what you need as a fight. Thurstan extending St. Thomas's in this game. A lot of people would have thought it would have been a goner at 143 for 8. No, it's far from that.
It's still not over for Thurstan College. Ayesh Harshan is still out there in the middle, which means I still fight back.
10 runs off the first 5 balls in this over from Delon Pires.
Last ball of this over coming up, 10 runs from it. And let's see if he can finish his over in style. A dot ball to end the overs, so 40 overs completed, and Thurstan College 176 for the loss of 8 wickets.
But there has been a small partnership build up. So maybe if Ayesh can continue with the captain supporting, they might be able to come even closer. And you'll never know, even the number 10 and 11 might be able to help out. Well, the Thomians also were about 140 odd for 7, and they, they managed to get 250. But there again, you had 2 batsmen, with Delon also, who is a reputed batsman, as well as Kishore Munasingh. But here, I don't think that quality of batting is there. So, like you said, I also think my money is on St. Thomas winning this. But cricket is a funny game. And 75 runs is a little bit too much. Maybe if it was about 35, we might have seen a bit of a different approach. But you'll never know her with. I think that Royal Thomond match, they were just coming just 1 week after the win, so I think they thought that they can just walk over the Royal side. But they'd have got a good wake up. You know, you can never take anything easy. Yeah, it's all about just bowling a few dot balls and you're going to put the pressure on Thurstan. And this boy has a bit of pace, I'm sure, faster than the Thurstan bowlers as well. So it won't be easy for these tailenders to face him. So after 41 overs, 176 for 8. Ayesh on 28 of 33 and Sandaru 3 of 17, taking his time, just supporting Ayesh.
I think after all that bashing Dylan Pires got, it has prompted the skipper to make a change in the bowling. It's Shannon Fernando that's going to take the ball from the Colombo University end.
Shannon switching ends. This is, I think, his fourth spell. He bowled 1 over from the other end, then came back from the University end. Then again he switched to the other end. And now he's coming back for his fourth spell.
So Ayesh is eyeing that short boundary towards long on. It's not the longest of boundaries. And the fact that you have a left arm spin bowling just makes it that much more easy for him to go and take that route.
Well, he'll have to go for it because you can't keep it too late. If you see, the run rate is just 4.3, needing much more than 6 runs per over now. So there's no point in just betting out. Someone has to take the initiative and try and look for some runs.
Yes, they'll have to put in some intent and show some intent that they're trying to go for the victory. There's no point in batting out the 50 overs because it's a knockout game, Michael. The winner of this would book a place in the finals. Richmond already in the final, and the match will be taking place in Gaul, so it's going to be an interesting affair, whichever of the two teams that make it to the final. But how things are looking at, oh, that's a bad bounce to the long on fielder. That was Dylan Pires. Did a decent effort to stop it. It wasn't coming on to him easy.
That that throw, if it had hit the stumps, I'm sure that would have been a run out.
Yes.
So the batsman had to dive in.
Sandro Dias has taken a lot of dust and a lot of dirt on his body as well as on his face. He's requesting for some aid. Probably got a mouthful of some dust as well.
Full-blooded dive there because he was well shot. Incidentally, Harun, this is the third final that Richmond have come into. Consecutive 3 finals.
I think I was speaking to Haritha on this in the last over the last 5 to 10 years. The cricket has really developed, not only on the limited over range in terms of overall cricket from the junior structures to the senior, and looking at the national prospects that they have produced over the last few years. Charit Asalanka, Kamindu Mendis, Sadun Mendis, the current under-19 Sri Lanka captain.
Actually, they have another guy, Dilum Sudhira, the left-arm spinner, is also in the under-19 squad.
Yes, they have the likes of Dhananjay De Silva, Yasoda Lanka, Surangal Akmal. So all these products, all these players are products from Richmond. So the cricketing structure in this school is pretty sound, and they seem to be dominating the southern province. Even this is a big match. From nowhere they came to pull off an absolute stunning victory. And once again Ayesh looking for the big shot. There's protection in the deep. So the intent is very clear. Ayesh Harshana, the vice captain of this Thurstan unit, he wants to give the Thomians a fight, try and get the runs, but the fact that he just has 2 wickets in hand, it's not doing much good for the team.
Well, the captain and vice captain betting it out there.
Oh, wild heave by Sandro Dias. It's very difficult to play that shot against Shannon Fernando, who bowls it in a very flat trajectory. Doesn't turn the ball and bowls it quick as well. So it's difficult to judge the pace and go against the spin.
I think the problem is here now, the previous over was a maiden by Kalana. So they're trying to go after Shannon now. But it's not easy, like you said. It's always better to just milk a few runs, see a few singles here and there, get 4 to 5 off the over, and then try to get the runs off the others.
It's 42 gone, 181 for 8th Thurstan. Needed, 48 balls remaining. It's an uphill task for the probably the last 2 reliable pair of batsmen that the Thurstanites can rely on. They'll have to get somewhere close to 9 runs per over from now on if they are to get the 70 runs. And with Kalna Pereira bowling, highly unlikely that we'll see that happening, Michael.
I think one guy has to just take off. Just go wild, he should go berserk, just start hitting. So they need to bring that cap down.
Yeah, those are not going to help the chase for Thurstan. With every ball being bowled, and the fact that the Thurstanites are not getting the boundaries, the asking rate is just climbing up. It'll just come into the 9-run range, and that would just go to 10, 11, and it'll be that much more difficult for Thurstan to come back into this game.
Well, now what they'll have to do is, like you said, if the boundaries are not coming, at least rotate the strike and keep that going. 5 runs, 6 runs over, not letting it get out of hand. So there we see 2 from 2 at the moment.
Yes, you're right, Michael, because if they can see through Kalna, I'm sure he'll have another 2-3 overs left, but that would consume a good 12 to 18 deliveries, so there's nothing much that they can play with. So they'll have to try and take him on as well.
No, they need that boundary as well as 3-4 singles, 7 to 8 runs over. Because if that asking rate, now you can see it's 68 from 46. So you have to keep bringing that down with the balls.
It's the gap between the runs needed and the balls with the remaining number of balls is very important, especially when you're playing a limited over encounter. You wouldn't want that gap to widen as a batting team. But that's what's happening for the Thurstanites. The gap between runs needed and the balls remaining is slowly but steadily increasing.
Now you need some smart cricket, Harun. Okay, if you can't get the big hits, like the Ethiopians did, make the ones into twos, right? Put some pressure, get the odd overthrow, and maybe, create something different. Because the Ethiopians are just, going through the motions now. They know that just one more mistake and they are through.
Yes, I think you're right. That's the differentiating factor between the Thormians and the Thurstanites. Despite St. Thomas being 7 wickets down, they batted so smartly for them to get to 250. Had they also been reckless, and that's gone. That's clean. There's no requirement for the umpire even to lift his finger. That was clean out. He was not even in the frame. And that's the end of the 9th wicket. The middle stump has been uprooted as a result of that throw.
Good bit of fielding there.
As you can see, Kalna Pereira, a fuller length delivery straight to the fielder. And it went to the best fielder of the Thomian unit, Shalin Demel, and there was no chance of him missing that. Sandro Dias tried to make a valiant attempt.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Just to correct there, it was Ayush Harshana that was run out. He was the guy that was giving some ray of hope for the Thurstanites, but that he's gone. So this pretty much would have been the last nail in the coffin, I suppose, Michael. There's no turning back from here. I'm sure Kalna would want to wrap up and get another wicket to his tally. He's picked up 3.
This has been an amazing season for St. Thomas's.
Quite fantastic, yes. To win the Royal Thomian, to get into the finals of the 2-day encounter, and nearly on the verge of getting into the finals of the Division 1 limited over encounter shows the fact that they've been a very consistent and strong team. Not many outright wins to boast of, but they've always been the formidable side at the end of the day.
Yeah, during the group stages also they led their group with about 3 or 4 outright wins. Pretty decent side. A lot of senior players in the team.
And they have all facets covered. That's the beauty of it. From fast bowling to spin bowling to the batsman. And there again, oh, that's a very bold leave by Bimara. I'm sure he would say that he judged it to perfection. And that brings the end to the 43rd over, 184 for 9 Thurstan. Current skipper turning into his former skipper. Delon Peris would have asked Sitara Hapuni, can I have a ball? I need another wicket. I'm sure he has his eyes wide open to finish off things at the Royal College grounds in the second semi-final of the limited over championship between St. Thomas's and Thurstan. And a close call. That was pretty much drifting down the leg.
Well, the batsman in form was out, so he can afford to bring Delon again because he's the one who hit Delon out of the attack.
Yes. Yeah, it's pretty much going through the motions now. Nothing much that the Thurstanites can do. So I don't think you want to make this a very dull and boring affair. You might as well get the batsman to sort of look for something, some sort of respite to get some strokes and bridge that gap, as you rightly mentioned, to show that you surpass 200 runs, get to about 220, and to end the game in a respectable manner.
There's no point in just defending like this. I don't know what their main idea is. Maybe just try to remain not out in his last innings, or
seems a bit aimless, but nevertheless intentions and the reasons are different. And on that occasion, a very poor delivery by Delon Pires. He tried to bowl the faster one, which is not required, to be honest. He has to slow it down as much as possible. Try to invite that batsman to play the drive like he did against the wicket of Bhavanta Jayasinghe. That was a beautiful delivery where he gave a lot of air, invited the batsman to move down the track.
What I would like to see, Aroni, just get a helmet in, sleep
You're right.
two close catching
You're right.
fielders.
Yeah. We've
Just
seen that.
create
We've seen
something.
that in the past.
And this is number 10 and 11 now, right? Just play with their mind and say, okay, if you want, go after me.
You pretty much go out with the in and out field, and there again is taken it on the full. So that's happened in the past, Michaels. You go out with the in and out field, you have your close in, you have the catchers, and frustrate the batsman and lure them to go for the big shot.
You have a lot of runs to play around with, just one wicket, right? Toss it up, just play with the mind, because tailenders like when the ball is tossed up to them and they try to hit you out of the park.
Oh yeah, the moment the ball goes above that eye line, the eye is all of a sudden light up.
There's he trying to bowl it fast and flat.
So that's 44 gone, 189 for 9, Thurstan.
Okay, she's ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Impressive CV, but why do you want to work here?
Is your unlimited package limiting you? Be really unlimited with the largest network. Talk unlimited with more than 13 million Sri Lankans with Dialog. Dialog Blaster Unlimited, a range of daily, weekly and monthly plans. Dial #678# to convert your package or get a new connection. It's always been my dream to be a part of a blue chip company.
So 44 was gone, 189 for 9, 62 needed of just 36 deliveries. Just going through the formalities. Now I think St. Thomas's have made it.
Yeah, pretty much they've hit the nail on the final lane has been hit on that coffin. There's no looking back for the Thomians, and I'm sure there's nothing much that the Thurstan lads can do to get back into this game. The bowling is just too formidable. As you can see there again, it's very intimidating. They're so penetrative, and Delon just toying with the ball as well.
Well, if I was Cullen, I would try to be bowling some Yorkers now.
That's what I also would actually advise him to do.
There's no point in bowling short.
Bowl straight, fast to the stumps, and look to rattle it as fast as possible. And
well, if you're going to bowl that shot to the batsman's chest, then you have to get a fielder in just to tell him, I'm going to hit you.
So wild heave there by Sandaru. Das, another short delivery. So maybe he's trying to set him up. Probably bowl a couple of short ones and play on the batsman's mind, and then double up by bowling the fuller length delivery, which is probably the rational thing that any fast bowler would try to do, play in the batsman's mind.
The thing is, would he need to double bluff with his pace? Just get it in the block hole, then I'm sure he's going to hit the legs or the stumps. That's what
He's using this as a session to somewhat practice for the big game. Because he knows the game is pretty much in their hands. It's changing ends.
He may be thinking about the 2-day final as well.
I'm sure the only person he would dread having on the strikers end is Lairu Madhushankar at this very moment. That is someone he wouldn't want to see. As he was certainly taken to the cleaners, and a half-hearted appeal by Pereira, disallowed by the umpire. So that was a relatively smarter option to go round the wicket, ball full, but ideally you would want to straighten your line.
I think that innings by Madhushankar was unbelievable. He just put
Probably a once-in-a-lifetime thing that you would see from a schoolboy cricketer.
But you could even see Kalana. He was clueless.
Completely baffled.
I was surprised to see him coming and bowling spin.
So when something like that happens, when you go through an unexpected scenario, you can really get baffled and raffled. You don't know what you're doing in the end. And I think there were too many people giving a lot of advice, which resulted in him getting confused. As they say, too many cooks spoil the soup. And in the end, it did spoil the soup for St. Thomas's on that day.
He would have been better off running in and bowling some slow balls than coming and trying to bowl left-arm spin.
So that is what pressure can do to you, Michael. Sometimes you go through a brain, they call it a brain fade. You lose your rational thinking and just go with the motion at times.
Well, I would actually like to ask him what he thought at that time, whether he was asked to bowl spin or whether he just thought he'll do it.
I've watched a few clips, and by the looks of it, there were indications from the deep or from the room or from the player's room for him to bowl spin.
He might be having a good
him
slow
to
ball.
actually come there and turn his arm over. He was anyways very jittery to bowl the short ball because he got swatted for 6 in the first short ball that he bowled. So the only option he had was to take the pace of the ball.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Come running in and then bowl a slow ball. A miss hit.
So that's the end of the 45th over. 30 balls remaining, 62 more runs to get. A daunting task. 189 for 9, Thurstan College.
.45 overs completed. Thurstan College 190 runs for the loss of 9 wickets, and they need 61 more runs to win off just 30 deliveries with 1 more wicket left. And for these last 5 overs, I got Ricky Sims with me. Ricky?
Yes, also they have fought really hard at Thurstan. That partnership between Sandra Dias and Ayesh Harshana was really good. Some fantastic cricket. They're not given up, and they fought hard, but just beyond their control, the required runs, 61 of 28. Probably they will be thinking, when we had St. Thomas's at 140 out for 7, why did we let them get to 250? Because if it was around a 200-run target, Thurstan might have had a much better chance. They probably let the game slip away in those final few overs, letting St. Thomas's get those runs. Of course, St. Thomas's batted well, Kishan Munasinghe and Delon Peris. But they came back strong. And those 3 early wickets they lost also set them back, Thurstan. But some good partnerships. They played good cricket. They have played good cricket. They have not, sort of fallen back. They always hung in there. The first 25 overs, they were well within that required run rate.
It's good cricket, and the kind of cricket that we could expect from top cricketing schools here in Sri Lanka, playing or battling to reserve their positions in the finals. But at the moment, it's St. Thomas's College who are in the driving seat. They need 1 more wicket to seal a victory. Is that partnership between Kishan Munasinghe and Delon Peris changed the whole perspective of this game. It was there for Thurstan College to wrap things up in their innings, but that partnership totally changed the result of this game.
Definitely. Two good partnerships St. Thomas has had. First for the first wicket, or the second wicket, and then for the late wicket. Oh, big hoik across the line, doesn't make contact. End of the over, 46 completed. It's 192 for 9.
එක දහසක්කා
අද නම් කතා කරනවා මම.
හායි
සමහර නෙට්වර්ක් අන්ලිමිටඩ් කිව්වට කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇන්ලිමිටඩ්ද? ලක්ෂ 130කට වැඩි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ඩයලොග් පවුලට ලිමිට් නැතුව කතා කරන්න. ඩයලොග් බ්ලාස්ටර් අන්ලිමිටඩ් රුපියල් 7 සිට දෛනික සති සහ මාසික ප්ලෑන්. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීමට #678# ඩයල් කරන්න.
ඔයත් මූවී එක බලන්න එනවද?
So after 46 overs, Thurstan College 192. And throughout this day, some six-side tournament was going down there at that corner.
That's a lot of noise, isn't it? It has been loud out there at the Royal College grounds at the smaller venue. Some active cricket going on as well. So falls. So Kalana Pereira.
What a way to start off the over.
If he got that straight, things would have been over. Just missing that leg stump. Sandro Das, the captain of Thurstan, has hung in there. Can Kalana Pereira get one straight and full at Bimara? Just outside the off stump, leaves it alone this time.
Kalana Pereira has been the main asset for St. Thomas's College throughout this season. With the ball in hand, he's been tremendous. And he's done it again, once again for St. Thomas's College. In these semi-finals, he picked up 3 wickets now.
This will be Sandro Das's last game for Thurstan as well. He's been a good servant for Thurstan cricket over the last few years. Picked up a lot of wickets with his left arm spin. Has led Thurstan really well, you know, to go on to win that big match, the 50 overs, and now them into this semi-finals. So he's been good for Thurstan cricket, and we hope he will continue his cricket, and we'll hear more of him in the future. He's a good quality left arm spin bowler.
Lots of things happening out there in the middle. It's Kalana Pereira against Bimara Ranatunga. Faced 8 deliveries. So he's surviving. That's a relief for Thurstan College, but not for so long.
Yes, Kalana Pereira unable to get it straight on the stumps. He's either missed the leg stump or either missed the off stump. Full and straight, the doctor orders. There you go, he's got his bat down. This time he got his bat down. Kalana Pereira has a right smile.
Perfect delivery once again from Kalana Pereira, right on the money. But Bimara Ranatunga, all his nerve to get that ball defended.
So very well bowled, Kalana Pereira. 2 more games for him next week before he finishes off for St. Thomas's. The finals of the, if St. Thomas's get through to here, will be the limited over finals and then the 2-day final. Most probably, the way things are going, St. Thomas's will be there in that final. So it's going to be a big one when Richmond College, not an easy task, and especially in goal.
Is in their territory.
There will be a good
champions.
A good crowd setting in, especially Richmond supporters. They're not easy to beat at the Galle International Stadium, but it's going to be a good match. 2 good teams, some very good players, some few under-19 players in the Richmond lineup as well. So we're going through the motions here, the tail end of this game.
Last ball of this over coming up, just 1 run from it. That's it, that's it. Kalana Pereira wrap things off from the very last delivery of his spell.
Yes, he's got the wicket of the Thurstan captain, playing across the line. Missed it completely. Off the pad, probably onto the pads. His claim bowled him. Kalana Pereira ends with 4 wickets, but Thurstan, they fought hard. and they played well. St. Thomas's coming into this game as the better side, probably more balanced, more depth. But Thurstan have been competitive. At moments of this game, they were in control. Remember, they were in control and they were on top. But St. Thomas's have fought back and richly deserved this victory. They play Richmond College in the limited over final of the Singa Under-19 cricket tournament. The final will be played on Tuesday, the 9th at the Gol International Stadium, as we said. This has been a good game of cricket here at the Royal College grounds. Very well played to both teams. Some outstanding performances with the bat for both teams.
Yes, there were ups and downs for both the schools throughout this day, and the crowd.
Yes, the gentleman who's running with the flag is in fact the father of one of the players, Ryan Fernando. He's a valiant supporter of Thermian cricket. His son is playing now, but he told me that he's been watching the big match since 1979, all 3 days for the last 30 years. So certainly jubilant there as this victory for St. Thomas's by 57 runs. So the players have a handshake. Good sportsmanship. This is good to see.
Yes,
And
it's
of
been a
course
wonderful day of cricket, isn't it? Ups and downs for both the teams. Once the Thurstan College were in the driving seat, but then St. Thomas College, they fought hard. So in 47 overs, 193 is what they made. Avishka Kaushalya, 56 of 83 deliveries, and in the middle order, Nimesh Pereira made a good contact, 37 of 37 deliveries, and Ayush Harshana in the tail end, 34 of 39 deliveries. So those are the notable innings from the Thurstan College batting lineup in 47 overs. They all wrapped up for 193 with 15 extras.
Yes, they were led by Kalana Pereira. St. Thomas's 10 overs, 4 for 34. Once again, outstanding figures. Johan Pereira used the new ball really well. 8 overs for him, 1 for 37. Shannon Fernando, as always, very accurate. Kishan Munasinghe just 5 overs. Shamilka Wickramathinga just 3 overs. Same as for Shalin Timel. And Delon Peris 2 for 37. He came and picked up 2 wickets in the middle that put St. Thomas's back in the game. A few good partnerships, but just not enough for Thurstan in this game, chasing 251 for victory. We'll take a look at the wickets of the Thurstan. This was the first of all, Kalana Pereira picking up that early wicket. And then this was a key one. Jaya Vihan Mahivatana, he was out caught at third man of Johan Pereira. That was a big breakthrough. And Kalana Pereira, clean bowling. Anju Karunanayaka. And then a run out there. That was not good for Thurstan. This was the wicket of Ranesh Silva. And the big one. That was the big one. Avishka Kaushalya, he was batting well till Delon Peris came and picked up those 2 wickets. And 2 quick wickets that set Thurstan back. Then things started to fall apart. Bhavanta Jayasinghe was out early. That was Shalaka Bandara. And then the run out. This was some good batting from Ayush Harshana until it was run out. And the final delivery, the Thurstan captain, clean bowled by Kalana Pereira.
Yes, it's been a wonderful day of cricket, as I mentioned earlier. Full day of cricket, and that's what we can expect from these two schools. Top cricketing schools, but in the end it was St. Thomas College who ended up as the top side. So Thurstan College in 47 overs, 193 is what they made with 2 sixes and 19 boundaries up to their name. But it was just not enough to go over the line against St. Thomas's College here at Royal College grounds. And in the end, St. Thomas College, they will play Richmond College in the finals of this Under-19 Division 1. There we go, the match summary. Yes. St. Thomas's College won the toss, elected to bat first, made 250, which was above the par score. Kishan Munasinghe, the standout performer, 59 of 52 deliveries. And Shalin Dimel, 52 of 55 deliveries. And Johan Pereira also made a valuable contribution of 37 of 46 deliveries. And with the ball in hand, Sandru Dias, the captain, picked up 2 wickets for 38. Ayush Harshan and Bhavanta Jayasinghe picked up wicket apiece. And in reply, Thurstan College only made 193 before they were all bowled out in 47 overs, with Avishka Kaushalya being the standout performer with 56 of 83 deliveries. And Kalana Palana Pereira once again being the standout performer for St. Thomas's College with the ball in hand and picked up 4 wickets for 34 runs. And there we go, the result. St. Thomas College, they won by 57 runs and they are going to be in the finals against Richmond College.
Yes, that final on the 9th Tuesday, this coming Tuesday at the Galle International Stadium. The Singer Under-19 limited over final. Richmond College Galle taking on St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia. A joint production, ThePapare.com, batsman.com. That game will come to you live on Tuesday. So please join us then. Until then, it's a goodbye from all of us here, from our production crew, technical staff, the commentators. A goodbye from the Royal College grounds.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය